What does she know? What does she know? The reason is she can't her face. Apparently people said we should applaud her beauty regime. Apparently it costs about £1,000 a time to do her face. But of course that's why she never smiles. Because she can't like that. That's why. It looks ridiculous. Of course, if she did move, you'd see lines, wrinkles, everything. What is it, the obsession that people have about not having wrinkles? I don't know. Jim says comfort cooling sounds like a fancy potty seat. Might be. Might be. Anyway, nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday, 27th of March. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. And we're feeling a bit, tickety-boo, a little bit tickety-boo. Certainly feeling a lot better. There's Mother's Day cards. You've got to get them, if you remember from yesterday. Scottish boy's got his mother a card and a box of chocolates that he hasn't paid for yet. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's, it's a thought. And there's no thought at all, is there really, in this? So, do you remember what the wording is in the card? I'm just trying to work out how much interest you have in a card for your mother. What does it say on the outside? Dear mummy, love you tons. Dear mother, I tried to get the cheesiest card. Dear mother, yeah. Oh, you got it outside. Oh, you're bringing it into work now? What's the point of that? Oh, right. Can't say that. Did you know that there are Mother's Day cards now? This one I thought would be very helpful. And it says, Happy Mother's Day, thank you for staying away from the booze. So appropriate. Oh, yes, of course. No, obviously you brought stamps. Actually, you can always ask me. I've always got stamps. I'm not selling them to you, but do you know how much a first-class stamp is nowadays? No, I don't either, but they're just going up in price. They're going up in price. Firstly, maybe you don't know, do you? No idea. You see, I don't know. You say 67p, but I really don't know. I've got no idea how much they are. Do you know, Darren, how much is a first-class stamp? How much is? About 70p. See, nobody knows. Oh, you got some. See, I've always got some as well. 67p. 67p. Woo-wee. 67p. Oh, God. Morning. Another outfit. No, that's far too much for you. Far too much. 67p is a first-class stamp. Yeah, if it's really thick, it costs more. Because it goes by weight, doesn't it, now? If you're sending something. So whenever I send something to my brother or wherever, I always put 2 first-class stamps on. A, because I'm rich, and secondly, because I've got no idea how much it costs to send these things. Because otherwise you've got to walk round the post office, stand in a queue with a lot of people claiming benefits, and then you have to go, I'm sorry, I'm just posting a parcel. Anybody else interested in what the post office does? And then they go, oh, to do that one, that'll be £1.60. And I think, oh, what the hell? I pushed the boat out yesterday. I had to go to the doctor. And before I went to the doctor, to cheer myself up, I bought an ice lolly. Nobody sucks an ice lolly like Steve Allen sucks an ice lolly. I could do them sideways. Seriously, I'm that lucky. And I thought, I'll have an ice lolly. And I just felt like an ice lolly. I'm the only one on the street with an ice lolly. Nobody else had an ice lolly. And then I went to the doctor's, and then he told me that I'm really ill. In fact, out of all his patients, I'm the illest. He said, I haven't got anybody who's as ill as you are. It's not good, is it? It was a zoom. It was like three different colours. It's thin at the top, then it gets thicker towards the bottom. Woo! Was that my favourite yesterday? And then I nearly went back and had a Magnum. But then I thought, no, don't have a Magnum, because they're like £2. And that's a lot. Because I can go to Iceland and get a whole box of ice lollies for £1. £1. In Iceland. Yeah, seriously. And then you just keep them in the fridge, and then you've got them whenever you want them, which I hadn't. He doesn't know about Iceland here. He knows about Iceland over there. He doesn't know about Iceland here. Ollie, honestly, don't jump in when you can't contribute to the conversation. It's pointless, seriously. I know, you have to work with him. I get him every so often, and to be honest with you, I go home with a dreadful headache. I really do. I go out, they go, oh, Ollie's with us again. You think, oh, it's bad enough with this one. This is like working with Tigger. Or a budgie on Trill. It's full... Oh, he thinks he looks good in that hat. I haven't got the nerve to tell him. Actually, I found one like that on the train yesterday. And it was on the seat when I got on the train. I nearly brought it back for him and went, there's a free hat. He wouldn't know the difference. It's his birthday coming up soon. Yeah. Very soon he's going to be 25. 25. And don't forget Mother's Day this Sunday. You must get a card. He's actually got the card here, and he's going halves on a box of chocolates with his sister. Cheap little git. Honestly, you imagine halves on a box of chocolates. He doesn't even know how much a box of chocolates cost, do you? You don't know. But apparently his mother's allergic to flowers. Not that she ever eats flowers, I shouldn't think so. But, so halves on a box of chocolates. That's the best the two of you can manage. That is so mean. That was so... Why don't you pay for somebody to do all the washing and ironing in the family for a week? Give her something she really, really wants. Not a... Yeah, but a box of chocolates is a bit naff. I mean, is I don't know how to phrase this delicately. Is your mother underweight? Or is she the other one? Which one is she? She's pretty much bang where she... This is obviously some youthful expression, ladies and gentlemen. She's bang where she's supposed to be. In the bloody kitchen with an iron in one hand, I should imagine. Do you have electricity, or is it what she heated up on the stove? Has she got things like that? I know, I've been to Scotland. I love Scotland. I don't want to go walking among the, Darren... Well, he's Scottish, and he's here. He likes it here more, probably, than Scotland. He doesn't go home every weekend. Is your mother still with us, or is she... She's very much still with us. Oh, she might still be listening. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Adam. I do beg your pardon. Just that he hadn't mentioned you for a while. By the way, you will be getting a huge present now for Mother's Day. A little reminder. Do you buy her flowers? Oh, right. What do you get? Oh, right. Something else. Not chockies. Oh, right. Oh, there might be some... Oh, right. Because I've already promised these two I'm going to get them a chocolate something for Ollie, of course. Of course. I'll bring you a photograph in of what I thought it would have looked like had I decided to push the boat out and spend money. But no, I was told by my doctor, he said, you've got to start eating healthily. I've got a whole list of things on how bad my blood sugars are, how bad my blood pressure is. He said, I don't want to be a prophet of doom, he said, but you need to change soon. It's like, should I book Christmas or something like that? I don't know. I said, I'm not worried. I'm not frightened of dying. He just smiled. He just smiled. So I went and bought... That's good. Yeah. I went and bought a salad. And I thought, so I'm only going to drink now at the weekends. I've just got to try and work out what time in the morning I start drinking to keep up with the amount I've been drinking during the week. Not that seriously, I don't drink that much. I spill most of it. It's an old gag, but it's worth repeating, even at this time of the morning. So I came away very, very dejected, thinking he was going to... Well, my feet are all right. My feet are good. Because they always... Do you get your feet tested? No, you wouldn't do, would you? You're not diabetic. A lot of diabetics end up having toes amputated and things like that, because you lose circulation. And then he asked me about my love life. He asked me if I'm, managing in that department. Imagine discussing things like that with a perfect stranger. I said, I think I'm managing quite well, thank you very much indeed. I said, it depends whether you want a small flag or a billboard. We'll take it from there. I said, in my case, it'll be a small ad in loot. It's ridiculous, isn't it? People ask you things like that, and you find yourself telling a perfect stranger intimate details about yourself. At one point, I had my trousers round my knees while he checked what my, where I was injecting looked like, and he was sort of prodding it. And he went, oh, it's a bit lumpy. Oh, you're going to get a smack in the mouth in a minute, I'm telling you. I mean, another half an inch to the right, and he'd have found more lumps. So I decided not to. I came out of there, as I say, a very depressed person. But nevertheless, we lived, and it's the weekend, and it's going to be great this weekend. I've decided. I'm not doing anything. I've decided I have my best weekends when I've got nothing to do. When somebody says, oh, do you want to get... No, I don't want to. I'm opening another bottle of Prosecco. I've crammed in 2, and it's only 8:10 in the morning. So we do things like that. We had a lovely actress in the other day, Tuppence, didn't we? Tuppence Middleton. You liked her, didn't you? He liked Tuppence Middleton. He was very happy with her. She was very sweet. She's 33, I think. 32. She looks like 16. She could play really, really, really young. A bit like me. I could play really... How old are you? You're younger than I am, I know. Well, you're all right. Don't say it like that. How much younger than me are you? Are you really? Oh, good Lord, honestly. Oh, 45. Oh, is it common knowledge? I'm not sure. Is it on Wikipedia? Yeah, sorry about that. That and your poor mother. 45, honestly. I was trying to think what I was doing at 40... Oh, I was here. Hey, go back the last 40 years. Where were you? Here. Nothing changes. Yeah, he was old as LBC. Isn't that good? I think that's quite some achievement, isn't it? But yesterday we were discussing, Darren goes home from here, and he doesn't go straight to bed. He likes to have a little read or something like that. Do you watch telly? Sometimes. It's a bit absorbing, telly. You tend to... Oh, right. See, I don't know if I've got Netflix or not. On my... Oh, do I have to pay for it? Oh, I haven't got Netflix. I haven't got Sky either. I don't pay for anything like that. But I've got a little button on my remote which says Netflix. I assumed if you pushed it, up came Netflix, but it doesn't. Is it not? I don't know, nothing. Nothing at all. You need to... I can't log in because I haven't paid for it. But everything you've got to pay for... As far as I'm concerned, I've got a television with some free shopping channels, and luckily we've got the religious channel, so I'm indoctrinated every day by these people from America going, the Lord is going to do this. And I get quite carried away with it. I love it. I love things like that. I flip through television channels, and all of a sudden, you just get into Pie in the Sky, and they go, and now an ad break. And it's at that moment that I move off channel and go somewhere else. Back to the religious channels. There's amazing... Sorry? Oh, I was many years ago, I think you'll find. That was a happy day. I tell you. Oh, I tell you. It doesn't matter. Anyway, so... Then he started telling you about something else. It's a shame about all those people on benefits, says Ian, in the post office. Actually, I was fibbing about that. I was just doing it for a comedy moment. I won't go in there if there's other people, because they might brush up against you. And so I don't do anything like that at all. If I'm going, I like to make sure that there's nobody in the queue, and then I rush in and quickly get to the counter. But he says, I feel sorry for people who travel on buses. Do you? I love travelling on a bus. What do you think, buses? Do you not do buses? You get... Of course you do. Yeah, but who's going to come anywhere near you? Ollie, for goodness sake, I mean, look at yourself. Are you one of the weirdos? Are you one of those ones who go, anybody see my camel? You know, kind of thing. And we all go, yeah. Actually, I sometimes... I try and avoid people's eyes on the bus. You should do the bus in London is great. Yeah, you drive everywhere, don't you? Even in London, you drive. See, I don't... Where'd you park? Oh, okay. Is that easy to do? Have you got a permit? Ah, right. That would be it, you see. Because every time I come up into London, trying to find the parking space is just like a never-ending problem. Especially around Covent Garden, which is where I want to be. Or failing that, perhaps I should find somewhere else. No, you're right. Nobody... Apart from loads of people where you are. There's quite a few flats, aren't there, over there? Yeah. Right. Are they sort of maybe weekend people or something? Because you can walk all the way through, can't you? To the other side. Amazing, really. Oh, how lovely, honestly. What a thought, honestly. What a treat for a person my age. Pop round for tea, he said. For tea. People used to do that, didn't they? They used to say years ago, would you like to come round for tea? Mother would love to see you. You think, oh, God, not one of those situations again. This is my new friend, Stephen. And then your mother starts grilling you. So, where did you two meet? You know, and that kind of stuff. You go, I don't want to tell you. Oh, so how much do you know about Stephen? Would you like to see his baby pictures? And out they come. Out they come, and they go, and this is Stephen when he just climbed out of the bath, hoping it's grown, and here's us on the beach in Bridlington, middle of bloody winter, freezing cold, you know, dreadful. Anyway, we have to take a break. I suddenly realised there's a reason why I'm sitting here, and it's to get as big an audience as possible, and trying to get advertisers interested. Callum just texted me, and then I clicked onto it, and it said it's been deleted. He's only just sent it. How does that work? He said he's heading into work. He will be heading into it. I think he's producing breakfast on one of our sister stations, which is quite... Oh, he must hate this time of the morning. It's not his time of the morning at all, really. Let me just see if I can find this thing, because there's nothing worse than sort of having something deleted. Deleted. Where is he? There we go. Da. He's got a picture of himself. Actually, he put two pictures up on his website. One is Conor McGregor and the other is him. And there's no difference between them at all, really, apart from the fact that Conor's wearing green tracky bottoms and Callum's are black. And that's, well, they look black on my thing. So he's also got Red Letter Day. I wonder if he's got a birthday. Do you think he's got a birthday coming up? I don't know. I never know when people's birthdays are. We have to check round here, because there's so many. But in fact, Callum was the one who was sending in pictures of me, which he doctored. They weren't pictures. It was me. There was a picture of me and Matt Goss. There's a rumour they might pick up an award for being naff. There's also a picture of me and Shane Ritchie, and then a picture of me with the heart-shaped sausage. Became like stalking, actually. So he's obviously on his way in. He's obviously on his way in. But what he wrote to me, I've got no idea. Seriously. It's ridiculous, isn't it? You know, somebody sends you a thing and then it vanishes. And I go, what did he say? I just know that he's been out celebrating and he's... oh, there you go. It was yesterday. 28. Or is that minus 28? 28 years old yesterday. I don't think he was that old. I thought he was about 25, 26, which actually is very nice of me to say that at this time of the morning. I'm presuming you're actually coming in to produce a breakfast show. Am I right? Lovely boy. Lovely, lovely boy. Callum. We like Callum a lot, actually. He's got one of those... I've seen his back garden, if you pardon the expression, because he was. I quite like the idea. And then he sat in his dad's cab. His dad's a black cab driver, as you probably know. Steve, doctor's right. Stop the lolly eating. You're naughty. Oh, I was so naughty yesterday. Glad you had a lolly yesterday. Back to cooler weather, says little Julie. They've said next week back to freezing. It'll be thermal knickers by next week. And Alex says, I went to my doctor's, who queried my drinking, and I said, I don't drink anymore. Mind you, I don't drink any less either. James says, you've got to hang around for some time yet, otherwise what's the whip round going to cost us? Do I supposed to get that? It's what? Oh, right. Oh, the wake. Andrew and Bob says, we've just converted 67p to old money. Good grief, a stamp now costs 13 shillings and 6 pence. So pleased, you're sounding better. By the way, no snow in Pratt's Bottom. We love Andrew and Bob. It's the only time that we know when there's proper snow in the country, because they sent in a picture of their garden. And we always have a good laugh at it, actually. Wait a minute, we've got another picture of Callum. We might have there's a picture of him in his dad's cab. I was talking to my driver this morning, and I persuaded him to do the knowledge. Because, you know, he will earn more money. He'll have to work it. The funny thing is, Callum looks as though he's quite at home there. Whereas I'm not even sure that Callum drives. I might be talking out of turn, but I've just got this feeling he doesn't drive a car. I don't know, I could be totally wrong, actually. I'm generally wrong on most of these things, Callum, so just go with me, okay? You know, when you get to my age, it's a bit confusing. But I'm having dreadful trouble at the moment remembering names. Really bad. A friend of mine does... Steve Allen, I know, yes. There used to be a presenter on LBC, and she used to write her name in front of herself on a piece of paper. And I always used to laugh, thinking, oh, it must be awful to get to that age. I'm at that age. I know who I am. It's the other people I don't know. And a friend of mine is a heating engineer. He's got his own... He used to work for British Gas, and then he decided he could do better by himself, so he bought himself a van. Very clever. Very clever is our Joe. And he does heating and, you know, boilers and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, I was going home yesterday on the train, and I couldn't remember his name. I could not remember his name for love nor money. I knew that we had a notice board at home with his name on it because it had his card there. But I couldn't remember his name, and I thought, somebody told me. The world's greatest memory man said to me, Steve, you have to do association. So trying to remember Joe's name, you associate him with... I can't remember what it was, actually, because I can't remember that bit either. And so I went through the whole alphabet. You know when you do that, you go, what's somebody's name? A, B, C... And you go all the way to... You get to the end of the alphabet, and I'm none the wiser. It wasn't until I got in, I looked on the notice board and went, Joe. So much easier. So much easier. Anyway, on the programme this morning... The girl with Down syndrome denied a visa for New Zealand. Poorer kids banned from a playground near posh flats. Jerry Horner hires a voice coach ahead of the Spice Girls tour. What your GP receptionist really thinks about you. Do you think they go, oh, they're in again, la, la, la. There was a woman yes, the woman down. There was a woman in front of me at the doctor's yesterday, and I could tell immediately we were going to be there forever and a day. They have 2 windows operating, so I'm standing behind the one I thought she'd move quick. She went, oh, I'm so sorry. And you think, oh, God, she'll be here forever. Oh, I was just checking on whether or not my tablets would be available for... Yes, says the receptionist, it's there. And I'm thinking, oh, good, that'll be the end of it. And so do I take the... Oh, for God's sake. And I'm standing there, and I've got a big bag full of country lives, because I like to, you know, enrich the reading of the people who go and sit in my doctors. And I think, in a minute, she'll finish now. So that one's all right there. Okay, I think I need another appointment. Oh, God's sake. You know, why don't you just go home and phone them? You know, and she looked at me as if to go, because they sometimes do, they go, I'm so sorry. And I always go, yeah, whatever. And then the receptionist goes, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. There was nothing you could do about it. It was her. And so then she goes on and she goes, oh, and if I have that appointment, what are the chances of getting an afternoon appointment? I thought, why don't you just go nothing? Okay, it's 10 o'clock in the morning or nothing at all. No, she goes for a whole list of appointments. And in the end, you know, so I've got one at 10. And this woman's got her little diary out. Always infuriates me. You know, buy eggs, buy leeks. And then it had on this thing, and she went, oh, now, is that the Tuesday or the Thursday? Oh, for God's sake. I mean, I nearly felled her to the ground and went, oh, I'm so sorry, she's passed out. But I didn't. And so I sort of stood there trying to look, you know, as if I really didn't have a care in the world. Which actually, at that precise moment, I didn't, because I'd switched off. And then she went, oh, sorry, on the Thursday, was it... oh, God's sake. Was it... Is the 10 past... No, the 10 past one not free, then. That's the following Tuesday. Right. Which ones have you got for the Thursday back? And I'm standing there. Meanwhile, the other reception, because I don't want to move by now. You know when they go, oh, would you like to move your stuff over to this till? This one's now operating. No, I'm standing at this one, all right? I'm not going to pick all my stuff up. And so the other one became free. And I'm the only idiot standing there like a prune behind this woman who's nattering on like there's no tomorrow. Very funny, very funny. Do you know that Frankie Dettori learned English by watching EastEnders and listening to Les Dawson doing blankety blank? That explains quite a lot. Quite a lot. Also, the good news is, if we stay in the EU, could be the end of the clocks going backwards. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Because I'm sick to death of changing the bloody things. I really am. And also, on the pavements of Benidorm, mobility scooters are set to be banned. Because most of the people aren't immobile at all. They just want this same sort of thing. And also, a bungling Tory MP suggests that knife crime victims could avoid perpetrators by being a bit fitter. I mean, quite clearly an idiot of the first order. This is the same MP who blocked the female genital mutilation and upskirting laws. Buffoon! Buffoon! He's got a knighthood? What, for being an idiot? What, recently? Oh, for goodness sake, honestly, don't you just give up, honestly. How do we get idiots like that knighthood? Mind you, we can take them away from people. We might be taking away David Steele's. So that'd be good, because he's another idiot. Why do they give them to people who are sort of classically stupid? Mike says first-class stamps are now 70p. Went up on Monday. Thank you. It doesn't help, does it? Mind you, it used to be the joke was 70p. You know, the joke was 70p. Take that. And it was 69p for storage and a penny for delivery. Because they used to hang on to things for such a long time. But then I watched a gang the other day from Ghana who were operating in London with somebody in the post office nicking credit cards, going out and spending money on them, going to high-end stores and all the rest of it. Luckily, the police caught them, and they all went to prison, because they were bent crooks. But I saw another one of those great programmes, Can't Pay, We'll Take It Away. And they went to a garage where they were quite clearly bent, and they made a little phone call, and some of their friends turned up. And then the police turned up, and little friends went, oh, we're so sorry. I love it when it's like that. Watching them kowtow to the police is one of my favourite moments. OK, let's have a check, shall we, on the news as he waits patiently in his little... Morning, everybody, 27 minutes to 5. My friend Ian says, I sympathise with your wait at the store. I was waiting at FedEx to send cards to the UK yesterday. The woman in front of me couldn't get the addresses right, or her name right, for the return address. She took so long telling the lady where to send the package, I started to think she was just lonely and wanted to talk to people. Some people are like that. Some people are like that. They will... In fact, it was highlighted in... Well, actually, it's a couple of things. Firstly, it was highlighted into The Manor Born, where Audrey Forbes Hamilton was a bit lonely in her little sort of gatehouse cottage. She invited all these people round to have a chat. And in fact, somebody in a vicinity of my sort of sphere of work, she invites people round to give her quotes for things, just so it's somebody to talk to. And apparently she's not alone. There's loads of people who, you know, don't have an army of friends, or they're not able to get out and meet people, so they invite people around. They go through the yellow pages and go, right, let's have a new garden gate, get somebody round for a chat and all the rest of it, make them a cup of tea. You know, it gives you an hour, doesn't it, with somebody different? I'm all in favour of that. Jackie says a Magnum's hardly a nice lolly, more chocolate and ice cream. Yeah, I had the mint one the other week, which was quite... It's £2, though. It's a lot of money, isn't it, when you can get 10 ice lollies for £1 in Iceland. I love Ken Clark, says Jackie, completely off at a tangent, and says he's a national treasure and should be knighted. Should he? I don't know whether or not I'm thinking along those lines. Don't think so. I mean, I might be. Also, the American actor has had all the charges for that fake race attack dropped. Chicago police insist, though, that he did do it. But they've decided to drop them. And you know what it comes down to? Money. Money. I didn't think that was possible in America. Money. Certainly is. Also, the mum who died after cosmetic surgery by a firm who advertised during Love Island, she wasn't given drugs, which could have saved her. And people are so obsessed, aren't they? It's one of those places where, you know, come and have your boobs done here, and they'll put up a picture of somebody going, oh, I look voluptuous, don't I? And you go, really? You shouldn't be into it. Look at Chloe Sims. She can't move her face. She's stuck in a wind tunnel. She looks ridiculous. Ridiculous. You know, she's an old woman now, and she's still having all this stuff. She trowels the makeup, way too much makeup. Way too much makeup. You'd think some of these high-end fashionista places would be advising them on how to put makeup on. I mean, seriously, she's going out with this little bloke called Dan Edgar. I think we'll probably have more on that on the free podcast, which is back today, incidentally. And you think just so you look at her and you're just a bit sad, you know. You go to bed with somebody who looks very glamorous. You wake up in the morning and you're going, whoa, maybe not, maybe not. Also, Yodel, who put a thing, sorry that your parcel was ripped to bits. We left it with the dog. I don't think I've ever had a Yodel parcel. I can't remember. But, and I'm not sure if I fancy the idea of the British car overhaul to be fitted with speed limiters. I think it's the first, you know, overhaul in 50 years, which is quite something. So they're going to fit new cars, they say, with speed limiters from 2022 onwards. You know, I mean, I think it's one of the range of safety features, along with automated emergency braking, electronic data recorders, and improved visibility for lorries to see vulnerable cyclists and pedestrians around the vehicles. Because they always say, if you can't see this, or no, it's if you can see this, I can't see you, or something, whatever, I don't know, whatever it is, it's dangerous. So the package of measures has got to be ratified by the European Parliament. Oh, God, who cares? Although Britain may no longer be part of the EU when the rules come into force, the UK regulators, Vehicle Certification Agency, says it will mirror safety standards for vehicles in the UK. I agree. They say, you know, cars are travelling and there should be intelligent speed assistance. There'll be a warning. I've got that on my car, you know. I don't know whether or not you've got it on your car, but if I go over 70 miles an hour down the motorway, ping, 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 ping. Firstly, I didn't know what it was. I thought it was me. I thought it was like some sort of tinnitus. But it wasn't. It was telling me about watching my speed. So I had it disconnected. So much easier. A Magnum is a choc ice on a stick. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I know what a choc ice looks like, and I know what a choc ice tastes like. A Magnum it's a Magnum. You're right, I mean, basically it is a choc ice, but it has got bits in it and everything else. I wish they'd bring out an orange Magnum. I like orange things like that, or lemon Magnum. Make it more entertaining, wouldn't it? But you're right, it is just an ice cream on a stick, covered in chocolate, and we've all had them. They're just so expensive, aren't they, really? Excuse me? Water. It's water. I'm drinking more water. I'm cutting out fruit, I've decided. Fruit's apparently terribly bad for me. I'm not very good with fruit. Worst thing, mango. Mango. What did I eat the other day? Mango. What did I have the other day which made me very ill? Kentucky Fried Chicken. Why? Because it's just too bad for me. It's just bad. And so my doctor said, you shouldn't really be having it. I said, I only have it about once every 2 years. I mean, I don't have it very often at all. Lily Allen dropped by her management firm after the last album flopped. So, tough in the business, isn't it? Even if you're established, you can still be dropped. And a woman gets an on-the-spot fine of about 90 quid and a spending of the night in the cells. Why? She twerked at a police officer. Obviously drunk. Nobody twerks at police officers. And some poor man has been fined 50 quid for throwing a bit of McDonald's muffin at some seagulls from his car. He got stopped and they accused him of littering. But I mean, you throw it in the air, the seagulls catch it. It's a good game. It's also a McDonald's muffin. You know, better off in the mouth of the seagull than in your own. Christine McGuinness, yawn, boring old baggage, droning on about how she feels like a single parent because Paddy has a job, unlike her. She just has a small part-time little appearances in the Housewives of Cheshire. They don't even consider her a regular member of the team. They didn't put her in there the other week. Remember, we had a bit of a laugh at her expense. And she says, oh, I'm stuck at home while he's out working. I'm sorry, dear, have you been in the real world very long? That's generally how it works. Husbands go out to work. Sometimes women go to work as well. We're in the modern age. It is possible for you to have a job. You know, in your case, you just sort of go out and have your picture taken, and that's it. That's it. You know, you don't really do anything else. But to moan about, oh, it's like being a single parent. Well, tell you what, why don't you have him at home, and then you'll have to go and live in a sort of a bit of rented accommodation, you know? Of course, you'd be soon moaning about that one, wouldn't you? That's the trouble with Christine McGuinness. Boring, dull, dreary. Matthew says, I happen to find Chloe Sims very attractive. Well, of course you do, because you're sad. I mean, that's how it works. She's appealing to people like you. You know, I mean, you know, we've discovered this before with you, Matthew. You don't have many exciting things going on in your life, do you? You know, if the highlight of your week is watching Chloe Sims, my God, you're tragic. No. You're looking at a picture of Chloe Sims. Oh, blimey, even Scottish boy's turned his nose up. Matthew thinks she's really attractive, but there again, you know, Matthew needs to go to Specsavers, doesn't he? There's a picture of it. I mean, she's an old woman, Matthew. Perhaps you like old women like that. She should have been kicked off Essex ages and ages ago. Stop turning your nose up at her. It's not her fault. Yeah, she was doing a pout, wasn't she? Well, she can't move her face. She's so Botoxed and fillered and all the rest of it. And you think, and that's at the age of 36? That's at the age of 36. Not good, is it, really? Tesco do 3 raspberry or cherry magnums for $3.89. Says, a cherry magnum? Whoa, that sounds quite nice. A cherry magnum. I bet it's a bit dull, isn't it, really? Have you ever interviewed Ian McKellen on your talk show, says Chris? No. I don't know why, actually. I can't remember. Why have we not interviewed Ian McKellen? Why is he not... shrug of the shoulders and that's it. I'm getting through the water like there's no tomorrow. Normally I'd have had about bits and bits of fruit this morning, but I've decided I'm staying well away from... Oh, I tell a lie, I had an apple. I think apples are okay. I think. Only had one. But, no. I promised the doctor, I said, don't worry. I will definitely change all my numbers and everything else in a month's time. I've got to go back in a month. I have a feeling he's going to be on my case for ages. Tom says, stay well away from the post office on pension day unless you like the smell of TCP, mints and wee. Well, that's just awful, isn't it? Awful. I love the smell of TCP, strangely. I really do. Mints I like, and wee, well, I've got used to that over the years, so it doesn't really bother me at all. But I love the smell of TCP. And calamine lotion. Please don't write in with your favourite smells. Please. This is not one of those sort of programmes. We ban you instantly. And then you have, like Matthew, you don't have any friends, apart from Chloe Sims, who'd probably call the police if he went within, 3 miles of her. Some of the stories in the papers today. The demon burglars of Fleet Street. Chris and Dakota stalker terror, Jerry Horner. The Pope stopping people kissing his ring, apparently. And when they asked them at Vatican City about it, they said sometimes he wants to do it, sometimes he doesn't. Because the moment you meet the pontiff, I don't know if you've ever met the pontiff, but, he sort of proffers his hand and people kiss it. But he's been, pulling his hand away, people trying to kiss the papal ring. Bit of a problem, really, isn't it? And the engraved ring represents his marriage to the Catholic faithful who kiss it to show devotion. It is smashed at the end of each pope's rule, and a new one is made for his successor. I never knew. I learn something new every day about the Catholic Church. But apparently, Francis, filmed on a visit to a holy site near Ancona in Italy, has also broken with tradition on Catholic teachings. He's also shown himself to be awkward at customary gestures of reverence and chooses to live in a modest 2-room apartment rather than the spacious penthouse reserved for the Pope. I mean, it is like the best job in the world, isn't it? When I say the best job, it's like, don't get any bigger than being the Pope. I mean, that's it. You look at Vatican City and you think the people who have walked those corridors and the fact he's going to be buried underneath where he works every day is something to think about, isn't it, really? Woman's Hour, apparently. I don't know, it's still going, but apparently it is. Sparked a backlash from many of its listeners after asking if children should be taught about LGBT rights in schools. The show asked their 180,000 Twitter followers for their views after protests in Birmingham. But its tweet, do you think LGBT rights should be taught in schools, provoked listener James Roberts to write, why even frame this as a question? Doing so legitimises no as an answer, which is damaging. Steve Wardlaw added it was similar to asking if racial equality should be taught. Absolutely agree. Mind you, they're so backward, aren't they? Poor old Woman's Hour, honestly. Fancy having some sexist old programme like that. Anyway, here we are women, and we're going to talk about LGBT. You know, do we have anybody on the team? I don't know. Muriel looked a bit suspect the other day. I don't know. Should we talk about that? I mean, they do. I think they're hopelessly out of touch, but it doesn't matter. I'm commercial radio. Mark says, at least Scottish boy can turn his nose up. I like Chloe Sims. He's keeping his hat on this morning. I don't know why. He's either had a really bad haircut or he's cold. Are you cold, dear? How can you be cold, honestly? Should get you a scarf for your birthday. Oh. Box of chocolates. Yeah. What would you like for your birthday? Have you done a list? Have you asked your mum to get you something like socks and pants or something? Something like that? What? They're taking you away. Oh, that's late. His parents are taking him away. With the usual thing they tried when he was 14. They took him away, and then they left him, and they came back home again, blasted. He found his way back. So, you beat them home, didn't you? But he's going off to Krakow. Well, that'll be nice. You've been there before? Oh, right. Why are you going? Is it just somewhere to go? Oh, that's nice, isn't it? So you, your sister, your mum, your dad. Oh, that's really lovely. You don't who's looking after the dogs? Oh, right, just pass them on to the neighbours. It's a little bit like sort of Jordan, isn't it? What should we do with Harvey? Give him to the hairdresser. That's what she did. She went away. Kel says, your voice is sounding much better this morning. I thought so, too. The best apples are the ones in Cooper's. £1.50 for 5, says Matthew. Oh, God, turning into a stalker now. Joan says, who is Chloe Sims? I've never heard of her. Do you know, that's a very good question. On to Wednesday. Exciting days, exciting days. Kay says, apples are not good for you. It's high sugar. Pears are better. I'm not big on... I did have a pear the other day. I had a conference pear, which is very nice. Peter says, do you like Gino, the celebrity chef? All right. I'm not going to get, excited about the whole thing. Pat says, you're naughty. I've just spat tea all over the bread when you talked about the Pope's ring. I know. Imagine he didn't want people to kiss it. Imagine, Pat. Here in Oz, says John on Manly Beach in Sydney. Here in Oz, we have another brand of Magnum called Connoisseur. They do a Sicilian blood orange with chocolate ice cream. Oh, that sounds a bit... No, chocolate ice cream. Sicilian blood orange. I'll tell you what I like, those. What do I... You know those fizzy drinks I'm not supposed to have anyway, but they're very... San Pellegrino. I like those, but I can't have those either. I'm determined I'm going to be very healthy. The funny thing is, I don't actually eat that badly. I did say to him the other day, if I have a salad, could I have some cooked chicken with it? He said, oh, yes, of course. So I thought that sounds quite nice. So I did have a salad this morning, which is not great, is it? Jane says, as a fellow diabetic, a rule of thumb is any berry you can eat, but leave out any other fruit, all far too high in sugar. I know. Everything. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Even though you say you haven't interviewed Sir Ian McKellen, he came to one of your shows on the Marylebone Road by Euston Station. That show, the cannon failed to go off, says Alan. Did he? I didn't know he came to one of my shows. I know lots of other people have been to my Magic Circle shows. Hugh Bonneville turned up one year with his son, big fan of magic, which is good. So, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, and we shall weave everything in. Jane Moore, two things, actually, both of which I 100% agree with. First of all, strictly pro Karen Clifton, who wept on Instagram, writes Jane Moore, after being turned away from a barber shop that refused to cut her hair because she's a woman. I felt crap. I've never experienced this. It's not right, she sobbed. Never mind a haircut, says Jane Moore. Getting a life might be advised. But I know, what a drip. What an absolute... Oh, I can't cope with it. Somebody doesn't want to cut my hair. God in heaven, what have we got to? Now, the other one is a picture of Chloe Sims apparently crying on Towie. Ha, 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 ha. Except it's hard to tell, says Jane Moore. She's had so many Botox and fillers, her face is virtually incapable of movement. What are these young women doing to themselves? And why do they all seem hell-bent on turning into Sophia from the Dolmio family? She says, stop it now. Yeah, poor old Chloe. Oh, can't move my face. You watch, darling, it's going to come back to haunt you. You wait till it all starts dropping. You're going to go from being, oh, look, I look lovely, to, oh, my God, I've aged. Because that money's going to dry up. How these people are not bright enough to realise that. But when she cried, it looked awful. And, if you have Botox and fillers, you've got to keep having them done. And it costs quite a bit of money. A few £100 here, a few £100 there. So what you have to do is be very careful. But unfortunately, Chloe, a bit of a drip in the first, find anybody. And then once it all starts dropping, I'm going to be there laughing like a bloody drain, I tell you. I think you're a secret Chloe Sims fan, says Mrs. M. Her boyfriend, Dan Edgar's smoking up. Well, he's gradually working his way around all of them, isn't he? Mind you, give him a year, he'll probably have done it. And they're not going to turn him down. Many years ago, Steve, I found a vacant counter at a post office in St Anne's-on-Sea. A large dog appeared in the window. It shocked me. The postmaster laughed and said, he deals with dog licences. Do you know, actually, we don't have dog licences anymore, do we? We used to have them. It's like you used to have a wireless licence. It used to be 5 shillings, apparently. Or something like, I can't remember, something like that. Greetings from Dublin. Christine, how are you? We always do that every time, by the way. We've been doing it for about the past 15 years. Lovely to wake up and hear your dulcet tones on the radio. You do know I'm your #1 fan in Ireland. That's what I like to hear. That's what we like to hear on this programme. You know, it's people say to me, you know, what's it like getting an audience at that time of the morning? I went, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Because people are so loyal. People are good. People are very good. Also, what have we got? She talks about prime ministers, and she talks about poor old Peter Rees-Mogg. I mean, seriously, if ever there was little Lord Fauntleroy, I know it's a terrible thing to say. He just looks, doesn't he? He looks like the kid who's going to be bullied at school. You can just tell, except you know he goes to one of those schools that he wouldn't be bullied because they don't do that. The speedboat killer, Jack Shepherd, has agreed to be extradited as long as he gets his own cell. Oh, shut up, honestly. Who are these stupid people, really? It's like the other day, I was reading a report the other day, you know that Charles Bronson prisoner, not his real name, of course, and he's going to be celebrating with a milkshake party in his cell. The fact he's got rid of that dreary ex-wife. She's also going to be having a party outside, but as I say, her star failed years ago. A 10-second appearance on a couple of soap operas. Nobody knows who she is. Nobody knows at all. I was reading about Paul Young, the singer, in Wikipedia. It says Gino D'Acampo burgled his house and got 2 years. He did. That's well known. That's well documented. I mean, that's been around for donkey's years. So not difficult to find out about that. Re-queuing in the post office. It's okay if you love the smell of napalm, mints and mothballs in the morning. And also, Steve, I do hope that Scotty Boy gets loads of lovely Lego and cake for his birthday. Well, we might get some cake as well. I don't think he's big on Lego. You're not big on Lego, is he? Where's that come from? Why do people... what do you mean when you were a child? You're still a child. You're only 25. Only 25. It's not like... You're turning 25. You're just turning, aren't you, really? So, when does this come out that... So how does this person know that you like Lego? Have you? Your entire generation? Oh, right. Do you have Lego at home? No. Oh, right, giving it to your cousins. Oh, right. So you don't really like Lego anymore. It's all finished. Oh, really? What do you do with it? What do you mean play? It's Lego. You can't play with it. Build what? Oh, right. Oh, right. Pure imagination. Yeah. I know, I've seen the price of it. We used to have a Lego shop in Kingston. And then it closed. And then also people go, oh, we really missed the Lego shop. We never blooming went to it when it was open. So he's going to come and get his Lego back from his cousins. And then he's going to play with it when he has children. I mean, well, I'm kind of jumping all the hurdles this morning, aren't we? Already we're talking about children. So perhaps really for your birthday... I should be buying baby clothes. You know, perhaps a voucher for Mothercare, if Mothercare indeed is even still going. I don't know. It's still going, is it? And so perhaps I could go halves on a pram for you. I can't believe in one conversation we've gone from a box of chocolates to when I have children. I mean, have you told the other half about this? Is she aware of this? Is she aware that... No? I'm just merely asking, you know. You haven't mentioned it to her at all, have you? A bit of a surprise she's in for. Oh, look, you're pregnant. Ta-da! Can't just decide to have a family like that. Yeah, well, yes, it's normally, isn't it? And also, have you mentioned this to your mother? I don't want your mother all of a sudden sending in a thing going, she's pregnant? I go, no, as far as I know, she's not. She's not. Oh, right, yeah. See, you can't start discussing children at the age of 25. You're not even married. Also, is your boiler mended? Oh, it's good. Does it light up now? Was that good? Did you feel better? Was it really good? Okay, there you go. How much did it cost? Was it very much money? Nothing. It was what? I can't hear you. The handyman does it for free in the block. Blimey, that's a block we could all do with. Is it a shared boiler or it's individual? Individual. Oh, right, the handyman comes round and faffed it and got it going. Oh, dear, honestly, that's a bit cool, isn't it? Well done, you. Does the handyman know about the children about to be emerging into the corridors and stuff like that? Is the handyman aware that we're going to have the sound of running feet and the smell of damp nappies? You know, things like that. I love the way you've sort of didn't get to that. No, well, you must talk to him about it because he'll be dead keen. Did you not buy a bucket? You're so mean. Honestly, you really are. So, you know, do you want to give us a list of things that you want for your birthday and then we'll just ignore it? Because it's difficult at your age. I mean, I don't know whether or not a face pack or, you know, or shoes or something. I don't know. Don't know what to buy people. Well, of course you know, you're 25. Do you want a bucket and spade? Do you want a packet of flags to go in the top of it? Do you want a football? You know, would you like swing ball or, do you know what I bought yesterday? Should have brought it in to show you, because I knew you'd love it. In fact, you probably both love it. It's one of those hovercraft thing takes off in the air. What do they call it? A drone. I bought a drone. I tell you why I bought it. Because it was really cheap. 27 quid. It's got It's got 4 propellers on it, and you can link it up to your phone, and it flips over. It's coming out the box this weekend, I'm telling you, it is. Should I bring it in here? I mean, it's not too big. Can you? I'll bring it in here. We can play with it in here. That could be great. And also, it's one touch. Will Guy to go for this thing, and then it flips over and it does acrobats and everything else. 27 quid. 27 quid. You could have it hovering. Really cool. Really cool. It was, I mean, I saw it. And actually, I thought of giving it to you for your birthday, and I thought, no, I'm not spending that much. And, but it sounds really, Dave O'Brien, we could have it hovering over the newsroom. That'd be so exciting, because it's got the little camera in it. The newsroom will be going, what's that? It's Steve Allen's toy. It's so cool, isn't it? A drone. I'd forgotten what they were called, actually, momentarily. We got the news coming up very shortly. I've just bought 4 Magnums from Tesco, 2 quid. I've already eaten 2 on the way home, says Paul in Cheshire. And Cliff from Wallington says, I'm being fitted with the diabetic system today. No more finger pricking. I just swipe a meter over a patch. Lovely. I haven't done my blood sugars today. I don't know whether I should do them. I've got the machine with me and everything else. We've done this before. Done it before. Coming up, then the news at 5 o'clock. Does Scotty Boy know that Lego produce the most tyres in the world every year? We've done that joke. We've done it. Who makes the most tyres in the world? Lego. People think you're going to say something like Goodyear or something like that. Sel says, great to hear you're back in full health. Morning. Anne says, how are your audience numbers? Up, and up. I knew that'd really annoy you. Fantastic. Yeah, up. You know, that's the way it goes. I can't help it. You can't halt progress, I'm telling you. You cannot halt progress. Mick says, if you say good morning, Colonel, in our local post office queue down here in Devon, half a dozen old boys will turn round and answer. I like that idea. Wendy says, did the doctor put you on steroids? I don't think so. Somebody says, have you got a pilot's licence to fly your drone? No, they've already told me, you can't fly them anywhere. I said, I'm going to fly it in here. I'm going to bring it in for the weekend. Because I tell you, if I gave it to the producer, he would be playing with this at home, I promise you. You could tell by the moment I mentioned that I bought one, he was very excited. I've also got a little helicopter, which is tiny. It's like 4 inches across, less than 4 inches. It's tiny. You charge it up on its actual battery pack, and it's got coloured lights in it. Whoa! How cool is that one? I love stuff like that. But Scottish Boy, he'd go up into the Highlands. He would be going up there and be going, look, Mum, look, and then he'd be showing her what the drone's like. I love it. I love things like that. In fact, I wouldn't have bought it, but I thought, 27 quid. You know, why not? Why not? 27 quid, for goodness sake, honestly. It's fantastic. And the Wallingham Park gang. I love the idea. As you know, we're on our bowls holiday in Norfolk. Since arriving, I've had a really nasty virus, but I, like you, soldiered on, even though I nearly caved in on Monday, but ended up sleeping and coughing for 10 hours. But we go home on Friday, and one of our members, Kath, who couldn't come away this time, is having a knee replacement, so wish good luck. Also, happy birthday to Scottish Boy. There you go. He says thank you. Very grateful. It's quite nice, because actually Theo, when we had Theo Usherwood on the programme, we got people writing into him and all the rest of it, and he said to me, later, he said, whenever somebody walks past the door, if I can't catch them, I have to lean backwards to see who it is. I don't like them walking past the door. Like, sometimes they stand at the door and they wave at me and I can't see them. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, so, and, what was I saying? Can't remember. Sorry? Oh, about Theo. And Theo said to me, he said, thank you very much indeed for mentioning me. I thought, that's quite sweet, isn't it? Very sweet. We like Theo. I was none the wiser after yesterday's programme. I have to be totally honest with you. I was better with him last week, but yesterday I sort of sat here, and to be honest with you, I did glaze over a little bit. I did, because all I have to have it explained to me, and he does, because he talks about it all the time. Whereas you see, I can talk about musicals, and he would probably glaze over if I talked about musicals all the time. So he talks about Brexit and where we are with the government and what's happening. There was talk that she could go today. Yesterday there was talk that Theresa May could go today. Of course, it'd be funny if by tomorrow they go, well, actually, she'll step down and go, we did it first at 5:05 in the morning. They found, you're going to love this. You're going to love this. They found a number of things recently, but this is the fossil, you know what I'm going to say, of the world's largest T-Rex dinosaur, named Scotty. He was over 42 feet long, and he's also one of the oldest T-Rexes unearthed, having lived for 28 years. The reason they didn't live for very long is because they were trying to maintain their body weight on little piddly legs, so they didn't go. This one is 65 million years old, found in Canada's Saskatchewan province, encased in sandstone. They say Scotty, named after a bottle of Scotch whisky opened to celebrate his discovery, lived a brutal life. He had a broken rib, a broken tailbone, and a mouth growth indicating an infection. Is that amazing? They've spent 28 years excavating this fossil, and I'm assuming... Oh, Lord. Honestly, I'm assuming... Gee, I must tell you that our newsreader, the fit Josh Coop, is he's on a fitness regime at the moment. So the other day, he sort of said, "Oh, I'm back in the morning." I said, "That'll be really exciting." Then I wrote back, "Who is this?" You know, because you have to check on these things. And he said, "Just to prove I'm exercising." And he sent me a photograph of a field of grass. Just nothing in it, just a field of grass. And then he said, later on, we sort of chucked in something else, and he said, "Oh, by the way, I was taking the dog for a walk." I mean, normally if you're taking a picture of the dog for a walk and you're in the middle of a field, surely there's a picture of a dog somewhere. I mean, look, he's showing it to Scotty Boy now. It's a field. It's a field of grass. How does that indicate... Oh, have you? But how can a picture of grass be sort of an indicator of exercise? And then because he added in the... I know what grass looks like. I'm an adult. I've been around for many, many years. But also, and then you go, "I'm taking the dog for a walk." No picture of a dog anywhere in this picture. No picture of a dog. Obviously, the dog has disappeared, gone to the happy hunting ground where all dogs go. And then he said, "Oh, by the way, this is at the back of my garden." So I said, "Are you still living in a tent?" And he became quite aggressive. It's not necessary at all, is it? But he thinks he's doing exercise in a fit. If you're doing exercise, let's see you in a pair of lycra shorts. Please not. No, please not. Tell me. You've got shorts with you. Who brings shorts into work when you read the news? What's going on? What are you doing? You went for what before work? You went to... He said this the other day. He said to me, "I went to the gym the other day." I said, "The gym?" Laughing hysterically. And he said, "Oh, yes." He didn't know where it was or anything else about it. It's just a gymnasium, isn't it? Shall we see you tomorrow? Looking fit already. Missing you. Mean it. He's going to jog home. He lives in Kent. Bless his heart. But it was the fact that he sent me a picture of a field. You know, I mean, at least show a picture of, you know, his legs, you know, as he's doing a selfie or something like that. It never works, does it? Shade says, "Happy birthday to Scottish Boy from everybody in Sydney." Now stop it. You're not allowed to talk for everybody else. It's like somebody wrote to me years and years ago. It was so funny. So funny. And they went, "Oh, I don't like you. And everybody I know doesn't like you either." And I wrote back, "Dear Mr. Lonely, please don't write any more. Somebody's using your email account to write peculiar things." "I've just eaten a coconut magnum," says Dormant. I didn't even know they did one. They do a coconut magnum. Oh, that sounds nice. How many different magnums are there then? I want the one that they've got overseas. Steve, "One trust Scottish Boy," says Fawn, a.k.a. Mr. Legoland, will grace his imminent offspring with the name of Steve, Stevie or Stephen. Also, does he have Lego Batman, superhero, astronaut range. He hasn't got any Lego. He just had bricks, apparently. That's all he had. And he will not name his child Steve. Oh, really? Bit of a shame. I would have thought I'd made some impact on your life. You know. I would probably say, because of your surname. Well, I think that sounds all right. You don't have to use your surname. You could use her surname or something. That'd be okay, wouldn't it? I wouldn't worry about things like that. Just think about the fact that, you know, I'm not going to be around anyway by the time you get round to having children. I mean, that'll be years to come. Years to come. But at least nice to dream. I'm very intrigued. Why don't they get this T-Rex out the ground and put it... Because you remember the one that they had in the Natural History Museum? I thought that was really a T-Rex or whatever it was. No, it wasn't. They were just plastic bones. It was sort of mugged up. They had a few bones in it. The rest of it was sort of made up. Peter Andre's got a new TV show. I wouldn't waste your time. Seriously, it's about Ant McPartlin and about the pressures of the business. Well, we know. You've seen the way that poor old Peter Andre's career has nosedived of late. Not doing a great deal, is he? Wife makes peculiar comments. And Peter Andre talks about the pressure in the business. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, Pizzakins, but I know loads of people in the business, and they don't appear to be suffering from the pressure at all. It's just a few limp little snowflakes out there who can't. Mind you, I found another, I think he's a rugby player or a football player, caught speeding. Second time. Not good, is it? Guy says, great programme, just travelling to my daughter's netball match in Birmingham. Well, at this time of the morning, it's 7 minutes past 5. Actually, no, you're probably right. Depends where you are, actually, really. Looking forward to a good game, Guy. Good game. There's also a police officer. This is PC Katie Barrett. PC Katie Barrett is 22. She was fired for a racist rant after a drunken night out. I know they drink. And she'd been out drinking with two officers in Newcastle when she ordered food at a takeaway. Okay? A few minutes later, she said, I wish these effing peas would hurry up with my pizza. She was drunk. Mind you, she's 22. She's not the brightest one. She denied using the N-word and told a hearing, there's no deep, meaningful racism in me. The anti-racism group Hope Not Hate said the comments were utterly unacceptable and reprehensible. This is going to damage confidence because they've just given her a job back again, knowing that that's the language she uses when she's drunk. And she got £15,000 in lost pay. I mean, I don't know where we're going with the police force nowadays. It makes you wonder, doesn't it, really? It does. Yes, Ranking Roger has died, by the way. Somebody just pointed that out to me. And, yes, he was from The Beat on my radio. I loved On My Radio. They were from the Two-Tone record label, had hits like Mirror in the Bathroom. He was very young. He was only, I think, memory serves me, 50-something. Certainly not very old at all. Also a cover of Andy Williams, Can't Get Through to Losing You, no matter what I try to do, gonna spend my whole life loving you. Bum, 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 bum. And Stand Down Margaret, which was about Margaret Thatcher. Not sure if you remember them. Do you know, I watched a programme on the television the other day. Funny you should mention Beat, because I used to play a lot of two-tone in my clubby days. People get quite interested in things like that. And it was a programme about the Sex Pistols. And you'll remember me telling you that Dale and I went off to do the Sex Pistols years and years ago, when nobody really knew who they were. We just knew that they'd become famous. And Dale went to interview them. I think the interview was unusable, because it had all sorts of swearing. Now, I don't know whether or not Dale kept all his cassettes with his interviews on, because that would be something, you know, the archives, he interviewed loads. He would come down to London every weekend from, Radio Trent, and he would, interview people. I would go along. We did Cilla Black. Well, we tried to do Cilla Black. She was appearing in pantomime at the Wimbledon Theatre, and we got down there just literally 15 minutes before curtain up, and Bobby, her husband, said, no, it's too short notice. So we didn't. On My Radio is by The Selector, says Kevin. Thank you. There's always one clever one out there somewhere, isn't there? But anyway, On My Radio. Yes, so we used to play all of that kind of stuff. But we went to do the Sex Pistols, and I remember thinking at the time, because poor old Malcolm McLaren had to keep them in line, which wasn't an easy thing, because Johnny Rotten, who I always thought was a big fraud, Big fraud. Yeah, because we're so pretty, oh so pretty. We're vacant. Well, you certainly were, weren't you? Ended up having to sell butter and do a reality show. Such was his fraudulency. And in fact, who was the one who couldn't play guitar at all? Sid Vicious. Couldn't play a note. Totally, utterly useless. Druggy. Ended up dying, of a drugs overdose. And the other two, Steve Cook and... can't remember the other one. Can't remember the other one. It's a bit bad, isn't it, really? I'm supposed to remember these sort of things. So, Johnny Rotten, John Lydon, and Paul Cook. Steve Jones, Paul Cook. There you go. That was the two of them. Is Steve Jones an accomplished guitarist? It must be quite odd, because I think they then had Public Image Limited, didn't they? And they went out. But again, it was Johnny Rotten, who I thought, no. I just didn't buy into it. I just thought he was acting, because it was what the press wanted, and I was there on the night that they aired the famous Bill Grundy interview. Poor Bill Grundy, on the television, gets given them at the last minute because they thought they were controversial, and he was more interested in talking about classical music. And they didn't want to talk about classical music. They just wanted to swear, and there was a load of them in the studio. Then they called him a dirty old man. And you could see this poor man thinking, he said, go on, say something else. So, of course, they did. There was no holding them back. And they just went for it because he encouraged them. I mean, it killed his career, stone dead, in the water. I was watching it that night on the television thinking, oh my God, that was a big mistake. I mean, he didn't know who they were. They were just given to him. He only knew about classical music and stuff like that. He was a very good interviewer. But unfortunately, they got the better of him, and they got the publicity out of it, which was a great shame because they were a bunch of degenerates. 5:15. Although some of them are still going. Paul says, just driving to work in Dagenham. Glad to be part of the Spike. A lot of people wishing Scottish Boy a very happy birthday. I'm really thrilled. Some of your listeners, Steve, says down, are they in a parallel universe? Shopping for ice cream at 5 o'clock in the morning with the temperature in single digits and scoffing half of them on the way home. And now you're eating salad for breakfast. I just thought I had to eat something. And so a salad kind of worked it for me, which was good. Dennis in Banbridge, County Down, says if ever you're up north, make sure and test the Cheshire Farms ice cream. Ice cream to die for. Every flavour is my favourite, but my special are ginger and coconut. You can get it down with the river in Chester and in the Reader Ice Cream Parlour in Calderstones Park, Liverpool. These are the two I know, but I'm sure there are loads more outlets. Or visit the farm. It's a day out. I love a farm. I love a farm. Isn't that odd? Why would I love a farm? And sorry, the truth of the matter is that where we were in Yorkshire, we were surrounded by farms. So as kids, as you've heard, we used to go and play on the farms. And so I was quite used to the smell of it. The cow sheds never bothered me or anything like that. Somebody would go, poo, poo, it smelled. You go, no, listen, that's a good thing. Glenn Matlock is the one that you can't remember. Thank you, Harry. But I did remember him because I thought he was the best looking one in the group. But he was the one that they got rid of. They got rid of. They should have hung on to him, actually. Really. We're back from India. Go Anna and Andy. 37 degrees. And listening from lovely Bakewell, 37 degrees. Whew. John says, nice to hear somebody speak truthfully about the Sex Pistols rather than the undeserving praise that's heaped on them. I'm sure they're counterparts. I saw them, the Stranglers, twice last week. Proper musicians still playing. Yes, I mean, the Sex Pistols actually basically got given a load of money by EMI, Virgin, and a few other places, for not actually playing. Mainly because they weren't very good, and it was sort of Johnny Rotten doing his sort of fake, yeah, we're all anarchists, and all that'll grow up. Go away. Honestly, you could have, gone like you could have fallen over quite easily. Kevin the Milkman says, and Bill Grundy was trying to flirt with Susie Sue, who later formed Susie and the Banshees while interviewing the Sex Pistols. Classic car crash television. It was absolutely, Kev, I don't know if you saw it, or if you just seen it, later. I saw it on that night. And I sat there with my jaw on the floor thinking, oh dear, tomorrow's going to be such a bad day for Bill Grundy. Because he was basically encouraging them to use bad language. And of course, if somebody sits there and says, say something else, they did. Quite a few things they shouldn't have done. And he was flirting, and then she went, you dirty old man. And I mean, he was a respected interviewer on the television. I think his daughter went in the prep, might have been, I might have got that bit wrong, and said that I don't think he ever fully recovered from it. It was, because you don't know which way something's going to go, do you? I've seen people, interviewers on television programmes, do something, or the guests that they're with has done something. I had somebody in years and years ago, and it's only just reminded me actually, many years ago, at least 20 or 30 years ago, and she was, wait for this one, this is an odd one, she'd won Sheepdog of the Year, well she hadn't, but her dog had, and she came in, don't ask me why, but one of those sort of bizarre things. Anyway, I was talking to her, the next minute she picks up a glass of water and throws it over me. And I couldn't quite work out why. I was sort of thinking, perhaps it's something, I don't know, perhaps she didn't like the shirt or something like that. She literally had a glass of water and threw it over me and then carried on talking. I mean, looking back on it, it was the funniest thing going, but at the time I'm thinking, oh dear, I hope we don't explode in the studio, that we're going to blow up or something. Crisp morning down in the Costa del Eastbourne, says Donny. Seagulls out in force. Do they ever stop eating? Do they ever just sit down and go, let's have a little bit of a lie down? Do they sleep? Jackie said, do you remember Rossi's ice cream shop in Southend? Oh, ice cream shops I like. I do like them. I seriously like ice cream shops. I don't eat ice cream very often, but I just like the whole premise. I think the Rossi's one was a very Art Deco type building, if I remember. They're still there. Still there. God. And connected to Francis Rossi. Was it part of the family? Interestingly enough, a man who was in the Beatles films, long time actor, used to listen to this programme, got very friendly with my producer at the time, and he lived round the corner, and he was in the Beatles films, he was in everything else. His family came over here to sell ice cream when they were in Welsh Wales. Isn't that interesting? A lot of, and I told you, the man who used to come around the streets on his bicycle with the thing in the front was called the Hokey Pokey Man. It's called Hokey Pokey. Hokey Pokey? I don't know why it was Hokey Pokey. I can't remember why that was, actually. Steve, me, Simone and Dottie the dog are all wide awake listening this morning. Can't sleep due to the smell of the brie cheese coming from the fridge. Don't ask. Dottie has prime spot in the bed as usual. Don't be too harsh. She's a very loyal listener. Listen, I never turn animals out. But that's why I get so angry about people who mistreat animals. I seriously do. I have to restrain myself, which is not something you wish to see, I promise you. But, when you look at what some people do to animals, there was was it a cat the other day? People were throwing up and down in the air. And I thought, I wish somebody would bloody throw you up and down in the air. I get so annoyed about things like that. There's no necessity for any cruelty to animals at all. Really bad. Also, I mean, I don't know whether this is an interesting one or not. 160,000 nurses quit in 8 years. 160,000. Goodness sake, they need to start recruiting, and big time. Ollie Murs. Every time I see Ollie Murs, he never changes. He's just exactly the same old act, and he's never quite made it to sort of big celebrity. Maybe because he's not big celebrity. He's coasting. He's above Peter Andre, but there again, everybody's above Peter Andre. But he's turned up to Mrs. Brown's programme, and usual, it's all a bit dreary, really. He's obviously flogging tickets for his latest tour. And when were a nipper in Yorkshire, says Graham, did that pick up any lingo? No, we didn't. No, we were fairly cultured. And Steve says Joyce, I couldn't stop laughing at the banter between you and Scottish Boy in the shower yesterday. Good story, isn't it? Is that going in the best of? Oh, right. Yeah, of course. And you reminded me of Hilda Baker and Eli. Probably where it came from, I should imagine, Joyce. But thank you anyway. So Christine Boring McGuinness. Oh, and Victoria Corrin Mitchell. Victoria Corrin Mitchell said she takes her own sandwiches to dinner parties and eats them in the toilet. What do you do, tuck them in your pockets or something? And so, where is she? She's in the toilet eating a sandwich. There's also a girl with Down syndrome denied a visa for New Zealand. And let's ban racist football fans. I didn't even know we had them anymore. But apparently we do. Not necessarily here, but they sort of come in and they just think it's quite normal. Sad, isn't it, really? Steve, didn't the anarchist Johnny Rotten do a TV advert for butter? He did, Paul, he did. As I say, that's why I thought he was a fraud. There's no it was just fake. It was just fake. He probably went home and went, should we have some tea? But of course, sad people bought into it. Not me. Tom says, come to Broadstairs. We have a fantastic ice cream parlour. I'm sure you'd love it. Oh, no, don't. I like the idea of going into these old-fashioned shops with the wooden floors and they go, I'll have an ice cream float. They used to do it in Heidi High all the time. Sue Pollard used to go in there and go, "I'll have a so-and-so with mint chocolate buttons," or whatever it happens to be. Lovely. Kevin, the restaurateur, says on the way to the farm to see the chickens. My son wants to know if Scottish Boy has a cake with a kilt on it. No, he doesn't. No. You don't like cake? What, we've just spent 60 quid on a cake and you now tell us you don't like cake? Well, that's ruined, isn't it? Girl, blimey, honestly, how ungrateful. You have to give it to your mother. It's going to look a bit silly, though, because it's a kilt half lifted up. He says, laughing. Steve, the chat show with Rod Hull. And, yes, it was with Michael Parkinson. He hated it. Emu attacked him. Emu attacked him on the show because that's what Emu did. That, he would sort of sit there trying to do a normal interview and the bird would scrunch its mouth up a little bit. And Michael Parkinson, who used to work for LBC, used to do the morning show, and we had him for one of his after-dinner speeches. We had a load of advertisers and everything else, and I was there, and loads of other well-known presenters. And Michael Parkinson started by saying, I've interviewed so-and-so, and I'm only famous for that bloody emu. He hated it. You know why? Because it made him look silly. Up until then, he was in charge of the situation, but when it wrestled him to the ground, he said, he really felt like committing, he could have really hurt him quite badly. Susanna says, good morning. Do you remember back in the day, the toy hospital, getting your doll or teddy repaired? Yeah, there used to be one in Reading. I used to pass it, and it was called the Teddy Bear Hospital, but they did dolls as well. Isn't that nice? I don't know whether you have places like that. Nowadays, people throw them away, don't they? They don't do anything else. Answering to your new concerned listener, yes, of course we live in a parallel universe. At 7 a.m, I'd be already halfway through the day thinking about what to have for lunch. While so-called normal people would be moaning about their alarm clock set to 7:30. Why should I restrict myself to not buying ice cream at 5:30, says Monica. Exactly, I think people do whatever they want to do nowadays. I couldn't care less. I just don't want to hear about the droning on from Christine McGuinness. Go away, you boring old baggage. Please. It's dreadful. It's not necessary. Under advisement from fellow spikers, says Mike, and your good self, I've decided to forget making homemade pasta. I'm going to get out more and get myself a life. I think so too. What do you think of the Jack Shepherd? What was that one? Oh, this is the speedboat bloke. Well, the one who wants to come back and have a private cell with, apparently, CCTV. I love the way that people make demands now. I shall come back, I shall only have white fluffy towels, and they must be Egyptian. And you think to yourself, shut your mouth, Pete. Shut your mouth. So that's all I think about it. I've got no idea. I haven't followed it enough. I think he's coming home, and he will face the force of the law, and we won't talk about it ever again. Seems to make sense. Oh, late. Morning, everybody. Of course, they're now obsessed next door. We're going through YouTube to find the attacking emu. Opposite appeals to Scottish Boy. Thinks it's the best thing he's ever seen. So funny. I said the one thing that they used to say whenever Rod Hull was there, he'd say, "Oh, just run your hand over it. He'll be all right. He wants to be your friend." And so I think Michael Parkinson did it, and that's when it all started going wrong, because the nose curled up, the mouth curled up a little bit, and you think, he's going to go for him, and he did. But not only did he just go for him, he wrestled him to the ground. Parky was trying to maintain his dignity and keep his hair straight and all the rest. Oh, dear me. It was he thought it was hilarious, actually. The chap in Hard Day's Night was, of course, Victor Spinetti, of Jaffa Cake Eater fame. He loved this programme. He loved it. He came in a few times, Victor Spinetti, and we were very sad when he died, because my producer at the time was in direct correspondence with him. We thought he was lovely. Genuinely a nice man. Genuinely. Really, really nice. In fact, Paul in Manchesterford says, I can remember you putting him on air many a time, along with the lovely Liz Fraser, both sadly gone. I know, I can't believe it either. That we have this thing on In Conversation. There's a whole list of people that we've had in on the programme, and then you go, oh, so-and-so's died, and you go, did you ever that's the first thing they ask me, did you ever interview so-and-so? I have to try and remember, but now we've got the archiving, and it's much easier. But yes, we went round to Liz Fraser's house. I went round there, actually, some years ago, and I can't remember why. I think because she was a listener. Bella Emberg, another one who was a listener, but Victor Spinetti was lovely. He used to come and just sit in the corner of the studio. He was more than happy to do that, and he was such a lovely man. And sometimes you can't believe that, you know, we don't have these people anymore. Alex is obviously listening to the wrong programme. Says, did I hear right? You and Scottish Boy in the shower together? No. We had a problem because his boiler broke, and we were trying to recommend how he could get the thing back together. But anyway, it's all sorted out now, which is good. Steve, our local farm make the best rum and raisin ice cream. They soak the raisins in real rum, and you have to be over 18 to buy it. I've heard of that before, actually. I think the actual alcohol content is fairly low, is it not? Steve, I used to love watching Oliver Reed when he went on Parky and Aspel show Tipsy. Grace Jones on Russell Harty. That was the days of chat show entertainment. Yes, when she hit him. Because he turned his back on her. He was talking to another guest. Dreadful old baggage she is. Oh, can't bear her. Can't bear it. That's all she's famous for, nothing. She brought out an album, actually. La Vie en Rose was on it, and she was in a Bond film, wasn't she? A View to a Kill, and that was her claim to fame. But she was interviewed, she had her interview, and then, of course, she brings somebody else in, and so he turned his back, and then she hit him over the back. And people going, what's she doing? He went, she's mad as a fruitcake. Mad as a fruitcake. My father, says Pauline, used to sell Italian ice cream in the Rhondda Valley back in the 40s. He had a little truck with a bicycle. It cost a penny and was served in a glass. Yeah, well, in fact, you would take your glass to them. He would then put a spoonful in and you would pay that way. Lovely, isn't it? I like Happy Time. What on earth is Prince Charles doing with Camilla? Hello. It's a very nice car. I prefer the Rolls here, or the Bentley, whatever it is, or Jaguars. I don't know what it is. Is this in Cuba? That'll be jacked up. The wheels will be put onto something else very shortly. Steve, 84850. Kerfan says, I'd rather live in a parallel fantasy universe with such as yourself, who speaks the truth and keeps listeners' morale up whilst being utterly adorable. It is true. Did you ever have George Michael on? No, we didn't. No, we didn't, Tony. We didn't. I mean, it would have been a very interesting interview. I think it would have been very... Because I think you can get things out of people that perhaps you wouldn't get from somebody else. You know, I was looking at it not as a challenge anymore, because I don't think having a conversation is a challenge. But I quite like it when people tell me things. And I think, oh, that's good. I put it down in my mind, actually. John, the gay trucker in Corby. He's not the only one. There are others. He says, I've had a few crumpets with butter. My fridge is a bit cooler than it should be. So I got the butter out of the fridge to make it softer so I can spread the butter. When I took the lid off the butter, I noticed the butter had liquefied. I've got loads of Magnum lollies in my truck fridge freezer. You have a truck fridge freezer? Wow. I'm more worried about your butter that's gone all soft on you, which is not so good, is it? 22 minutes to 6. 22 minutes to 6. What have the Daily Star got? Woo! Celeb pals to dish the dirt on Ant. It's a telly documentary. Sorry, he got drunk and he got behind the wheel of his car. What else would you like to know? Programme over. Thank you very much indeed. Gary Barlow has revealed he runs a slimming club for his pals. He says, once known as the Fat One in Take That. He says, mates come to him for help in fighting the flab. After being impressed by his rippling body, he says, I do have a private clinic of my own. My mates are now my patients who come into me saying, I'm in a mess, I'm in my 40s, what do I do? Oh, right. Well, there you go. You live and learn, don't you? Live and learn. Paris Jackson finds her music therapeutic. I think you're the only one, darling. I don't think anybody else finds anything that you do therapeutic. But there you go. And what was the other one? Footballer Paul Merson has called for better regulation of the betting industry to help addicts like him. How is it the rest of us survive quite nicely with betting shops and all the rest of it, and some people fall off the wagon like Mr. Merson, who was seen sobbing on ITV's Harry's Heroes? It was absolutely nothing to do with him, the programme, but he managed to turn it all round. He says he was in a much better place today because he was on Good Morning Britain. He said he hates himself when he starts gambling and drinking. Yep. Oh, there you go. I hate it when I see you on the television. I think you should be sort of, stop trying to sort of exploit something. You sort of go there and you get it sorted out. I'm not sure whether or not we can anymore. Steve, didn't poor old Rod Hull die after falling off the roof adjusting the telly aerial? Yes, John, he did. And Lee says, whilst Parkinson was being wrestled to the floor, did he not say, get off me or I'll break his beak or your arm? Billy Connolly actually threatened that. But I don't remember Billy Connolly being on the same programme. Was he on the same programme? Was Billy Connolly on the chair sitting next to him? Really? So I don't remember that. I can only remember Parky and Rod Hull and Emu. Unless, Billy Connolly, who'd been on the show more times than anybody else. But he also attacked Johnny Carson and Richard Pryor. So he It did quite well, actually, but that's what it was. People liked it. Well, just a minute ago, people laughing in here, which is always quite good. Controversial Conor McGregor. Nothing controversial about Conor McGregor. He's just a bit boring and a little bit dull. But he's quit MMA, which we know about, and could be set for the wrestling ring. He can't wrestle. He can't do anything, really. He's just a silly show-off. But we have to put up with these people, don't we? You know, they do this and they do that. So much fuss, writes Dawn Neeson, about who the Spice Girls, who slept with who in the Spice Girls, when they were actually girls. Mel B and Jerry have now reignited their feud, after the mouthy one claimed she had sex with the ginger one. And the tracksuited one, who everybody assumed was a lesbian, says she knew nothing. And all this publicity just before their HRT tour. Anybody know how ticket sales are going? Cynical as I am, Dawn. But we go with you on that one. And also she talks about the jihadi bride. Janelle Safar has vowed never to return to her homeland of Australia because there are naked women on the streets. Dawn says this from a young lady who, whilst out with her 2-year-old child, unflinchingly stepped over rotting, decapitated corpses in her ISIS hellhole. So at least this evil witch is honest, unlike some we could mention. Yes, there was another one, isn't there, who I saw on the television the other day. You know, people should help get me out of here. I think not, dear. I think you stay there. You rot. Couldn't care less. Divorce bash for Mr. Bronson. This is not his real name. They say he's Britain's most notorious prisoner. It's immensely sad, isn't he, and a bit tragic, really. But his ex, who's apparently called something, will be having her own blowout. They call her the Corrie actress. I think a minor bit part of about 10 seconds. She's hired a stripper to entertain the gathering. He's doing Life, and basically, because he keeps getting into trouble again, so just keep topping it up. He's quite happy in there. He's sort of with people he obviously likes. But it was a fiery relationship, because he demanded she wear a catsuit to visit him, and she was so desperate for publicity, so she decided she didn't want to do that. And prisoners will raise a milkshake to the marriage. Oh, that's lovely. He's also going to sing for you. God in heaven, I'll say. Just as well we're keeping him inside. I mean, he's far too stupid to be allowed on the outside world, isn't he, really? Plus. Oh, the world's ugliest dog has died. Age 16. That's a bit sad, isn't it? This is a pooch called Chase, who had a cataract in one eye and no teeth or fur. He came third in the world's ugliest dog contest. Owner Storm Shaler of Neath in South Wales says he really was one of a kind. He does really look like one of a kind. Poor soul, honestly. And fraudsters are cashing in on McDonald's popular free coffee deal by selling fake stickers online. Customers can buy counterfeit tokens on sites such as eBay. They then trade 6 stickers on a McCafe loyal card for a free drink. McDonald's says anybody attempting to use what our teams will do will be counterfeit stickers will be declined a free coffee. It's amazing how stupid some people are. They'll actually, purchase counterfeit things to get a free cup of coffee. How sad. That's a bit tragic, isn't it? Mind you, I found another strange couple here. They turn out posh dog food, upmarket dog food, and they say it's so good they've even eaten it themselves. I'm led to believe you can eat dog food, should you so desire. It is just dog food. That's what it is. It, can be all sorts of little bits and pieces. Paul says, funny you, Steve, do you have shares in Magnums? Don't want to talk about it. Get your Magnums here. Absolutely. Really good value. Grace Jones is headlining Brighton Pride this year alongside Jess Glynn, being advertised as singing sensation, says Mike. Have I missed something? You have. Her singing. Although she's had a few albums out. Slave to the Rhythm. Bit dreary. Steve, wasn't the other interviewee June Brown on Parky? No, I don't think so. June Brown, why would they interview June Brown? It was donkeys years ago. Goodness sake, honestly. Did you ever interview Scott Walker? Nope. Oh, did we? Dale might have done years ago. Ever interviewed the 3 Degrees? Not as the 3 Degrees. One of them. And Grace Jones was in Conan the Destroyer, Boomerang with Eddie Murphy, Sheikh Zulu, the miniseries. She got around. Mad as a fruitcake, but wouldn't have it any other way. Rod Hull was brilliant. No one like him, says Paul. Or Grace. Well, Grace is still around, actually, very much. Well, she's doing Brighton Pride. She better be, although not that it would make any difference. And do you remember the Criterion ice cream shop in Sydenham? I used to go to it with my grandparents in the 70s. A real treat. Imagine the size of the hefty heifer lumps if these shops were around today, says Mark. Well, actually, you can buy all this stuff. It's not difficult to get hold of. Oh, here she is, pretending she used to be a model. What's your name, dear? Christine. What, Christine, what's your surname, love? I'm being a single woman. It's tough, 3 kids. You know, it's a lot to deal with. Oh, shut up, dear. People deal with a lot worse than you, all right? It's just always about you. You're boring, bland. Very dull. I'm sure that Paddy absolutely adores you. But, as I say, when you got that bit part in the Housewives of Cheshire, that's when people started switching off in droves. Very dull. Posh deserves a gold medal for her beauty regime, because apparently it's caviar and real gold, and she puts it... No, it's just that she can't smile anymore. Because when she smiles, back come the wrinkles, back come the wrinkles. That's the one thing she's terrified of, wrinkles. So she thinks if she's always photographed with either glasses on, you can't see the lines around her eyes, of which she has many, and you can't see, you know, the wrinkles all over her face, because she doesn't move anything. I don't think it's actually possible to move things. So she doesn't. And that's why they go, oh, hasn't she got great skin? Listen, I can have an immobile face, and people go, well, you've got really good skin. I go, thank you. No, that's how it works, isn't it? Goodness me, honestly. Mother's Day this Saturday. Is anybody buying this beauty? She is. She spends £1,000 on so. Hasn't she had some cream made up with her blood? Having looked at her, she looks a bit emaciated. I wonder whether she had any blood in her body. It's just her buying it. Yes, I think so. To be honest with you, who the God's name wants to look like her? You don't. You know, there's a... Oh, no. Morning, everybody. Nice, Stevie company. Can any of your listeners remember a lovely old Italian ice cream parlour used to be partway down Tottenham Court Road in the 70s? Tucked between the hi-fi shops. No, don't remember that one, Claire. I have happy childhood memories of staring up at the huge list of flavours. Ooh, lovely. Steve, if you didn't have shares in Magnums, you certainly will now. Great show. Never change, please, as mornings would not be the same. Well, they would. I mean, the sun would still shine. You know, and everything else would happen. All this talk about Rod Hull's taking me back. Poor fella. Died leaving Emu alone. His career in tatters. He never recovered. He said Rod's death was like losing his right arm. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Zach says, have you heard the genderless voice? This is what Ian Dale played the other day. What does it mean? The genderless voice. It's neither male nor female. Okay. We've got a little clip for you. Here it is.
Hi, I'm Q, the world's first genderless voice assistant. Think of me like Siri or Alexa, but neither male nor female. I'm created for a future where we are no longer defined by gender, but rather how we define ourselves. My voice was recorded by people who neither identify as male nor female, and then altered to sound gender neutral, putting my voice between 145 and 175 hertz, a range defined by audio researchers. But for me to become a third option for voice assistants, I need your help. Share my voice with Apple, Amazon, Google, and Microsoft.
No.
And
shan't do it. Shan't do it. It's interesting, isn't it? It just sounds like an electronic voice to me. Just sounds like a slightly more refined version of the talking piano Sparky. That's about it. Ian Dale thinks it sounds like me. Well, he would. That's the kind of thing he would think of. He would think that sounds like Steve Allen. A genderless voice. Really, isn't it funny? Actually, I never thought about that before. I've really never thought about it. But it just sounds like it's a computer voice, whereas all the ones you've got on Apple and places like that, they are actually people who have done the voices. In fact, actually, the one on Siri used to work here. I must mean to send him a text, actually, or an email, and sort of find out what he had to record. You know, he doesn't have to record every single word in the English language, so presumably he's doing well-known phrases or sayings, and then we import it together for you. Hello, Steve. Hello, Siri. What can I help you with today? Nothing. Is it? No, I haven't sent it off, actually. Strange. It hasn't. It hasn't done it. Phil Vickery's awake. Thank goodness. We were trying to... You should be back to normal today, Phil, for the little bit extra. You should be back to normal today. If not, let me know. Excuse me. It could be your device. But no, they're all there now. They're all there. We didn't have it for a few days. Paul says, without you, Steve, yes, the sun would shine, but not as bright. You never think about that, do you, really? I mean, all I remember is when I walked out the door yesterday, I was talking to Courtney. God, it was cold out there. It was definitely noticeably cold. Definitely. So, mobility scooters set to be banned from the pavements of Benidorm. Drunks sitting on them. And also, you can rent them. They did one of those programmes about, living in Benidorm, living the dream. And it was just a lot of people waiting to die by the look of it. That's what it was. And there was a company who set up, husband and wife, I think, renting mobility scooters. I mean, seriously, they're all over the place. But after people have had a few sherbets, they whiz about all over there. They're quite dangerous, actually. What did I see a picture of the other day? It might have been on my telephone this morning, or it could have been yesterday. And it was the Beckham family, the shy retiring. Oh, publicity, what for us? Surely not. Out there, and they were doing. What do they call it? What do they call those? It's not a go-kart. It's the one that Ozzy Osbourne fell off. Quad bikes. The Beckhams were on quad bikes. None of them were wearing hats, except for little Harper Beckham. Which to me sounded like amazingly stupid. Ozzy Osbourne nearly sort of ended his life on one of these things. You don't do that kind of thing. But I can say, poor old Dave, so sort of, what has he got to do? Nothing at all. So, Mother's Day this Sunday. The papers are full today, and they will be tomorrow, and the next day as well, of flowers. How much do you want to spend? Do you want to spend, a couple of quid? Or do you want to spend, 10 quid or 20 quid? How much do you want to spend on your mother? How much does it cost to say I love you? Not very much in some people's cases. But generally speaking, people go out there. I bought all sorts of presents for my mother over the years. Flowers, of course, because you just stop at the roadside and pick daffodils and take them home, wrap them up. And they like a few little... Or failing that, just grow them yourself. They're so easy to grow. So easy to grow. Steve, sounds like a computer chess game. I would like to try and huff its rook, says Mark in Hayes. Please play a game with me, Professor. You could do that. It all originates from Sparky's Magic Piano, which again, I'm sure was somebody just doing the hello, Sparky. That was it. There was somebody else who did that. I can't remember who it was, actually. Steve, Kentucky Fried Chicken do a great chicken burger and chips for £3. Bit greasy, says Matthew. Yeah, well, it's fried chicken. It's really bad for you. The chicken bit's good. It's the coating. Not so great. Not so great. Gary in Eltham says, remind people who think it's strange people go out and get ice cream and shopping at 4 or 5 in the morning. Just remind them a whole different world work nights, especially in London, and are usually on their way home. Martin wants to know if Phil Vickery makes his own pasta. Probably does, actually. He probably does. I should imagine so. I'm the only one round here that goes, no. We don't make our own pasta. I should imagine Phil probably does. Well, failing that, he actually passes it on to the wife. And she makes pasta. Although, actually, no, I think she'd be the one going, oh, just go and buy it. Stop it. My friend Ian says, I interviewed Johnny Rotten once when he told me his favourite song was the New York mining disaster by the Bee Gees, because it made him cry. I can't remember how that one goes. I mean, I know it because it's on so many albums. I've got the greatest hits of the Bee Gees and stuff like that. I love the Bee Gees. I thought they were really great. But there's only one left now, isn't there? Out of all the Bee Gees, there were 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 4 of them. And now there's only one. And that's Barry. That's Barry, the only one left. Great shame. Daily Mail this morning, what your GP receptionist really thinks about you. Nothing, probably. Absolutely nothing. They don't have enough time. If they're not on the computer trying to, get all the other little bits and pieces out, it's a case of, we don't really know what else to do. They said they're answering the telephone, they're doing all the bits and bits. I mean, that must be very, very stressful. Very, very stressful if you're going to be a doctor's receptionist. 84850. This one here says, sorry, just have to check what people write to me. Sometimes it's quite funny, actually. Other times it's not. Reese Mogg says, sorry, I will back May's deal. A key Brexiteer changes his mind in dramatic Mail article as Boris hints he'll switch too. PM's on the verge of a breakthrough. Woo! PM's on the verge of a breakthrough. And will Bodyguard bombing win BAFTA for the top TV moment? That's the one with Keeley Hawes, Coronation Street's Gail Platt's monologue after Aidan's suicide. Doctor Who, the Doctor visits American civil rights icon Rosa Parks. Killing Eve, Peter Kay's Car Share, the finale, and Queer Eye, Tom's Makeover. All of those could be winning top prizes at BAFTA. I like BAFTA, actually, although so many people have no idea what it is. Inside the paper today, now the Brexit rebels vow to change the law, and then tonight's key votes, how it will work, we'll run through if we got enough time. Just have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. This Sunday is not Mother's Day, it's Mothering Sunday. Traditionally a day for workers to return home to attend their mother, church. Says Dallas, another day hijacked by the greeting card, flower and chocolate industry. Like Valentine's, Mother's Day is actually May the 12th, but that's American. Yeah, over here, we actually, even though you can call it either Mother's Day, Mothering Sunday, you know, anything, it doesn't make any difference. It's the same kind of thing. It's exactly the same kind of thing, you know. It's the day where you appreciate your mother, although, to be honest with you, that really should be every day. Stuart from Shepperton says, do you know it's illegal to pick daffodils from public places? No kidding. Good Lord, honestly. Where are you? Shepperton? God, blimey. On the way to Staines. Kind of. The voice sounds like Alexa caught your bug, says Monzi. Yes, it does a little bit, doesn't it? Leon Essex, thank you. John says, shouldn't the genderless voice not have an American accent? Why? It's genderless. It doesn't matter. Thankfully, says Paul, my mother, Mother's Day, never wanted anything. She says, don't fall for the commercial con. If you don't want to show your love all year, then don't bother on one day. I always used to say that. You don't just have one day where you go, oh, you know, love you, Mum, and you write a thing. I mean, now you can actually get a card which goes, well done for not drinking. I mean, assuming that most women listening at the moment who are mothers are sort of drinking on Mother's Day. I thought you would just sort of go and sort of grab some daffodils, stick them in a thing, you know, take a tray up. Breakfast in bed in my day used to be a big deal. I never had it, of course, but my mother had it on a few occasions. Not very many occasions, and it was a big deal for people. I'm going to bring you up breakfast in bed. We should do it at Christmas. The reason is, you think, once you've got them eating, and they've eaten, then we can go downstairs and do the presents. It's the only way it works, as far as I'm concerned. So, how will tonight's vote... Oh, this, I promised to do this. I might as well do it now while I've got the time, actually. At 2 p.m, normal proceedings in the House will stop, and MPs will debate for an hour whether to go ahead with Tory former Minister Oliver Letwin's plan to stage indicative votes. If they do, John Bercow, he's been making headlines recently, hasn't he? Getting very uppity about something. Will at 3 p.m. announce which Brexit options will go on the ballot paper. MPs had until last night to submit their suggestions. Whilst the debate is taking place, Theresa May is due to address a meeting of the 1922 committee, which the group is made up of all Tory MPs. And at 7 p.m, MPs will be given paper slips listing the various Brexit options. They will get half an hour to mark aye or no next to each other. While the voters and the votes are being counted, MPs will debate legislation changing the Brexit date from the 29th of March to the 12th of April, after Mrs May, you will remember, agreed an extension with EU leaders at a Brussels summit last week. The Speaker will then announce the results of the indicative votes at around 9 p.m. in the Commons chamber, revealing whether any of them commanded a majority of support. Mrs May has said she'll not necessarily be bound by the results, particularly if they're undeliverable by the EU. However, MPs are planning to seize control of the parliamentary timetable again next Monday, so they can repeat the process to refine the options or attempt to pass legislation to enforce them. Clearer on that one? Good. Yeah. And you will be hearing a lot of that later. I've just encapsulated it for you. There's going to be lots and lots of it.
Order!
Right, all right.
Order!
Oh, all right.
Sit order!
Good, yeah, thank you. Goodness sake, honestly.
Order!
Even I get hectic. Very rough, honestly. Very rough. I've done my best. I've tried to make it, you know, as accessible as possible. But later on today, you will get loads of people talk. Stop it. What is that one? I didn't hear that one. Division, that's right. Don't they have to ring a bell for the division? I seem to remember they have a bell as well. How lovely. Actually, I tell you one thing you're always disappointed with. If ever you go to the House of Commons, if you're lucky enough to go, it's very small. It's a lot smaller than you imagine. It's like when I went to the London Palladium, and I remember seeing it on the television. My television looked enormous. And when you go there, you go, oh, it's not as big as I thought it was. You can't sit on the benches, can you? Ah, lovely. Actually, it's funny because a friend of mine, she lives in Brighton, and she's particularly good at what she does. And so she's treated herself to a television. Up until yesterday, she had a 32-inch television which fitted into a Chinese cabinet. So at the end of viewing, because it kept the DVD player underneath, you just close the cabinet doors. She's been out. She's got how she's got tempted, I've got no idea. 55 inches. She said to me yesterday, I've got 55 inches on my wall, which takes up the whole of the chimney breast that she's got. She said it's the biggest television she's ever seen in her life. But because it's digital or something, whatever it is, it's absolutely brilliant. So I said, how much was that? Being nosy. And she said, I'm not going to tell you. So she didn't. I like that. A Romanian truck driver who smuggled 21 Vietnamese adults and children into Britain has been jailed. Andrew Dumar brought children as young as 12, hidden inside two 20-inch tall coffin fridges. So they've sent him off to prison. I mean, basically it was a refrigerated trailer with no fresh air. He's been jailed for 6 years at Guildford Crown Court. That'll teach you. You won't be doing that one again, will you? Mind you, whether or not the still people, the people in there were still here remains to be seen. Dreary old Mel B, out on the town, sort of, wearing like a onesie. Bit of a ridiculous outfit, but suits her really well. And Victoria's Secret, if you spend £1,000 on some sort of facial thing, and her discipline, and sort of disciple of discipline in terms of lifestyle and maintenance, everything from her diet to her sleep patterns. The Beverly Hills dermatologist told Closer magazine, Victoria doesn't just sporadically do something. Who cares? It's only Victoria Beckham. She's not a model. She's not anything like that at all. She's just Victoria Beckham. I bet if you saw her close up without any makeup on, you'd go, ooh, really? That's a little bit unusual. But she did recently shock fans by spending £1,200 for a vampire moisturising cream made from her own blood. It is claimed to have anti-aging properties, reducing inflammation and strengthening tissue. Is that what you needed, actually, dear? Did you, need something like that? Did you have anti-aging properties in it? Is that the way it works? And so they've got a picture of her, but as I say, she's not smiling. You can get to her age as well, and she's 44 now. Time is racing away. Time is racing away. I wonder if Dave has any sort of special sort of things. Do you think he has little, treatments and stuff like that? Most people seem to have them nowadays. It doesn't seem to make any difference, does it? What else do we have? Buzzing off. Britain's bee population is in decline. That's not good. That's not good. I like bees. I've always said wasps I hate. But bees, big fan of. Big fan. Animal OBEs for fearless police dogs who leapt into action amid terror attacks. But dogs here can be worth up to £20,000 each. I didn't realise dogs could cost so much money, which is amazing. Steve, I got... wait a minute. Excuse me. Lovely. I'm on to coffee now. I've decided to change, actually. My daughter got a phone call. From her daughter Jess on her lunch break from Beauty College yesterday in London. She said to her mum, "Is Rod Stewart dead?" Mum said, "Not as far as I know. Why?" Jess very excitedly replied, "I've just seen him in Oxford Street with a very tall lady. He was wearing a purple striped suit." Rod is obviously not growing old gracefully, says Jan in Lincolnshire. I've seen the picture. But he's 70-something, isn't he? About 70, 74 or something like that. And because he's in the rock business, and he also paints his toenails, he can wear whatever he likes as far as I'm concerned. He's earned the right. 1968, Steve, with my dad. Bright sunny June day as we talked, an asexual voice said across my right shoulder, "You're talking to a dead man." I reeled, turned to look. Came again, same voice, same words, inside my head. "You're talking to a dead man." Suddenly my dad looked very old. I knew he'd die. I lived in fear of knowing he died aged 53 4 months later. That voice was neither electronic nor one you could ever forget. So you're basically hearing voices about, what was that programme where there was a film and it was a kid and they said, "What is your talent?" He said, is it The Sixth Sense? Is this where he said, "I talk to dead people. I see dead people"? It was odd, isn't it? I see dead people. Some people do, don't they? Well, they actually claim that they do. Whether it's true or not, I've got no idea. Also, here, we found a lovely pub for you, the Highwayman. This is on Dartmoor. You enter through a horse-drawn carriage with a prancing horse on the roof to be greeted with a statue of Tutankhamun. And everything in this place is bizarre and weird. See, I like places like this. So they've got everything. They've got a mermaid in there, horse-drawn carriage, everything. It's a Mrs. Thompson who runs the pub with her husband, Bruce. He's 75. I don't know how old she is. But anyway, Despite only being 4 when her parents acquired the pub, she remembers it was small and wasn't what it looks like today. How lovely. I love old pubs. Old pubs that have got a bit of history in. Also, Mariah Carey, birthday today. Many happy returns of the day. And Jessie J. Jessie J is 31. Plus, would have been the birthday of Sarah Vaughan, born on this day, 1924. Love Sarah Vaughan. And in 1968, Yuri Gagarin, the first person to journey into outer space, died aged 34 during a training flight in a 2-seater jet. I'd forgotten about that. I'd forgotten about that one. Not so good. Steve, I can't believe these weird face products that Victoria Beckham uses. A good diet, plenty of water and almond oil as a moisturiser did great for my grandmother. My mum, as well. It's working for me. Why do people give in to the silly ideas? Because she lives in America and she's desperately worried about getting old. And so she'll spend, because she's got the money, well, sort of, she can afford to buy these things. Somebody come around and go, oh, you should buy this, you should buy that, that's really marvellous, this is really super, and all the rest of it. I mean, it could be a load of old hooey. Who knows? Truckadell says, I feel like I should be driving towards you. I've just left the Unilever Magnum factory in Gloucester with 26 tonnes of various flavour. Unfortunately, they're headed for Poole and Swindon. Shout out for all the fellow-friendly Facebook spikers, please. What, you've just come from the Unilever Magnum factory and you've not stopped here, and you've got 26 tonnes of various flavours of Magnums. They won't miss a few. Oh. Company, Spitting Image should make a return, says Holly. I would love to see it back. But I think they've sold the... Oh, you can make new puppets, can't you, really? The political circus that we're living through has thrown up the most broad-ranging set of politicians to fill the programme. I can see John Bercow shouting, order! And being teeny tiny like David Steele was in the original version. Yeah, I agree with you. I do agree with you. When my son was 3 on Mother's Day, says Dean, he brought me a little tray in bed which included a cup of tea lovingly made with cold water. We've all done that, haven't we? You put your finger in it, you go, it's cold. Oh, perhaps they won't notice. Steve, Eric in Stokey. My ex, James, and I stayed at the Highwayman about 10 years ago. It's a very spooky place. You have your breakfast on an old boat attached to the main house. We ended up getting very drunk with the owner's daughter. They made us wear masks. It was very eyes wide shut. I did have to keep my eyes shut when I saw how much they charged us for 3 bottles of wine. I love it. I always ask people, you know when you're going out with sort of a crowd of us, I always say, how much the bill? Tell us how much, and people go, no, not telling you. Read the Sixth Sense film, passing through Croydon. I often see and speak to dumb people. So cruel for Croydon. Why has Croydon got this dreadful reputation? I mean, and it is well deserved, of course. But I mean, but it is true, isn't it, that people talk about, that. It's like, Brentwood, where all the Towie cast come from. You never see them. Seriously, you never see them. You just see normal people in Brentwood. Mind you, talking of normal, here's one who's not normal. He's not from Towie. He's from Made in Chelsea. He's another reality television buffoon. And his name is Charlie Mills. He always seems so sure of himself on Made in Chelsea, but he cut a confused figure in court yesterday when he faced a drink driving charge. The 25-year-old, whose family helped create the private bank, Glyn Mills and Co., that obviously ended up as William and Glyn's, didn't it? Good Lord. He changed his plea to guilty after Westminster Magistrates Court heard he'd called the police himself. He dialed 101 after drunkenly falling out of his black 2-litre Range Rover and hitting his head. He was stopped at 1:30 near Fulham's swanky Hurlingham Club, of which he's a member. Mind you, it doesn't make any difference. You can be a member and still be a complete idiot. And here he is. He pleaded not guilty initially to driving with 78 micrograms of alcohol. The limit is 35. However, unimpressed, District Judge Michael Snow suggested he reconsider his plea, and he later switched it to guilty, because he's a liar as well as being stupid. The court viewed police body cam footage. He could be heard explaining, I fell out of the car with my phone, and I really effing hurt my head, because he's a real class one, this one. He says, I called your 101 people. I love that. I called your... How old is he? What is he, 190? No, he's 25 and really dumb. He says, when asked if he'd been drinking, he said, not an exceptional amount. He says, not enough to be over, indicating he consumed 4 gin and tonics up to 2 hours previously. However, after being given a roadside breath test, he can be heard on the footage saying, yeah, that's way over. I'm going inside. And he'd driven to London to party with 9 to 10 friends at the Bluebird Chelsea restaurant, and then had more drinks at the Ritz. And he also has a friend called Alexander Nain Kane, who is son and heir of the former I'm a Celebrity contestant Lord Brocket. Drove to the Ritz and then to Fulham. Also argued it was unfair for the police to have sat and waited for him. Judge Snow was not moved. Fine Mills, £1,100, £85 costs, and ordered him to pay £110 victim surcharge. Also disqualified from driving for 18 months. You silly little boy. Silly, silly little boy. Just think, dear God, had banking heir, and there's the misappropriation of words, Charles Mills, you know, actually come clean in the beginning, would have been so much easier. They have to kind of wave it in front of you and go, you were drink driving, you fell out of the car, you're an idiot. He looks like an idiot, actually, but there you go. So he did. He was the one who called the police, mainly because he fell out of the car. I don't think it was anything else. These people are just idiots, aren't they? You know. And so you've now got a programme, and he's actually on. I mean, if I was running Made in Chelsea, seeing as I don't even know who he is, I'd have got rid of him immediately. Sorry, you're out. You brought the programme to disrepute. Supposed to be people with a little bit more intelligence, not a buffoon like you, silly boy. What exactly does Vicky B do? Vicky B? Vicky? Oh, Beckham. Well, she's not a model. No, that's true. She's not a dancer. She's certainly not a singer. Not a business leader. Not an advocate for any charities. Not a designer. Nor an actress, says Mike. So what? I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. I mean, she does. Out of those ones, we know she's not a model. She's way too scrawny. She's not a dancer. We've seen her attempt to dance. She's certainly not a singer. We've heard the singing effort. Not a business leader, although, you know, they might argue that one. They might go, well, of course, you know, she's got a big company and all this kind of stuff. She's not an advocate for any charities. I think you find she is. I think you find she's probably got loads of they all do. They link themselves with charities. Not a designer. They would argue that one with you. And they'd say, well, she designs all her outfits. I don't know if she does. And she's not an actress. Oh, she absolutely is. Have you seen some of her acting things? I'm really, really fond of David. Yeah, that's acting. That's because we went, wow, she's really, really in love with David. And then yes, and sunglasses all the time. You know why? She's started wearing them. In fact, you get a whole picture of famous people, and then you get Victoria Beckham wearing dark glasses. You know why? Because she's worried that the sun is going to affect she's going to age so badly. Like Chloe Sims. I'm not putting them in the same barrel, but Chloe Sims has had so much Botox. Eventually, when the work dries up, not that we think there is any work for Chloe Sims. In fact, I don't know where she makes her money from nowadays. I can't work that one out at all. Perhaps she's got a clothing range that's available on the internet. I don't know. It's a case of, all of a sudden, she won't be able to afford to have the Botox done, and her face will then go to how it was. You know, people, men, mainly men, and they take minoxidil. Minoxidil was for people losing their hair, and you took it, and it allegedly, in some cases, halted the hair falling out. However, if you didn't keep using minoxidil, and you stopped it all of a sudden, your hair would fall out to the point of where it would have been had you never taken minoxidil. And that's going to be the problem with all the people taking Botox. All the people who think, oh, I look really great, and you think, you're 36. Why on earth are you doing that? If you were really old, I could understand you might want to sort of change your appearance. But poor old Chloe Sims, you know, I mean, you know, when she cries, it's sort of, she's trying to screw up a face that is not possible to screw up. They're a bit drippy, actually, all of these people. Really. Steve, interesting that the Chelsea bloke only got fined £1,000. Shouldn't the fine reflect one's salary? Posh but poor. Well, probably you could be right. I thought that's how it's supposed to be anyway. You're right, actually, it's supposed to. That's why Ant McPartland got fined £86,000. Quite clearly, Dimbo Mills, Charlie Mills banking it. They always, have you noticed, they always have to put something down. Like Paris Hilton, heir to the Hilton. She's not at all. You find it's owned by a different company now anyway. But they laughingly call him a reality television star. But, you know, he's not a star, he's just a rather stupid person. Never mind Croydon, Steve, says Donny. Eastbourne is the place to be, as I keep telling you. The pier, the shopping centre, the hotels and the theatre. What more could you need? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I'm looking at the price of bouquets for your mum for Mother's Day. Aldi are doing one at a £5 per bouquet. That's tulips. There's also the bouquet of blooms, £12. Gift bag bouquet, that's basically a bunch of flowers in a bag. Orchid and candle gift bag, £12.99. And gift wrapped hydrangea, 8.49. It's basically a hydrangea wrapped around with paper and a ribbon. So for a £5 you could actually get something, and I'm sure because it's mainly for children, isn't it? It's not really, daddies who are going to be giving mummy flowers and things, because daddies give mummy flowers all the time. So it's mainly something inexpensive for the children to find. So you can go and get a little bunch of daffodils for £1 or something like that. And that's all mummy wants. Mummy doesn't want, huge bouquets that she's going to sort of suffocate under. She just wants, a little bunch of daffodils. There you go. Mummy, that's, why you have to do it for this one day a year, I've got no idea. Still trying to work out why it is that Frankie Dettori learned English by watching EastEnders. And does that explain everything? And Les Dawson as well. I mean, Les Dawson, I thought was quite nice, actually. I always liked Les Dawson. Chainsmoker, like there was no tomorrow. Chainsmoker. What would he be doing now if he was still around? That'd be good. Medical cannabis might become harmful, according to experts. And the demon burglars of Fleet Street. This isn't good. Whilst a lot of people were doing running on that day, there were people burrowing into a shop I know really well on Fleet Street. You go into Fleet Street, it's on the left-hand side, can't miss it. And they were able to have their pick of things. Bit worrying, isn't it, really? But then people thieve nowadays. That's what people do. Phil Vickery, up with us and enjoying the day. I quite like the idea of enjoying the day. But he says, now, last podcast, 19th. That's it. So you'll have to let us know tomorrow if it works today. It should work today. He said, I'm missing my daily fix as I have my Costa. Which is lovely. Warren, thank you very much indeed. I shall look forward to that as well. And then the Sun. The PM could quit today as Britain hurtles towards the general election chaos. Do you think she'll quit today? I'd love to be able to... No, secretly, I don't think so, but I'd quite like it if all of a sudden she did do something. And then we can come on here tomorrow morning and go, well, you heard it first on LBC yesterday on the Early Breakfast Show. Somebody wants to know where the Botox goes. Does it get absorbed into the body? I've got no idea. You're asking the wrong person. Asking the wrong person. I wouldn't want to have it done. But as I say, poor old Chloe just looks so freaky now. And all the people who've had it done. Look at all the housewives of, Beverly Hills, New York, Dallas, all of that. They can't move their faces. Seriously, it's desperately sad. What you're doing is you're putting in something that's going to freeze your face. And you just don't need to worry about that. Eat healthy, drink water, splash cold water on your face, stuff like that. Poor old Victoria Beckham. To have to spend that much money and still end up looking like that. Cannot be good, can it? Even if you had the money, would you waste it? Nope. Absolutely not. LBC News Time, 6:30. This morning, MPs will have the chance to vote on a wide range of possible Brexit outcomes today, but their votes probably won't actually mean anything. Nick will explain all the options on the table later and find out why the government looks set to ignore all the votes from the Commons leader, Andrea Leadsom. Nick will also find out why the convicted speedboat killer has decided to come back to the UK after all, only if he gets about his own cell and CCTV. I can't work it out either. Plus, after it was decided that all new cars made from the year 2022 onwards will be fitted with devices which stops them breaking the speed limit, are you happy having such a device in your car? I don't think you'll have any choice. I think it'll just be sort of built in. All of that with Nick Ferrari and more at breakfast this morning from 7, right here on LBC. I mean, as I say, I've got it fitted into my car, but it doesn't limit the car from driving. It just goes bing, 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 bing. And if you don't know what it is, it's quite... I began to what on earth it was, actually. Bing, 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 bing. And that was it. And then it puts up speed cameras and all sorts of things like that. It'll put up the speed limit, and then it will put up what you're doing. So, I mean, it doesn't make any difference to me. I couldn't care less. Having a limiter on there. Lots of people have got them. Lorries have got them. A lot of coaches and stuff like that. Steve, the residents of Eastbourne clearly have no need travelling to Croydon when they're their own share of chavs and drug dealers. Just saying. I don't think it's indicative of Eastbourne. I think it's just about everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. A few years ago, says Jenna, I took some big spending clients to the George V in Paris. There were 8 of us. The lunch bill came to £3,400. We had the tasting menu, an extremely good wine and champagne, but still, getting the boss to sign it off was interesting. That's always listen, you can have the food. I'm told that the fat duck Heston Blumenthal's place, is, we must be due him coming in for an interview very short. I don't know why. He was in years and years ago, and he was really very amenable, very nice person. And it's the wine and the champagne that rack it up. You know, if you have a bottle of decent wine, wasn't it in one of the Gordon Ramsay restaurants? There were some bankers, and they went there, and I think they racked up a bill of 60,000 quid lunchtime. It was phenomenal. People were going, 60 grand, what did they have? And it went, very expensive wine. My wife and mum of 3 doesn't like flowers, Steve, so I'm making her a bouquet with chocolates and a glue gun. I love those sort of programs on the television where they do it. I'm totally transfixed, as you can well imagine, by that Hochanda channel. I bought stuff from there, only glue, because the rest of it is way beyond me. But the people who make these cards and everything else, and I start thinking there's a lot of effort goes into a card when you just go out to a card shop and buy something. Steve, I love a Croydon facelift, hair pulled back tightly, much better than Botox for the wrinkles, says Nicola. It is odd, isn't it, that people will do anything now. That's why you look at the cast of Towie. I mean, poor old Chloe, her face round like that. It's all a bit embarrassing. You know, but 36 and still not the brightest penny in the box. Front pages of the paper we'll come to in a moment. What was the front page of the Express today? I couldn't remember what they were doing. Oh, yes. Talking of Shirley's bedroom secrets laid bare, the Strictly Star puts a home up for sale. Of course, and what they get, basically, is a free advert. That's why you get a lot of people on through the keyhole. It's free. It's a free advert for your house, and that's what a lot of people do. I've known a couple of people who've gone on there, and they're just interested in people seeing it, so that they can sell it. Also, meddling EU is still telling us what to do. The speed limit on the new cars, plans to stop the clocks changing. Actually, I'd be a big fan of just changing the clocks completely, just leaving them. Let's not bother. You know, the clocks go forward, the clocks go... Who cares? Who cares? It doesn't make any difference to me at all. I couldn't care less whether I go to work in the dark, the sunshine. It makes no difference to me. I just look at the clock and it says that's the time it is, and you go, oh, it's still light. I don't bother about things like that, so that one I'm in favour of. Also, Downton's Mrs. Patmore is moving upstairs. We love Downton. In fact, one of my guests on In Conversation this week is Tuppence Middleton, and she's in the Fisherman's Friends film, you know, the singing fisherman. Still sing down there, still sing. They just get bigger crowds now. And she's also in the new Downton Abbey film, which is very exciting. She can't tell us anything about it. I tried to get into it, but she can't tell us anything at all. But I thought we tried with Hugh Bonneville some time ago, and we couldn't get anything out of Hugh Bonneville either. So they're always very, very secretive about these things. But I'm very much looking forward to the Downton Abbey film. Very much. But it's all filmed, it's all done. They're obviously editing at the moment and doing little bits and pieces. Anne Widdecombe's column today talks about MPs' expenses, 20% higher than in 2009 when the expense scandal broke. And Surrey police need never again plead that they're short of cash or manpower, having spent 5 months investigating a woman who misgendered somebody on Twitter. The woman in question, Caroline Farrow, is a devout Catholic. So why doesn't somebody investigate the Surrey police for religious discrimination? Just a thought, says Anne Widdecombe. Yes, it is just a thought. It is just a thought. It's amazing, isn't it? It is amazing. Also, she talks about how lovely to see photographs of that wonderful little scamp. Have you heard that expression before? A scamp. That's a naughty child. Mia Tyndall in Monday's paper. She was sharing an ice cream with her mum, hitching a ride on her sister's buggy and tearing around pretending to be an aeroplane. How right Princess Anne was all those years ago to decline titles for her children and let them run free as their children are now doing. Yes, there you go. Also, plans to plonk a gold statue of Del Boy outside flats made famous in Only Fools and Horses have won the backing of council chiefs who say it's a cushy idea. The building is in Ealing in West London, set to be demolished as part of a regeneration programme. That's all they do nowadays, isn't it? Buildings have been there for donkeys. I thought it was Bristol, but obviously not. Even though you all thought it was Peckham. Sadly, it wasn't. Sadly, it was. I told you, in Pie in the Sky, a friend of mine, she was so looking forward to going to the restaurant. I said, it doesn't exist. It's a flower shop, or it was at the time. And all the interior shots were done in the studios at Bray. She was furious. She was so furious about it. She said, no, it's not. It's a proper restaurant. I said, no, it's not. And Richard Griffiths couldn't cook either. Made it more entertaining. What have we got here? We got a little girl here. She's called Chloe Drinkwater. And she's been hailed a school sensation when she shared her fight for a cystic fibrosis wonder drug with fellow pupils. She was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis as a baby when she suffered a collapsed lung shortly after being born. Last year she was diagnosed with a CF-related liver disease, despite all the daily physio, the enzyme supplements and medication. And so to help her gain weight, she's now fed milkshakes while she sleeps at night. But what a lovely little girl she is. What a lovely... She relies on pills, inhalers, God, you name it. She'd take... It's not right, is it, for little kids? It really is not. But, you know, she is suitable for something called Orkambi, which actually would stop her getting any more deterioration. But despite getting 200 school pals to write letters to Theresa May pleading for a deal for the drug, a year later the poor little soul is still waiting. I hate to say it to you, Chloe, because I think you're lovely and wonderful, but the Prime Minister really, you know, they don't get round to things like this. A year and 200 letters, and still, as we say in the business, bugger all. She's not good, is it? How do you feel about the posh flats? And they've got a playground. It looks quite nice, actually. But angry mums, you can imagine what they're going to be like, can't you? These ones are going to come down heavy. It's in Kennington. And there's a lovely sort of garden there. That's very nice, actually. Very nice. But they don't want children. People have paid up to £1.5 million for townhouses, £600,000 for flats. James Brokenshire called the situation outrageous. The property firm has marketed the home, 149 places there are here, as family-friendly, but they don't want the poorer people in the playground. How many times have you heard that? Not very good. So they've managed to find some mums who are not very happy at all. And maybe if you spent a lot of money, you don't want other people playing in your garden, because nobody will play in this garden at all. They really won't. You know, people who've spent £1.5 million on a flat, A, they're going to be career people. Secondly, they probably won't have children. And thirdly, the playground will remain empty. Very sad. 6:45 is the time. The LBC News, 6:50. I say the time very quickly because you're going to miss the train or the bus. I know sometimes they arrive early. It's very annoying, isn't it? Without a word of a lie, I thought the speed limiter idea 30 years ago. Everybody laughed at me. I got fed up with motorists moaning about being nicked. I've never been nicked for speeding. Oh, I tell a lie. I tell a lie once. And I tell you where it was. It was Staines. And I tell you what it was. I'd rented a Mercedes. A Mercedes... Don't ask me why. I've got no idea. It was one of those momentary lapses. And I used to go and rent this car of a weekend. And I enjoyed it so much. Sometimes I'd keep it for the week. And it was an automatic. And I love driving automatics. I'm very big for automatics. And I went round the Crooked Billet roundabout when you could go round the Crooked Billet roundabout. And as I shot round the corner... There's a policeman with a speed gun there, and I got nicked. I was so furious. So furious. Steve, thank you for mentioning Chloe, and the fight we have with getting Orkambi for all the cystic fibrosis sufferers. Thank you, Mary. I mean, do you know, I find it absolutely... I could sit and weep sometimes. You know, you write to the Prime Minister about, you know, one of many, many sick people who need something, and they totally ignore you. Even if you got a letter back, or a thing saying, she's looking into it, she's a bit busy at the moment, and she might not be here next week. But, you know, this is a year ago. This is a year ago. Just, you know, it's just appalling. It's just appalling. You know, we've got to pump money into things like that. Steve, fantastic to hear that you're having Tuppence Middleton on In Conversation. Hugely underrated. This is her year. I'm telling you, she's got loads of things under her belt. Roll on the Downton movie. I agree. And a very interesting tour I had, says Wendy, a spiker for 15 years. Afternoon tea in the Houses of Parliament last Saturday. Really great guide called Jack, who was studying his degree but works there at weekends. I didn't know you could do that. There's a place to go to. I never thought about that one. And from one here, it says, Steve, I've got cystic fibrosis and I'm 44. I'm eligible to receive Orkambi on compassionate grounds and will be starting my life-extending treatment in April. Everybody with CF should have access to this drug regardless of how poorly they are. Sadly, the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, just isn't listening, says Stephen. And from Peterborough, Sandy says, I had 2 children with cystic fibrosis. Daughter died at 20 and son at 37. It's a tough life having this disease, not to be wished on anyone. It makes me even more angry that, you know, people don't even bother having the courtesy just to reply to somebody and say, listen, we're looking at it, we're doing this, you know. What was the momentary lapse, Steve? Staines or the Mercedes? Both, probably. Actually, when I was living there, Staines was quite nice. Now it's Staines on Thames. It's gone a bit posh, actually. Explaining to my friend yesterday, says Holly, that sellotape is environmentally friendly because it's made of cellulose from plants. I wonder if Victoria Beckham used it behind her ears to pull her face back. Did you know that was a facelift years ago? And they did it because a friend of mine was a makeup artist at the BBC, and she had a very famous actress in, who had these little things. And what it is, little sticky bits that you used to put by your ear, and then you'd pull it round the back and stick it to the back of your head, attached to string, 2 little plastic sticky pads, and then your hair would go over the top of it. And it was a temporary facelift. Temporary facelift. Although there was a very famous man, a French singer called Claude Francois, who was but he used to wear plastic masks made, I think, out of the same material that they made contraceptives out of. And it was moulded to his face, and he would put it on and pull it back, and he would look all shiny, but it was so thin, you couldn't really see it, but it just made him look a bit sort of, you know, unfortunately he died. He stood up in the bath to change a light bulb. And that was kind of the end of Claude Francois. It really was, actually. Daily Express, so you've had that. Let's ban the racist fans who abused England. Absolutely, absolutely. Daily Mail, I don't think I know what the GP receptionist really thinks about me. I really don't. Mog, sorry, I will back May's deal. The Daily Star, kick 'em out. These are the racists. I mean, really, it's pathetic, isn't it? Where are these people? Celeb pals to dish the dirt on Ant. What, because he drank? Because apparently the business is just so stressful. Didn't affect his little pal, did it? So why one? And also, why get in a car? That's just being a what's-it, isn't it? Christine McGuinness, I'm sorry, dear, you've had your attention. You're really not up for anything, are you? Really? Very dreary. But I'm sure you love seeing your picture in the papers, so that makes everybody happy. But apparently, she feels like a single mother. So tough, isn't it? Because her husband, Paddy McGuinness, no lighty, he's working on 4 shows and he's exhausted. Well, don't take 4 shows on, though. Perhaps you need the money. Or perhaps, you know, she'd like to go and live in a council house and see how that copes. The Sun, Tories tell PM to quit. They did that a few days ago. Demon burglar at Fleet Street, £1 million worth of gems nicked in a tunnel raid. Don't worry, there's CCTV all over that area of London. Won't be too long, I promise you. Raheem Sterling, England's leader in the fight against football racism. Plus the grand wizards of Brexit turn on each other, writes Marina Hyde. I love Marina Hyde. I used to read her all the time on the programme. And here it is. It's a penthouse. I don't know where it is, actually, but it sounds absolutely delicious. Oh, it's next to UN headquarters in Manhattan. It's 5,893 square feet. And to you, $16 million. Cheap, I think. Gareth Southgate, some of my players say reporting racism won't make a difference. I shouldn't imagine it will, actually. I shouldn't imagine. The PM a victim of sexism, allies claim. Daily Telegraph, Duke gets back in the driving seat. He likes carriage driving, and here he is, the Duke of Edinburgh, 97. You know, he's been on the road. Apparently he can't drive on the road, but this is driving on the road. I don't really see the difference, but I'm sure there is. 1 in 10 young boys have mental disorder. Figures from NHS Digital show that 12.2% of boys aged between 5 and 10 were likely to be suffering from a mental disorder. And the Mirror, Daily Mirror, the Shark Whisperer, just some woman who apparently talks to sharks. Whatever. Not my kind of thing, actually, at all, but her name is Christina Zanato. The end of speeding. So I just had to wave at Nick Ferrari, actually, as he's going down. May told, fall on your sword to get your deal. And the Times, automatic speed limits planned for all new cars. And the Prince and Princess of Wales... No, so it's the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall. God blimey, nearly made a complete faux pas there. Pausing by a statue of John Lennon in Havana. You work it out. I don't know why he's there at all. And the fearful Brexiteers swing behind May's deal. I mean, we might be getting somewhere. We're never too sure. It's not actually a speed limiter. It's a black box connected straight to the DVLA, says John. No, it is. It is actually a speed limiter. It is actually a speed limiter. So it isn't like one of these things which they have, which sort of feeds it. They haven't got time to have this stuff fed back in. Definitely not. You're not going to believe this. Before I became a lawyer, I was a driving instructor, and I, says Eric, taught Tuppence Middleton how to drive. I could tell you some stories. We used to have such a laugh. She's adorable. She is adorable. She is adorable. She is adorable. Because we recorded the interview yesterday. And she was lovely, really, really lovely. So we'll talk about The Fisherman's Friends. We'll talk about the Downton movie, which again, they can't say that. She laughs all the way through. We have a lot of fun. Sadly, no more time. It's always good being with you in the morning. We're back with you tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. Before I go, to let you know what's coming up on my free podcast for today. Yes, on the Little Bit Extra, I'll tell you all about Peter Andre's thoroughly exciting new gig. He's going to be on a documentary about Anne McPartland's drink driving. Yet more proof that old Pete, see, will do just about anything if you pay him. You'll also hear about Mel B's continued attention-seeking. Just because she's skint, she has to drag the rest of them through the mill. Plus, as Diana Ross celebrates turning, wait for it, 75, I'll let you know the reason why it might not always be such a good age. Where does she... Mind you, of course, the problem is if she quits, who then steps in? She does a trans period where she sort of eases them into the job. And that's it. We've had it for years. 2 years. I'm amazed that you can still keep talking about it, Darren. Seriously, I mean, I'm just befuddled by the whole thing. I don't know what I'm voting for. I don't know what I'm not voting for. I can't remember what I voted for in the first place. And then people say, are you in or out? I said, I've been out so long now, it's almost a bit tedious thinking of going back in again. And, because it's just, I just don't understand where it's going. Are we going to end up just being marooned with warships around the Isle and nobody can get in or out? You know, we won't be doing holidays. Everything's going to be really expensive. If you're a diabetic, you won't be able to get your medicine or stuff like that. Is that what it's going to be? About 3 years, yeah. Oh, God, I hope I don't live long enough. I just want to go somewhere where it's quiet, go and sit on a cloud somewhere. Because it's ridiculous. What are the MPs thinking of? What are they thinking of? I mean, you know, what a bunch of nincompoops. All of them. But it put it this way, it'll keep Nick Ferrari going for 4 hours this morning, and then some. Because then you'll get all the other programmes. So by the time you get to Ian Dale, anything you didn't think you knew, you're going to find out, you know... Yes, it's going to come back again, isn't it? It's just going to go round. It's just ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Paul says, why do they keep cutting you off at 6? I'll tell you for exactly why they keep cutting me off at 6. Because I don't want to work till 7. Because I can't talk about Brexit. I'm a light-ent presenter. I keep telling people I'm light-ent. I can do musicals, 42nd Street. I could do Cats, Phantom of the Opera, all that kind of stuff. But I can't do Brexit. And I would think that by 6 o'clock in the morning, you want to know everything. And so Nick is well informed. Darren's done his bit. So I'm the bit in the middle. I'm the sandwich bit where they go, God, you must be exhausted talking about Brexit. I said, I've never talked about Brexit. I just tell you what I think's going on. And then people go, oh, you can... Mind you, my boss is totally convinced I could do Brexit. I'm totally convinced I couldn't do Brexit. I seriously, I could probably bluff my way to a certain amount of time, but I think after about 5 minutes people might suss me out, so there's no point. No point. You couldn't do sport. Oh, see, I bluffed my way through a sport programme. I should do a 3-hour sport programme. Me, the least sporty well, actually, and I was quite athletic when I was younger, but I never did the football, I never did the rugby, oh, here we go, the rugby and the stuff like that. Got the teas arrived. Thank you. You look well this morning. Everything going well? Yeah. Good, pleased to hear it. It's only a shorter programme today.
Oh.
Shorter programme, it's only 2 hours. Did you get the producer's tea?
Maybe.
Oh, it's a maybe now. Oh, a maybe. Did you notice the threat that went along with that? Did you get the producer's tea? Maybe. You know, I mean... Oh, what do you mean getting cheeky? He's been cheeky all the time. He's terrible. Seriously, he has got more confident as he's got older. And now he's almost unbearable. Almost unbearable. You know, I mean, gone are the days when you would sort of go and get a cup of tea. Did you just touch? Don't touch presenters. He's done it before with other people. He did it on my birthday. He tried to hug me in the studio when I was on air. I was filming. I've got the film on here. Still use it to show people. See? Still pull. And, you know... He hugged me for my birthday. It's very inappropriate. We don't do stuff like that. But I'm telling you. You thought Josh was bad. This one's worse. Wait till you get to Ollie. I mean, crikey, it's too much. But anyway, we do like it here. We do like it here. I know that seems very odd to say in this day and age. We do like it here. We do. I love it here. I got quite excited this morning thinking I'm going to have to get myself ready for 2 hours. I thought I might as well have come in my pyjamas, and then I suddenly realised I don't wear pyjamas. That would have been a bit of a culture shock. I bet you've got pyjamas at home. Have you not? Oh, right. Oh, thank God for that. Oh, you will have pyjamas. Of course. Producers definitely got pyjamas. No, I haven't worn pyjamas since I was 15. Since I was 15. And then what you do is you start wearing just the bottoms. Because I had the problem, because they used to do pyjamas, as you know, which had sort of a fly and then a string, then you would tie it round your waist. When you were little, it was like, now, of course, I can't find them to fit anyway, so I didn't do it. And so you put on your pyjamas, and if my parents had a dinner party, I'd have to come down and say goodnight to everybody. It was a bit like the Von Trapp family, but without the singing. You know, so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen. Anyway, and so you'd sort of lean over an elderly aunt who'd be having a cup of tea, and before my mother sewed the flies up, things used to fall out. So my poor aged grandmother and aunts used to... the sight of Stephen's willy in their saucer, which wasn't the best thing, I have to tell you. After that... I'm sorry. But I have to tell you, though, that my mother started sewing them up after that. It was a lot safer. And then I thought, why not wear your pants under your pyjamas? I thought, what a pointless exercise. So in other words, don't bother. Then I bought a nightshirt. The French wear nightshirts, apparently. It's quite common to wear nightshirts. And I quite like that, because that was easier to go for a wee in the middle of the night. You just hitched up your nightshirt and went to the toilet. Sometimes you'd actually make it to the bathroom if you were lucky. If you didn't, you know, hell of an experience in the corner of the bedroom. Even the cat wouldn't visit, you know. Cat got very worried. Cat's going, I'm not going in that bedroom, it smells of wee. But anyway, on the programme this morning, we'll take all your texts and emails. Why? Because we like you. Why? Because we like you. And because if you're up at this time of the morning, I'm up at this time of the morning. Apparently, you are the staple diet, Steve, of my morning, for me and many others. Well, that's all right. See, I don't have a problem with that. You're the happiness, says Stu. Oh dear. Where are you off to today at 4 o'clock? I'd love to know. I'd love to know where people are going at this time of the morning. Ian says, with all the political jobs, is it true the winds of change will blow away your footprints in the sands of time? Yes. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, every time I listen to it, I'm always amazed that people can still get money and time out of Brexit. And then I suddenly start listening, and I suddenly realise I know so little about it. But then that would be awful if you had a clever presenter at 4 o'clock. Who wants to wake up to a clever presenter at 4 a.m. in the morning? You don't. You don't want to wake up to a clever presenter. Sorry to mention the B word, Steve, but I wonder how useful the past 2 years have been to Parliament in diverting them from important social issues. Well, it's just been a complete waste of time. It's just been a complete and utter waste of time. And I don't say that lightly to be flippant about the whole thing, but frankly, they've cocked it up so much, I don't even know where we are at the moment. I've got no idea. Steve, every time Theresa May stuffs it seems we lose an hour of your company. Well, that's right to complain. I think we should complain immediately. How dare you take away an hour of Steve Allen's programme? But it does mean you get the extra hour of Nick Ferrari. So his team, of course, it isn't... Because I used to think to myself, oh, Nick's coming in, he's doing an extra hour, that's fine, blah, blah, blah. I tend to forget the whole team comes in. They've all got to come in and do the programme. And they do. They do. Chris in Mitcham says, we need you, Steve, for getting us out of the doldrums and cheering us out of the B word. To be honest with you, I'm not even totally convinced that we're sort of... I don't know where we're going. I really don't know where we're going. I don't know what today will bring. I'll have to keep listening to LBC to find out. Steve, I'm with you. Totally lost the plot. You stand a great chance of running the country with your following, says Amanda. Do you know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I would think the majority of people in this country go, oh, for goodness sake, not this thing again. Not this thing. I'll be glad when it's finished and over and done with. Whatever it is. Whatever it is. LBC covers the political circus 21 hours a day. You are the panacea to it all, and we should never have our 3 hours shortened. You're essential, says Holly, for our health. Well, listen, I've got a cup of tea. You can go and get yourselves a cup of tea. If you're driving the car, please don't go and make yourself a cup of tea. It's not going to work. But, no, I think it's... a cup of tea is necessary this morning, because it is Thursday, and we like Thursday. Thursday's good. You know why? Because this is the first time in ages when I've had a shortened programme where I haven't had an in conversation to record, which is like, the producer sent me a thing going, you know, when you finish at 6, you finish at 6. Because normally they go, oh, you finish at 6, you've got an interview at 10. And I go, 4 hours to kill, which is quite a lot, actually. By the time I've been to the canteen and had conversation with the lovely ladies up there, it generally sort of whizzes by quite quickly. But today, I can be out the building by just after 6. I could be home by about 7:15. It's not bad, is it, really? I can't complain. And tomorrow I haven't got any interviews, and tomorrow is Friday, so we will have clips of the 2 guests for In Conversation, one of whom is Tuppence Middleton, and the other guest this week is Andy Bell. You know, from Erasure? He's got a series of albums out. 2 really, really good interviews. Really, really good interviews. Brian in Ealing says, hope you're getting over your throaty voice. I just wondered, have you? Have you started yet? Yeah, I coughed earlier on. I spoke to a friend of mine in Spain yesterday. And because we haven't spoken for a little while, but then there was an event that happened yesterday that affected both of us. And so I was on the phone, and then John Warrington came on the other line, and he was chatting, and he always takes the mickey out of me. He always goes, Steve Allen, he's on borrowed time. So we've had a little bit of a cough. We've had our cup of tea. I've had a bit of salad. Yesterday, in keeping with my my new diet, I've just ordered a new cookbook recommended by the doctor. So I bought that, which is a cookbook specially for diabetics, and apparently it's the one that everybody's raving about. So I bought that. And then what did I have yesterday? Oh, yeah, I went to... No haddock chowder soup anywhere. No haddock chowder soup. So I had to go to Waitrose, and I bought leek and potato, which was lovely. Really lovely. And it was smooth leek and potato. It wasn't chunky. But I cut some bacon up in it, and then I pour it into it. I don't use a bowl and a spoon. I put it into it. I've got a big mug. You know, like that thing I was using for my coffee the other day, which was a soup bowl. A bit like that. And so I had that. It was delicious. Absolutely delicious. So I'm having it again today. You know, as you have to do these things. If, you know, Preston for a few days. Preston? What's in Preston? Now, I know Preston's in Lancashire. That's what I do know. Preston's in Lancashire. And that's as far as I know. Isn't that clogs and whippets? Isn't it? That's most of the north, isn't it, really? Sweeping generalisation. But that's the only thing I know about Preston. I don't know what it's... Got a big bus port. What, like a bus station? Oh, right. Haven't they all got big bus stations? Everybody's got big bus stations. We've got one in Richmond. We've got a big one in Twickenham. This is huge. Is this like Victoria Station? Is it like, oh, you get the bus there? To Aberdeen. Is there... When you were poorer. Oh, so sweet. So tedious. Another boring story. The National Football Museum's there. How boring. How utterly dreary. The National Football Museum. What have they got in there? Please don't say footballs. I couldn't bear it. Old footballs, old shirts, things like that. How funny. Yes, football, yes. And then the away strip, and then the we've just gone to play Cromer strip, and all the other bits and pieces. So there you go. Anyway, that's the state of the programme for this morning. You have to take it as you find it. I shall be quite good. Life, Steve, is about light entertainment. Bring back the public stocks for the politicians, robbing us of an hour of Steve Allen. It's that Theresa woman. She's, you know, that's like that. It's that Poppins woman. That Poppins woman popping in and out of chalk paintings and let's go fly a kite and stuff like that. And it's that Theresa May woman. You know, whether you like her or don't like her. And to be honest with you, I don't dislike her at all. I just wish they'd bloody well get their act together. Very annoying. Very annoying. Steve, I wouldn't be surprised if the politicians continue to milk the smoke and mirrors B word for the next 5 years. Oh, don't ruin it. There's people listening to this programme hoping for a bit of entertainment, hoping beyond hope for a bit of entertainment. And by God, you know, you're going to get it on LBC this morning. Only until 6. So for all the people getting up early for Nick Ferrari's programme, welcome to the early part of the day. Poor souls, I was very sorry for them. They all come in, they will look a little bit, oh, it's a bit earlier, we have to arrive in. But don't worry. Don't worry, we'll all get through it. And as for the rest of you, send in your texts and emails. If I like the sound of them, and I like the way they look, and I like the cut of your jib. 19 minutes past 4, you well? Good? I do hope so. Confused? Join the rest of us. Apparently the Football Museum is no longer in Preston. It's moved, says Janet. To where?
Oh, it's in Manchester.
Manchester. Good Lord, why do they keep moving things? Actually, I've not been to Manchester for a while. I do like Manchester. I used to go up there on a regular basis. And I've done Edinburgh and I've done Glasgow. Never done Preston, though. Never done Preston. Steve, says Mark from Leigh-on-Sea, with a shortened programme and being the bit in the middle makes you the cream. Never thought about that, but you're quite right. Just finished night shift. We'll have to put my foot down if we've only got 2 hours this morning, because if I listen to any more Brexit, it'll drive me mad. Jim says, please don't do Brexit. 21 hours a day is quite enough. Your show is an oasis of calm amongst the madness. And as somebody mentions the GC, Kerry Katona, Jordan, Shamina Begum and Daniela Westbrook. All of which might feature this morning with the exception of Shamina Begum, because I really couldn't care less what happens to her. I seriously couldn't care less what happens to her. And I'm not remotely bothered about dreary old Jordan, who went out with her dog on a piece of rope the other day. There wasn't even a proper lead. Perhaps she's fallen on hard times. Can't wait for them to repossess the house. Really can't. because she's got to find 12 grand a month for the next 5 years. No chance her career's on the skids at the moment. She was selling clothing on eBay the other day. She raised the grand total of £66. Hope you'll be paying tax on that, darling. Don't want to keep reminding you. And then there was a picture of her little boyfriend, who apparently is a personal trainer, bit of a drip. And he drives a Mercedes. Must be the only personal trainer I've ever heard of who drives a Mercedes. I don't know any, because they don't make enough money. You know, because they do it because it's what they want to do. And if every time you see people on sort of Love Island and stuff like that, it's a case of, what do? I'm a personal trainer. Of course you are, dear. That's another word for unemployed. You know, so you go down the gym every day. My friend Callum Hyder is up early this morning. He said, a salad, you say? And he sent me he sends me the odd... He superimposed my head on some stallion's body. Which actually, I mean, to be quite honest, the stallion's body looks like he's been dipped in Bovril, and I just look wrong. Callum is obsessed with me, I have to tell you. I'm totally obsessed. Which is great, actually, because I'm obsessed with him as well, because he works on one of our sister stations just around the corner. And he's a producer. At the moment, because he's doing the breakfast show, he has to get up really early in the morning, which actually is not his bed. He has been up early before, because he used to produce the morning show, and so he was getting up, not as early as this one, but we love him to pieces. And I bumped into him at the Global Awards. He was backstage, which I love it. Steve, I'm working in Waitrose Ely, picking shopping for customers' deliveries today. Do you know, I've never ever had a home delivery from any of the supermarkets. I keep meaning to do it. A friend of mine Darren swears by it. He loves things like that. He sort of plays them off against each other, and it's, you know, really, really brilliant. Steve, your show completes my night shift. What will I do for the last hour, says Billy. I have no idea, actually. I'll ask my friend Callum. He would know things like that. Steve, forget the B word. What's the latest on the GC? Oh, she's pictured in one of the online sites wearing a new bikini. Well, it's not a bikini. I mean, that would just be too awful. It's sort of a new swimming costume. I don't know why. And she's photographed from the back. Again, I'm not too sure why. As I've said before, says Paul, I'm lucky enough to not have to wake up at this time every day. But you're definitely the best bit about being up this early. Sat in my van driving on the M25. Van full of flowers for Mother's Day. Do you know, I saw on Waterloo Station yesterday, which I'm going to be seeing a bit earlier this morning, they're selling flowers in the middle for Mother's Day. What is it about flowers? Why do you have to wait till Mother's Day to buy your mum flowers? You know, and I know for a fact, and here's the bit that always gets me, that when you go past the cemeteries and the crematoriums today, and I go past a seemingly endless supply of them, they will be full of flowers for Mother's Day. Full of flowers. This is the time that, you know, if you lost your mum years ago or recently, you take flowers. Now, my argument is, and I got this from an American psychiatrist, don't buy flowers for the dead. They don't appreciate them. Buy them for the living. And he made a big thing about, you know, they don't, the dead don't appreciate flowers. And yet you go to the crematorium. I remember going up to the crematorium a few years back, and it was an acreage of flowers. It was just flowers. I've never seen so many flowers. It was like, you remember when Diana died, and outside Kensington Palace, that huge area, something like £30 million worth of flowers, sat there. And why they didn't think to take them out of the plastic bags, I've got no idea, because they rot in plastic bags. They need to be in the air, and they look so much prettier. But I mean, it did look gorgeously pretty. I mean, really, really fantastically wonderful. And I remember thinking, do you know, my mum used to like flowers. I'd always send her a bouquet, and she'd arrange them and stuff like that. But give them to the living, please. It's much easier. Jane is a recent joiner of Steve Allen's Spikers group. She said, off first thing this morning for a speed awareness course. Oh, my God. I've done one of those. I did that years and years ago. You can only do the one, remember? She says, I got carried away whilst listening to the Queer as Folk soundtrack that you played and downloaded it, so I didn't spot the speed camera. No. 34 in a 30. It's a few hours. The speed awareness course. You'll sit in a room with a load of other people. You've all got ideas of, you know, why we're here, why we shouldn't be here, and all the rest of it. And you'll have a computer in front of you, and then somebody will take you through it, and then you have to fill in answers on a thing, and then you've got to click. Oh, it's just pain in the arse, it really is. Your little pyjama story, says Sam, is an example of why my fellow commuters on the train journey stare at me like I need to be carted off. Apparently laughing out loud is not acceptable. Enjoy the early finish today. Andy says, I saw Katie Price walking her dog the other day. I said, what's that tatty thing at the end of the lead? Katie said, it's my dog. I said, I was talking to the dog. It's an old one, but it's a goodie. Yeah, I mean, she's a bit of a waste of space. Always has been. Never brilliant. Never brilliant. And why is your show shorter, says Vicky. Oh, come on, it's Brexit. Come on. Blimey, even me, with my limited knowledge of Brexit, knows it's Brexit. And because it's D-Day, will her sacrifice be in vain? She sensationally agreed to quit, this is Theresa May, in a bid to deliver the Brexit deal. The MPs failed to agree on any other option. And Boris backs her, but as the DUPs say, they still won't budge. So, we're in a country where, to be honest with you, they're all bloody useless. That's it. Is it okay, says Andrew, not to care about Stacey Dooley splitting with her partner? I couldn't get a toss. I seriously couldn't. It makes... They go, it's the curse of Strictly. There is no curse in Strictly. There really is no curse in Strictly. It's just a lot of people who've started believing the publicity. And she started believing the publicity about her, that she was the saviour of all saviours, and she was this, and she was marvellous, and they put her down as an investigative journalist. It's the last thing she's doing at the moment. She's too busy playing celebrity. And that's a very, very dangerous game. Sorry, what I really mean, producer just corrected me. He said, what you mean, Steve, is celebrity. I was listening, actually, to the two... She's like down with the kids. Perhaps she'll stay there. Watching Pip Schofield talking to the Fahir sisters the other day, you suddenly realise they're as thick as they sound. They are unbelievably dim. You've never... They can't string two words together. It was like listening to 5-year-olds again, in keeping with Chloe Sims, in keeping with, just about anybody from Towie. Just about anybody. I mean, Gemma Collins is classic example of how something that size can sound like a 3-year-old. But watching the Fierce sisters, they can't string... I can't wait for their so-called careers, which involves... They don't do anything. They don't really have a career as such. It's just that the cameras start filming, so they've got the mummy diaries. Like, who gives us... why would you care? Why would you care? Makes no difference at all. You watch... couple of years' time, it'll all be finished, and you watch the bankruptcies. They're going to turn over bit by bit by bit by bit. Scottish Boy's recent trip to the spa has encouraged me to book a full-body exfoliation, followed by a skin drench moisturising serum. I will feel lighter than air. Goodbye, winter. Hello, spring, says Holly. What would you like to do to welcome spring back into your life? You liked it, didn't you? He was very happy with it, actually, which actually didn't surprise me because he can spend most of his time horizontal anyway. So, to actually have some sort of skin drench moisturising serum is slightly... So people sort of... It's never men doing it, is it? It's only women who do it in spas. Is it? I think so. You got the exfoliation. Right. Was it done by... Yeah, was it a man? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, because it's mainly women who get it, don't they? I've got Estee Lauder exfoliator, and it's little... I don't know what they are. And you rub it over your body, and that sort of apparently gives you new skin. So they say. You're wrong. You can take speed awareness courses not only once, but once every 3 years. Is that true? I thought you could only do it the once. What's the point? Otherwise, you're a complete buffoon. A complete idiot. If you go for a speed awareness course every 3 years. I thought it was just the once. Because I told you there was a woman on my thing and she said, oh, every 3 years. So, in other words, you can break the law every 3 years. To be honest with you, it's not worth it, is it? It's going to be 3 hours out of your day. You've got to get there. You can nominate the place you go to, which is easy. But it doesn't actually make me wrong. It means that you're an idiot. If you're actually being done for speeding every 3 years. Ridiculous. Steve, you make my day. I listen every day and help your spike. Thank you. I think the spike would go without you, actually, Graham. I think. In return for my loyalty, would you be interested in ordering one of my graves? Wood grave memorials. We don't... What? What's... It is the oddest pitch for a free advert, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, we don't have any memorials for our family. All of those who were cremated, as indeed my parents were, we didn't continue with the rose bush. Maybe because we were too mean, and it's sort of, they're not there. They're not there. If it makes people feel better, do it. Do it. It's like that Michael Parkinson thing, isn't it? And you get a free pen just for inquiring. Hello, I'm thinking of dying soon. There's a pen on its way to you. Let's hope you live long enough. Oh, I watched this programme the other night on the telly. And it's... Do you remember I went in a short while ago to have my aorta checked, where you lift your shirt up, they rub some stuff on your stomach, and then they push hard. There's a programme on the television the other day, and it's one of these 24 hours in A&E. And there's an old boy who's actually come in, and he's not very well. He's obviously getting on a bit, but he's not very well. But he's lucid enough to talk to them, and they say to him, "Hello, Mr. So-and-so," and he goes, "Yeah." They say, "Listen, we should explain to you that your aorta has burst." Now, do you remember I told you that when you go in there, they're checking to see if it is in that state where it might burst. If it bursts, there's a very good chance you can die. He was dying. And they told him he was dying. He said, "Am I dying?" And they went, "Yes." It was quite matter of fact. Quite matter of fact. And they said, "Listen, we'll make you as comfortable as possible." I thought, how long's he got? And then they said, we'll get your wife, anybody else you'd like to come and see you. And so he said, right. He said, "I am dying." And they went, "Yes, you're dying." And I thought, do you know, they do this as a matter of fact because they deal with it on a daily basis. But you imagine being told that, and you're thinking, God, what do I have to do before I die? Do I have to do something, specific? When my mother was told, and they didn't tell her how long, probably just as well, because they don't know until you've been down a particular route. And so she started writing letters, gifting her jewellery to her godchildren and stuff like that, and being very matter-of-fact about it. And doing that actually made it a lot easier for her because it kept her busy. But this bloke was sort of lying there, horizontal, and his aorta, because what it does, it floods your body with blood. It bursts. And they didn't say how long it was, but I got the feeling, the way they were talking, it wasn't that long. And I thought, how brave. How absolutely brave to be told something like that. We go, "Oh yeah, okay." As you sort of lie there. And I thought, I was watching it, and I was sort of thinking, oh, I'm so late for the news. I was sort of thinking, what's going through his mind? And the answer is nothing, I suppose. Let's take the news. I'm so sorry I'm late. 4:30. Exciting. 25 minutes to 5. Sorry I was late for the news. I don't like to upset poor Josh. But then the computer was having a bit of a mare of a day as well. Have you ever been on a middle lane awareness course? What's it got to do with you? Mind your own business, Beaky. Mind your own business. Nothing worse than an old Mary at this time of the morning. Did Scottish boy take the mustard jumper off when he went to the spa? Did you take the mustard jumper with you? You didn't take it with you? No. You just casual. Because yeah, okay, right. Because he's been wearing the purple one now for a couple of days. He likes the purple one. He's obviously looked at himself in the mirror and goes, purple. Pretty cool. You look a bit like... You yawned again. You did so. I know what yawning looks like. A smile with sort of expelling wind at the same time. Yeah, I know. But somebody says, one day it'll be your last show. How do you think you'll get through that one? Well, you won't be there to enjoy it, will you? You'll be way too old. Of course, everybody's got to have a last... I've had last shows before. How do I get through them? Very well. Very well, actually. I'm very good at getting through things like that. But not for a good few years yet. Not for a good... Oh, yes. Steve... Is the old catch-up site dead? Also, I can't access your extra podcast. I'm telling you, you can now. Okay? I'm telling you, it's all alive and well, and you can do it now if you want to catch up on the podcast. Do them now. Do them now, because it was having a bit of a mare of a day the other day, and we tried it, and a few people, including Phil Vickery, was sort of saying, I can't get it. You can get it all now. Okay? You can get it all now. So, go for it. Please. In fact, actually, the more the merrier. More the merrier. Steve, Brexit means Brexit. Unfortunately for us, Brexit means Stexit, to usher in Nixit. I've also joined the Spikers Facebook group. Well, there you go, you see. You're in very good company. Very good company. It's nice to have your company this morning. Everybody, actually. It really is, but it is a shorter programme. If you just turned on and tuned in and dropped out, then we're here until 6 this morning. And then after 6, you get Nick Ferrari, extended programme. Phil says, my mum's no longer with us. I'm 64, real age. And despite my age, I miss her. You always do. You always do. Listen, it doesn't matter how old you become. It's still your mum, isn't it? Unless you really hated your parents. But it's still your parents. You know, I've always said that. I've still got photographs of my parents on the sideboard. You know, and I wouldn't think of anything else. They were my parents. I say I've never dissed them. Of course not. Goodness sake. I'm sure they might not have been perfect, but as far as I was concerned, they were my parents, and that's, you know, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. So Phil says this year I made my sister-in-law my mum. I bought her chocolates and a card. Slightly strange, but there you go. So anybody else inquiring about the extra podcast, which disappeared, they're back. They're back now. Okay, so you can go to the LBC website. I've got it on my phone. I didn't put it on there. Scottish boy put it on my phone. I didn't know what it was, and I don't know. Wait a minute. I've got to ask him something. Oh, go away, you stupid phone. Nothing worse, honestly. So if I do that, and then I switch this on here, and then it puts up something on the... Oh, what is going on here? On the global player. Then it says, take control, connect with Facebook, connect with Twitter. What am I pushing? Or sign in with email? Which one am I pushing? Connect with Facebook? I'm not on Facebook. Connect with Twitter? Or sign... Because you probably put it on there, but now I don't have it. I've got that. So, oh, there we go. Have you messed up my phone? If you've messed up my phone, you're going home surrounded by Chrome, I'm telling you. Honestly, why does he do this to me? What's it not doing? Twitter. Have you put... There's no password that you put in, is there, or something like that? I don't need...
What's your Twitter login?
I don't know. Well, yesterday, you see now, all of a sudden, I've got confusion. Because yesterday it was on there, and I clicked on it, I was sitting on the train watching things, and now all of a sudden you've made it so it's going to ask me passwords and stuff. Yeah. And I don't know what they are. What are my passwords? I don't know what my passwords...
You need to create an account now.
Well, yesterday it was all on there, showing me everything.
No, it's changed.
Oh, for goodness sake. So, I'm creating... What's my email? What's my email, Chris? It's... My home one? Oh, goodness, take the phone in.
Okay.
God, honestly. I knew I was going to be upset this morning. I knew a 2-hour programme and you, on top of it, upsetting my... Don't scream like that. He's upset my phone now. Yeah, the global player's brilliant. It's just that I haven't got it on my phone. But yet yesterday I had it without putting anything in at all. So perhaps you've done something on my phone. Please don't go to my photos. Just telling you that now. Only joking. Steve, I won't be ordering any fruit or veg online. Shopping at Sainsbury's anymore. Most of it, the sell-by date is nearly up. I mean, well, actually, that's nothing to do with them. That's all over the place. I go and buy stuff, and you look at the sell-by date, it's like 2 days. 2 days. Not very good. Ian says, I've got mustard trousers, a mint sauce shirt, and a chutney jumper. God. What an abomination that sounds. Also... somebody else talking about Brexit, saying you are the Brexit-free zone. I think I'm about the only one. I'm pretty certain. Don't go through all my private text to my celebrity friends. You know what they're doing? They're writing down celebrities' phone numbers so they can then phone them and go, hello. Yes, exactly. What are you doing? You're putting in my home email. Do you know what my home email is? Oh, dear. Oh. What do you mean you do? You don't know my home email. How do you know my home email? You don't. You're lying. I can tell you're lying. Well, I don't mind you having my home address. I'm not bothered about that. You can't get in. We've got security cameras and police. And, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I suppose we ought to act. They're very slow on doing things. Very slow at the moment. They used to be really good on it. A little bit of graffiti appeared. And the council around, straight away, getting rid of it. Not at the moment. Some of it been there 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. Very sad story. I don't generally like to do sad story, but it highlights the fact that we know very little about what goes on at school with kids, apart from the fact there is a story in the paper today about, I think, somebody under the age of 9 who took a knife to school. Obviously somebody of limited intelligence, with parents equally stupid, who have knives around that kids can get hold of and they take them into school. Perhaps they think they're being clever. I don't know. But here is a sad story of a little 12-year-old. His name was Mason Warwick. Mason was targeted by bullies at school. So badly was he targeted that he ended up taking his own life. And at the age of 12, your heart bleeds for this little boy. His parents, Kelly and David, say he was our amazing special angel. And He was a loving, caring man. Money will not bring him back. Nothing brings him back now. They can't. He was a happy-go-lucky, very polite boy, loved by everybody. And everybody said, you know, he seemed such a happy person. They were really surprised when he took his own life. I think you would be. He's 12 years old, for goodness sake. But what's worse is that somebody bullied him for all those affected by this tragedy. Who's the bully? Don't faff around until you've found who the bully is and you put them into court. He took his own life at the age of 12. They must know who it is. His class will go, it's him. You all know, if you're in a class at school, you know who the bully is. Everybody knows who the bully is at school. You go, it's him. And it'll be somebody either in the class above or somebody in his own class. They need to be kicked out of that school as quick as possible. There needs to be something. These are evil children. They don't care whether somebody takes their own life. And at the age of 12, the fact that he knew how to take his... What are you doing on my telephone now? Is it still... What are you doing with it? Oh, the app... Oh, Lord above. Now the app's gone a bit strange on my phone. It's my phone. It'll be bound to be my phone. Perhaps you should turn it on and turn it off a bit. You know? No? Well, there you go. Well, yeah. If you managed to get hold of yesterday's little bit extra, could you text us in? I don't normally ask for your help on things like this, but it would be great, actually. So, if it's just suddenly appeared on your phone, can you let me know? Because the techie boys next door need to know about it. So if it's just appeared, let me know. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Okay, and that will then help. We don't think it's appeared, though, do we? We're not sure. We're not sure until you help us out. Okay, if you can do that, thank you very much indeed. So just going back to young Mason Warwick, it's not for him that you feel sorry, it's for his parents. You know, cute kid, bullied at school, friends say, you know, they weren't aware that he was arm and sort of on spec for doing exams and stuff like that. Still to come, 6 in 10 are in debt and many have no plan at all. No plan for working out how to get out of debt. It's a bit like that thicko, isn't it, Jordan? She's got no idea how to get out of debt, so she does a deal with HMRC to only pay back a percentage of how much she owes because she's and yet she's still been on holidays. Still goes and buys a £1,000 dog. I mean, how thick do you have to be? How thick? Right, short break. 13 to 5.
This is LBC.
Lottie's 6th birthday. This is going almost too well. Goodie bags ready to go, party playlist complete, and the homemade bunting is exquisite. The other parents will be so jealous. And wait till they see what I've got up my sleeve. A happy meal for everyone. Thank you, McDelivery. Well played, Pete. Well...
AM. Order today at milkandmore.co.uk.
Are you ready to feel awesome? Shell V-Power. Marvel Studios Avengers Endgame. One hero...
Otherwise, the next time I see your phone, it'll be the last time you see it. Huh? Start messing around with my phone, pal. Steve, I've missed listening to you. I'm on holiday in Vietnam. Do you know you're about the 4th person who's gone to Vietnam that we've heard of? It's obviously the new holiday destination. I managed to get onto LBC and it's good to hear you. Make me laugh. So needed. You're 7 hours ahead. It's 11:45 there. Thank you. As far as Brexit concerned, never in the history of British politics was so much rubbish talked by so few to so many, says Paul. Yes, I would agree with you, actually. I would agree. Seriously, it's just rubbish. Matthew says, great to bump into you yesterday and cheered both my father and myself up, which is good news. Good news. Little Julie says, right, all back. Had to be completely sign out, then re-sign in and the missing shows have appeared. Yes. That's the thing to do, actually. I think what you should do is sign out, sign back in again. It's like, you know, turning the computer off, then turning it back on again. Okay, do you want to... And if you haven't got the Global Player app, do it now. Do it now, okay? No, it doesn't cost anything, it's free. And apparently it's quite simple. If Scottish Boy can do it, you know, I'm sure we can all do it. 6 of 10 of you, I have to say of you, because it doesn't include me, are in debt. And there's nothing clever about it. I just had some people looking after my money to make sure that I wasn't frittering it all away. 2,000 adults were surveyed, and the survey came back with millions of people who are taking on debt without a plan of how to repay it. It's a bit like dreary old Jordan, isn't it? Dreary old Jordan. You know, so you owe all this money, dear. Why have you not paid it back? Why have you not paid it back? It's, you know, it's really bad not to pay it back. You're an embarrassment desperately sad. You know, she wants more children, by the way. Of course she does. With the bloke who is obviously, he'll have to sell the car, I should imagine, very shortly. Somebody must be lending her the money, but she's done a deal. We know that because it's at Company's House. You can read it if you're a member, as they say. And she's got to pay back 12,000 quid a month for the next 5 years. Let me tell you now, no chance. No chance. She'll have the money from the Katie Price, the dreary part of her life, which is basically from the moment she wakes up in the morning, to the latest boyfriend, to all the other little bits and pieces. But she's got to make 12 grand a month and keep the house going and pay all the bills. Not going to be happening, is it? Not going to be happening. Can't wait for that day. Can't wait. All she needs to do is downsize. You know, downsize. It's as simple as that. A Bollywood star changed his name to Swindon to reach a bigger audience. Santhu Swindon, formerly Gopinath, revealed his name during a premiere of his film in the Wiltshire town. Quite clever, isn't it? You know, who wants to be called Swindon? That's very odd. And here he is. This is the horrific moment. Captured on CCTV, a teenage boy is flung into the air, somersaulting 4 times after being struck by a speeding hit-and-run driver. Ibrahim Ahmed, 14, was crossing the road when Mohammed Hussain, 20, ploughed into him at 59 miles an hour whilst being pursued by police. The teenager, who was left for dead on the pavement, was given emergency CPR, and he did survive. Broken bones, organ damage, and internal bleeding. Hussain, this is Mohammed Hussain, another thicko, was driving through Luton when police became suspicious. When they moved over to pull him over, he tried to escape by driving off at high speed. He's a real idiot. He's a basic idiot, this one here. Ibrahim can be seen on CCTV spotting Hussain coming towards him. He starts to run but is hit and thrown into the air. Hussain of Luton admitted causing serious injury by dangerous driving and was jailed for 16 months. Should have been 16 years, Mohammed, shouldn't it, really? You know, you left him for dead. You didn't care about him and you thought about yourself. But Sergeant James Thorne said the actions led to a 14-year-old boy being struck at high speed and left for dead. Thank God he's still alive, which is good news, isn't it? Very good news. Here's a picture of somebody called Ada Field. Oh, this is Robbie Williams' wife, isn't it? God. They went skiing. They went skiing. They don't say where it is, actually. They just post it. If you go skiing, you have to wear really funny clothes. Makes you stand out in the snow, I suppose. And guess what? Paul McCartney has explored his passion for nature by going bird watching between gigs on his world tour. Who'd have thought? You know, you think people who go bird watching are mad as broomsticks. But they can't be. Well, we know one, yeah. But you can't if it's Paul McCartney. I mean, he obviously does it as some sort of relaxant. Book's out soon, I believe. I don't mention anything. There was another thing. There's a lady here, which I love. A boring old Stacey Dooley split with her boyfriend after being struck by the show's infamous curse. No, if she was going to be struck by a curse, she'd have finished years ago. But they've only just done it now, and then, of course, loads of other people have had... It's nothing to do with the curse of Strictly. What are you saying? Goodness sake, grow up. Grow up, please. Also, let me find this woman here, because I was a big fan of this lady. I don't know who she is. I just know that she's now famous because she did something that we would all want to do. And I won't find the blooming thing, I promise you. Oh, no. There's a whole 2 pages on Cara Boring Delevingne, or Delevingne, or Delevingne, who cares? The greatest gift I can give is an orgasm. Apparently. I know, not really the kind of thing you want to read, is it? At any time of the day or night. Now, where is this lemon story? I can't remember. Oh, no, it's got to be in the Mirror, isn't it? It's got to be in the Mirror. I'll just remember because it comes under Penman Investigates. And we like Penman Investigates because it's one of those sort of columns that looks good. And he sorts out people's problems. Now I can't find the blooming thing. Where do they go to, honestly? You know, you sit outside, you go through everything, and you go, oh, that's good. I'll do that on the programme. Then you come to finding it again, and all of a sudden it vanishes. I'll be sitting on the train going home, and I go, oh, there it is. Place to go to for Easter break, best value, Vienna. Vienna. It's the best place to go to, so fingers crossed, eh? Fingers crossed. You're thinking of going somewhere. It's nice, actually, Vienna. It's good if you're sort of an over 55, 60 person, because you can go there. There's lots of nice walks. It's very clean. It's the food's not brilliant, but I mean, I don't think you go anywhere for the food unless you're an absolute foodie. I think all you have to do is just sort of go to a place and just discover it, and then you discover it's just really, really nice. Where is this blooming thing? I thought it was Penman Investigates. Who does Penman Investigate write for? Well, it's not in the Mirror. Why can't I find it? This is very odd. I found it earlier on. You sure it's the mirror? Well, I always thought it was the mirror. But I can't find it. We should come back to it later. It's the only time we'll better do it, actually. Sex cures hay fever, apparently. Scottish boy, very interested in this one. Hay fever sufferers could virtually cure their sneezing and sore eyes with lots of sex. I've never noticed you have sore eyes or sneezing or anything like that. Oh, is that because you get... Oh, right, okay. La. Not too sure we want to know about that, actually. There's too much... Yes, news coming up very shortly. Were those doing it? Is it still Josh? Poor Josh, honestly. We made him wait such a long time. He hasn't got any hay fever issues either. Which is amazing, isn't it? Good old Josh, eh? That hay fever just went right out of the window. Steve, listening on the Global Player from Brisbane, Australia. Very grey, rainy and almost British-type weather today. I've enjoyed your show for around 3 years now. I'd like to think I'm a younger listener at 35. Oh, Stu, I wouldn't think... I mean, we do have younger people, actually. Thank you for helping me run every morning, says Caroline. You're not a bank robber, are you, or something like that? It says, as I found, if I leave it till after your show to run, I won't go. So she runs during the show. Steve, Big Steve, said, just got back off the lifeboat. It's cold. It's cold. Please thank Scottish Boy. I listened to what you were saying to each other. I also reset my password, and that's when it worked, says little Julie. Woo! Good old you. Those streaming eyes. Thing of the past. What? Is that... He also has it... He deserves some credit. What, for the hay fever thing? Oh, for the app thing. Oh, yeah, absolutely, yes. God knows what they've done on my blooming phone. I bet they've messed around with it. Every time I open the phone up now, it's going to be Scottish Boy going, oh, like that. That'll be lovely. The phone alarm will go off. Lots of Dave O'Brien podcasts. He's my only competition on LBC, actually, I'm delighted to report. David and Sharon say we've had our flight cancelled from Agra to Jaipur in India. God bless Air India, frantically trying to get out. You made it a bit easier, though, making us laugh through our adversity. Oh, you'll get out, don't worry. You'll look back and laugh. Ha, 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 as we all do. Anyway, news coming up. Shorter programme this morning. You'd never know his hay fever's gone, would you? You'd never know. Seriously, just like, I mean, what a godsend. What a godsend. Right. Nice to be company. It's 3 minutes past 5 at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Only till 6 this morning. Nick Ferrari has an extended programme. Still to come, how Maeve has fought fraud, and timeshare rears its ugly head yet again. Now, I remember years ago, I'm probably old enough, believe it or not, Dale Winton used to sell timeshare. He actually went, he was so broke at one point, he went off to sell timeshare. But here is another scam guaranteed to part you from your money. Plus all your texts and emails. Sunil says, just back from Vienna yesterday. Great place, wonderful people. It's lovely, actually. I love Vienna. It is like stepping back in time. Read Cara Delevingne with her sterling services to humanity. Move over Mother Teresa. You know, yes, I mean, I agree. Who cares? She's just a model, isn't she? Oh, God, now an actress. They all sort of say, oh, so-and-so's an actress. And we go, oh, lovely. Steve, fed up with the incompetence, the numpties, unable to sort out Brexit, so I made a decision to buy British, keep my pennies here. Do you know how many bunches of glorious daffs you can buy for the price of a naff bouquet made up with imported, out-of-season blooms? Yes, I mean, most of the flowers that you're buying are not from here. They're from overseas. That's the reason that they can do them so cheaply. Remember, for Valentine's Day, what was it? What were they doing? 100 roses for something like 20 quid or something. I mean, you know, couldn't grow the blooming things for that price. But I've got a great story of a lady. I must tell you about her because I like the sound of this lady quite a lot because she's feisty. And I like feisty, and I like people who sort of complain about things. And her name is Maeve Dunmore. Maeve Dunmore is a 70-year-old lady. She certainly doesn't look 70, but she no longer has to suffer in silence because she was ripped off by a cowboy builder. It's not a builder who dresses up as a cowboy. This is a cowboy builder. And he quoted 64 quid to repair 5 loose roof tiles. Okay, £64. So she thought, you wait till you hear this one, you won't believe this. She thought, okay, fine, he can have the job for £64 to repair 5 loose roof tiles. He then deliberately damaged her roof and the quote escalated to £10,000. No. Then it went to £15,000. And then it went to £28,500. £28. Sick with worry and with water coming into the bedroom, Maeve borrowed from a relative to pay the crook. Even though she suspected she was being fleeced, she felt too embarrassed to tell anybody. Her bank, seeing such large money transfers, initially suspected she was involved in money laundering and informed the police, which they have to, of course. Officers established the truth, contacted Hertfordshire Trading Standards, which tracked down 24-year-old crook Thomas Lee from Orpington in Kent. He was jailed for 40 months, you crook, for fraud. The judge said you should not be near a building site in any circumstances. Anyway, Maeve has now made a video urging scam victims to speak out. It was a huge relief, she said. But anyway, this is what's happening. Now she's being helped, and so she's feeling a lot better about things. It's so annoying, isn't it? I mean, it's just because, you know, it might be one of your relatives. You know, Maeve, I think, speaks for thousands of people who get ripped off by tow rags like Thomas Lee. 64 quid, escalating to £28,500. He was a bent crook, but he'll be enjoying 40 months in prison for fraud, which is great. Perhaps he enjoys the company of men. Who knows? I'm sure he'll be finding out very shortly. Paul McCartney, Steve, is probably looking for inspiration for a follow-up to his song Blackbird. Do you know... Blackbird... Is that the one? Is that one of the less exciting songs? Steve, I don't think you'll like the food in Vietnam. Kind of put me off food for a couple of days when I saw rats being barbecued in Hanoi. Well, some people eat all sorts of things, don't they? Little Julie says, I think you should buy Scottish Boy breakfast this morning for helping with the app issue. I think not. I think not. We don't encourage the fraternisation of staff and the talent. It's not a good idea. He has to know. As Josh here. Oh, look at that. See, no more hay fever. Look at that. No more hay fever, bless your heart. I wonder why. Of course, it was. I should have twigged when he showed me a picture of a field on your telephone. I should have realised that if you were in a field, no hay fever. He said he was there with his dog. That's another word for bitch, I think. He was there with his bitch in a field in Tunbridge Wells. There's probably loads of them there. It is a bitch. You do have one, don't you? Yes, you do have one. I know, because you told me you got one. What is it? What sort of dog is it? It's 4 legs. It's called Bobby. Okay. But what sort of dog is it? You don't know what sort of dog it is? Well, let me put it this way. Is it like an elephant, or is it like a Pekingese? What is it? It's tiny, is it? Oh, right, small. Pop it in your pocket? Oh, it's square. How lovely. Does it have legs, one on each corner or something? Good Lord, fancy not knowing what sort of dog you've got. I mean, you don't have any picture of your dog. Most people who have dogs have, you know, a picture of my dog on here or my pussycat or something like that. You're not proud of it. Was it a rescue dog? Oh, even more dreary. You know, I thought at least if it was a rescue dog, it could go back where it could sort of claim some love or something like that. Be quite nice, but it's supposed to be taken into a field and just left there. You don't do dogs, do you, really? You're not a dog sort of person. I see you more a pussy person. I don't know why. I've always thought that, because they're sort of, you know, they're easier to look after. They're independent. Dogs, you've got to do things for. You've got to throw... No, cats are not boring. I'm sorry, I don't think cats are boring. Can't say that. No, there's not, is there? Not. So wrong on so many levels. So wrong on so many levels. No, I mean, no, cats, I mean, the only problem you have with cats is waking the blooming things up. Because they don't actually want to get up and do things. You know, you could pick our cat up just by its middle. And seriously, it would sort of, you know, the producer thinks that his cat looks like Dr. Harold Shipman. Slightly disturbing. Oh, right, okay. Are you going? Make sure he leaves the mug. That's how these mugs vanish in this building. People take them out. He just waved goodbye and he's holding a mug from another radio station. I've got one of those at home. In fact, actually, I've got 2 of those at home. It's a bit naughty, isn't it, when you have to admit sort of that you're still inclined to do the pilfering side of life. Yeah. But the funny, do you know what I've never done here? What I've never done in this building, or any of the other buildings? I've never used the telephone. Never used the telephone. Years ago, you'd pick up the phone. Now I wouldn't know how to use the telephone here. But I've never used the telephone. Never. Oh, they've got rid of... Oh, the sachets of coffee went days ago. Yeah. The tea's nice. The tea's good, Josh. Are you on tomorrow morning? Great. Hope the hay fever stays away, shall we? We'll be looking forward to that one tomorrow morning. Oh, very good, isn't it? I love the way he enters into the spirit of things with a dog that he hates. He's taken that cup with him. He's just walked He has. He's literally outrageous. Tell security. Live theft, as opposed to not. Matthew says, I also love Vienna, having been there 10 years or so ago, but much better breaks for me of Florence or Milan. If you're into art, then yes, they would be the places to go to. They would definitely be the places. Craig says, I had a 4 a.m. intruder alarm call out at my school. Turned out to be false alarm. No point going home now, so I'm sitting in the staff room with a cup of tea and being entertained by you. And that's what we like. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, listening from Orlando, says plain. Thank you. Do you know, I can't remember if I've ever been to Orlando. I know that seems rather ridiculous. I've been to Florida, but I can't remember if I've been to Orlando. It's got a Disneyland. Well, they're all over the place, aren't they? I do like a Disneyland. I'm quite happy with a Disneyland, but I don't think I've ever been to Orlando. You know what? Full of Brits. Full of Brits. What's the point of going on holiday to bump into people that you see all the time at home? I'm going to tell you the story now of a couple who were targeted a second time by timeshare crooks. They had a timeshare and they saw an advert and it said, you can recover your lost money, just give us an upfront fee. The moment people ask for upfront fees, it's like in the world of modelling. They go, listen, come along and we'll tell you if your son or daughter or whatever is suitable for modelling, and then you need to buy a portfolio. No, you don't. No, you really don't, I promise you. And also, you never need to pay for any of these sort of things. If they think your son or daughter is good enough to be a model, they'll do the photos, don't worry. Anyway, it follows the jailing of Dominic O'Reilly, whose Easy Group lured victims to mini breaks where they had to endure a sales pitch. They were told the only way to escape their unwanted timeshare deals was by agreeing to a new leisure credit contract with one of his firms. An investigation by National Trading Standards uncovered contracts totaling 1.3 million. Mr. O'Reilly, that's Dominic, is a crook. Jailed for 28 months for consumer protection offences. His stepdaughter, Stephanie O'Reilly, got 18 months suspended. Another crook. Sentencing at Birmingham Crown Court, the judge, Murray Creed, says the pair used oppressive, aggressive and highly manipulative sales practices. Trading Standards are now warning that fraudsters are telling victims they can recover their money, but first they have to pay £1,000 to cover supposed legal fees. Because unfortunately, if you went into timeshare, for some people it worked. Majority of people it didn't work, but it was an easy way to get money. So an apartment became worth, a £60,000 apartment became worth like £500,000. And you all got to use it for 1 week in the year. The same week. Sometimes you could swap weeks, but it wasn't that easy to do. And so people suddenly realised they don't want to go to the same place every year. It's very, very dull, very, very boring. Steve, I've ordered a book, says James, on Amazon, and sent it to you, care of LBC. It's an autobiography written by somebody who will be excellent in conversation guest. It'll be me, won't it? I can tell. It'll be me. And why not? And here's a picture of some. You can tell that they've obviously come from a tacky old programme just by the way they dress. And here she is. Her name is Georgia Harrison. Way too much makeup. Way too little clothes. Looks a bit simple. And she was having a red carpet night out at for an eye company. Did she? But she... It was not anymore. No, it must have been a while ago, mustn't it? Oh, I thought so. But anyway, so here she is. Georgia Harrison was at this place together with Jordan. Not the Jordan, but this is Jordyn. Who's she? Never even heard of her. Never even heard of these people. They have these tacky events, then people turn up. And you look at the clothes, wrong. It's just wrong on so many levels. There were other people there as well. The Bachelor UK's Alicia Oates and Alex Marks also snuggled up at the launch. Another fake relationship, honestly. Don't believe it. It's a pile of old poo, it really is. Steve, our cat is far from boring. When in a strop, it shreds the sofa, terrorises the dog, and upchucks fur balls at dinner. Lovely. Always a class cat. I love a class cat. Thank you very much indeed. Right, what do we got? Alan's Early Breakfast on LBC. Donald Trump wants to put Americans back on the moon in the next 5 years. What for? We've been up there. We know what it's like. Which is, it's lovely. The plan was revealed by Mike Pence on behalf of Trump. He wants to regain the spirit of the 1960s when America beat the Soviet Union. I mean, what's the point? We've been up to the moon. We've seen all the pictures up there. It's very nice indeed. There is no McDonald's. There is no Burger King. It's just ridiculous. What's the point of going up there again? They're not going to build anything. Nobody's going to move up there unless it's going to be like Space 1999, in which case I'll volunteer. Thank you. It's my last day, says Rob. My last day. I've taken early retirement. Wow. At 55. I'm sure you had an afternoon show in the mid-90s on LBC. Might have done. When I say I might have done, I can't remember. I've done so many shows over 40 years. You can well imagine. I must have done at some point an afternoon show. I've done, I think I've done just about everything. Just about everything. So have a nice retirement. 55. That's good, isn't it? 55 is very good. Mike in Kings Langley says, I bought some camouflage trousers yesterday, took them off last night, now I can't find them. It's the oldest gag in the business. I'm so sorry. It really is. I can always spot builders, though, can't you? Because when they're standing at Waterloo Station, if they've got any, paint dust on them or something like that, it'll be camouflage trousers. Camouflage trousers. Donnie says, what will you do with the extra hour today, Steve? Will you suffer financially? I don't think so, no. When you say suffer financially, I mean, what sort of going for hardship or having to shop at a food bank or something like that. No, I don't. It doesn't work like that. I wish it did, but it doesn't. It's just quite normal. And with the extra hour, I should go home. I've got to clean paint off the patio. Well, we don't know what it is, but my Lynn says if given the opportunity, she'll go down on her knees for me, and we can both go out there and scrub. Because I tried yesterday washing, because we've got this. It looks as though somebody's put stuff on to kill the little weeds which crop up on patios in between the paving slabs and all the rest of it. And so that's what I thought it was. So I get my jet hose out, which is very good. It's just a normal, one of those X hoses, it goes from this big to enormous. And I did all that, and I thought, it looks so it's all come off, it's great. Go out to do some shopping, come back, the sun has dried it off, it's all back again. Looks exactly the same. So I phoned Lynn, and I said, we need to do something, get Joe to look at the patio. So anyway, so they went down there, they took a little, what do they call it? Like a little pan scourer, rubbed it and it came off. But there's quite a bit of this that we've got to get off, so I'm going to start having a go at it this morning on my hands and knees and scrubbing it off, because it's got to come off, otherwise I should be in a dreadful situation. And Dallas says, first you announce that plenty of sex will cure hay fever, then you tell us newsreader Josh is miraculously free from the allergy. What on earth's going on in the studio this morning? We're having a very odd day. Very odd day. I don't know why we're not having a particularly odd day. I want to get something done. I've got, when I've got things to do and I've got things on my mind, I like to get it done as quick as possible. Richard on the Wirral, he says, I was wondering, would Nick Ferrari ever give up an hour of his show to you if there's a major breaking entertainment story? I don't think we've ever had a sort of an entertainment story that's breaking. He says, like Jordan or Kerry Coke Toner getting a normal job. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? Actually see them getting off their fat bums and getting out there and doing something. It's ridiculous. I saw something else that Katie Price was flogging the other day. So she was offering some money site. As if you take any notice of anything she advised on. Thank you, no. What do you think about Piers Morgan's comment about Meghan Markle that she's a fake? You want the honest truth? I think he's right. And the reason that he says that, he doesn't say it lightly. He said that when she was in America, she'd phone him up all the time and go out and they'd come around for drinks. And when she was here, they'd go out for drinks. Then she goes to a party. They were doing this for quite a while. Then they go to a party. She goes to a party, meets Prince Harry, and that was the last he heard of her. Not one phone call since. Of course she's a fake. She's an actress. But she's been told off. Because I was reading something the other day about who has to curtsy to whom. And it turns out that Zara Tindall has to curtsy to Meghan Markle, who apparently is pushing it a little bit. Somebody's offered her advice, and it's Dickie Arbiter. He's basically saying she needs to know this isn't the red Hollywood carpet. She was no great big star in America. She was just somebody in a series that's been cancelled. And it's a case of she plays big time. She plays the big-time game, and it's going to end in tears. A lot of people are saying, I don't know about it, but a lot of people are saying that they don't think the marriage will last. They think that Harry is sort of a bit smitten. He's sort of gone a bit hippie about the whole thing. Because now they're having this house. Apparently she's made so many changes to the house. First of all, it's been, they've had to have all these things put in and all the rest of it. Now it's been soundproof. That's about the only bit they're paying for it. The rest of it, we're paying for. We're paying for that. So I think she's a fake. She's an actress. Of course, actresses are all fakes. Hello, darling. Hello. Lovely to see you. Fabulous. That's what they are. And she's a social climber. Of course she is. Of course she is. You notice the way she's hanging on to Harry. She's got no idea about how to behave as a member of the royal family. Because as far as I'm concerned, she's not a member of the royal family. She's just somebody who was an actress that he bumped into. That she took him on a trip around the world. And the next thing, they get married. Kevin the Milkman says, there may not be a Burger King or McDonald's on the moon, but I'm sure there must be a Tesco Extra. You think so? Do you know what? They have security on McDonald's the other side of Leicester Square. They have security there. But obviously people fighting over a double sausage and egg McMuffin or something, and a hash brown. Oh, we had a thing the other day. Oh, we had another incident in Marks and Spencer's the other day. New girl, not seen her before, so I sort of hoist my basket up onto the counter and go, oh, I'll have a 10p bag, please. So she gives me the bag. I said, I don't pack. I don't. And she looked at me like, and she was so rude. She was so rude. She couldn't even be bothered at the end. I said, you must lighten up. Be happy. But obviously, I said, I haven't packed a bag in years. Why should I? So I go to Marks and Spencer's for. If I wanted to pack my own bag, I'd go to Lidl or Morrison's or somewhere like that. But no, that's what they do in Marks and Spencer's. They pack your bags. That's why they get my patronage. It's as simple as that. She doesn't know that. They'll be closing more stores and kicking her out at the same time. Make it an awful lot easier. Always in a bad mood, having to wake up at 4:30, but listening to the Steve Allen Show, says Tasha, makes me chuckle. Yes, it's not physically possible, is it, to wake up in a bad mood. No point in listening to the radio when you hear somebody in a worse mood than yourself about something. The perfectionist projectionist, off work for 3 weeks with sciatica. Woke up really early with searing pain down my left leg, and I'm about as bored as it's possible to be, says Martin. But at least you're cheering me up. I've never had sciatica. I've had cramp in my leg. Have you ever had that in bed? You go, oh, that's terrible. I don't like that at all. I wonder if we could get Trump to go to the moon and perhaps stay there. Perhaps we could just sort of open up the thing and push him out and leave him there. Make it a lot easier. Perhaps we can throw half of Parliament there as well at the same time. That'd be quite nice. Excuse me, a little bit slurpy because it's 26 minutes past 5 in the morning. 26 minutes past 5. And big day today. Big day today. It will be. Oh, look. Victoria Beckham not smiling. Because she's obviously, you know, she thinks she looks absolutely fantastic, but not really. Not really. What have we got here? Oh, this is Coffee Crazy Britain. We are coffee crazy. We go, woo, like that. Coffee crazy. 40,000 new staff. They're never British. I never see anybody British making coffee. I think we were going to get Brooklyn Beckham at one time, but not anymore. And then Cardi B. Can somebody explain to me who Cardi B is? Who's Cardi B? Is she some sort of popsicle star or something? Or we think a popsicle star. But apparently, she's defended herself after revealing she would drug and rob men when she was a stripper. That's what she said she used to do. In an Instagram video that resurfaced recently, filmed before her career took off, she ranted about the punters she would fleece in lap dancing clubs. Well, I tell you what, darling, we're not going to buy any more of your records. She's a rapper. We're not going to buy any more of the rubbish that you turn out. All right? See how well you last. Good luck. Good luck. But, she said, people want me to be so full of shame that I used to dance. No, she used to drug people and rip them off. I couldn't care less whether you dance or not. Who's interested in that? No, but we're not going to buy any more of your rubbish, I'm afraid. You're not a pleasant person. What bizarre name Meghan will give to the baby? Rich? I don't know. Got no idea. Couldn't care less. Doesn't make any difference to me. I mean, you know, Harry is no contender for the throne. He's not going to get anywhere near it. It's going to go from Charles, if he lives long enough, although the Queen shows no sign of slowing down. But she's had to rein in. I think they've had to explain to Harry and to Meghan in particular, this is how you do it. This is not the red carpet, this is the purple carpet. This is the royal family. They do things differently. You know, this isn't some sort of little game that you're playing, although you never know. You never know. Harry should have done the decent thing, Stephen, married an ugly German princess. I didn't think there were any. But you're right. They don't do things like that. That's who he fell in love with. That's who he's got. Whether it lasts or not, I don't know. Apparently, she's supposed to be a right pain in the rear end for what she wants because there's somebody else leaving. Another one of her members of... She can't keep members of staff. Wonder why. I bet she sits there going... Apparently, from 5 in the morning, I'm told, she starts making demands on the servants. You know, she doesn't really understand. She just sees this as, you know, I can get Harry to do anything. Harry, do this. That's what I think it is. But it's only because she's always got her arm through him. She can't cope by herself. But there again, she has been married, has she not? Ian in Somerset says, I'm doing that, I've just run out of loo roll. So I'm doing that thing, trousers round your ankles, waddling to get some. I'm nearly at Tesco's. Lovely, lovely. That thing behind you with the blue flashing light, that'll be the people who are going to be chatting to you in a minute. Mike says, Steve, whilst there are no Burger King or McDonald's on the moon and speculation about a Tesco Extra, I'll tell you what there definitely is. Plenty of parking. It's always the thing, isn't it? Holly says, at university, my friend's mother died and we went back to her home to help her dad. He was a painter and decorator. She was ironing his white painter's overalls and one pair were beautifully splattered with stunning colours. They would not have been out of place in a modern art gallery. Do you remember that ridiculous programme that Peter Andrex did, which was Peter Andre's 60-minute makeover, where Pete stood there in a pair of dungarees looking for all the word like the biggest nerd in the entire universe, you know, and he didn't even know how to bang a nail in. Everything was totally surprising to Peter, who might be having some more children. Might be. I'd actually sort out a career first, mate. I wouldn't risk it just yet. You can see how the ex-wife's gone. Not good at all. She wants to adopt another two, apparently, or have another two. I don't know. But if she sticks with this one, I think they're going for the divorce. And again, it'll be another short-lived marriage because that's what she's like, I'm afraid. Cherie Blair has sparked a bit of controversy and a bit of a race row after claiming that being raped is the first time most African ladies experience sex. Apparently, Tony Blair's barrister wife made the statement when talking to school children during a Women in Leadership lecture. An audience member at the London event says, I was shocked because I felt she should take responsibility for saying things like that without any evidence to support it. Mrs. Blair hit back, saying, my comments were about adolescent girls missing out on their education due to early pregnancy. In that context, I said that for the vast majority, who are often 12 to 13, 14-year-olds, their first experience of sex was rape. She doesn't mince her words. She doesn't mince her words. Also, Brits have voted Molly Weasley from the Harry Potter films as their favourite movie mum. That's Julie Walters. I mean, she's just everybody's favourite mum, isn't she? I love her. There's so many people I'm sort of big fans of. You know, she's taken time off, Julie Walters, to sort of rest, and she was talking about people who've taken jobs which she thought she should have got, but she wouldn't name any names. Second was Love Actually's Karen, portrayed by Emma Thompson, and then number 3 was Angelica Houston as Morticia Addams in The Addams Family. Fourth was Donna Sheridan Carmichael from Mamma Mia, played by Meryl Streep, and then it was Linda Hamilton as Sarah Connor in The Terminator. Mrs. Jumbo in Dumbo came into the equation as well, proving that you could just about get away with anything nowadays. Steve, all these new baristas will come straight from the bookie shops who'll be closing down left, right and centre. After the new machine rules come in, they'll be closing up to half the shops, says Ian. And how about sending anybody involved in knife crime to the moon to join Trump and the politicians, says Kevin in Rome. Oh, how about just anybody involved with Mike crime? Steve, says Janice, I think Meghan Markle gets up early to listen to the Steve Allen Show. Well, give her a better grasp on what's going on in the world, I should imagine. Also, Trump wants to go to the moon to get water from the Sea of Tranquility. Because it says here he's going to... What have you done with it? Where is it? Wait a minute. I've got to wait for it to appear. It's not appeared. Oh, there it is. No, it's gone again. Trump wants to go to the moon to get water from the Sea of Tranquility. He's going to bottle it and sell it to the North Koreans to make them calm down. I'd love to go to the Sea of Tranquility, wouldn't you? I'd love to go to that. That would definitely go for me. I've not written recently, says Julian Deutschland. Not been well, but a bit better now. I agree that Meghan Markle looks out of her depth in the royal family and is compensating by spending as much time as possible before things start to go from bad to worse. Do you know, I've got a feeling you might be echoing what a lot of the commentators are saying. Nothing subtle or refined about her. Hard to teach somebody what's what when she appears to be so full of herself. My mum used to have a saying, new money shouts, old money whispers. Yes, well, I mean, can you imagine moving into the royal family? I mean, they are about as dysfunctional as you're ever going to get. But I just don't know what they do. You know, occasionally there might be a photo opportunity, but that's once in a blue moon, isn't it, really? And interesting, Ollie says there was no way that Meghan Markle was going to continue a friendship with a tabloid hack once she joined the royal family. Well, didn't talk to the family either. Didn't talk to anybody's family. I don't think she fits in with the royal family. There was an awkward moment at Westminster Abbey when her and the Duchess of Cambridge embraced. You could see it wasn't genuine at all. They obviously hate each other because Meghan thinks that she's popular, but unfortunately she's not. In a list of popular royals, she's down the bottom of the list. Top of the popular royals, Harry. Harry is the most popular royal member. I think because people see him, you know, Harry, he's up for a drink and a bit of a laugh and a cigarette and kicking out at people when he's had a few sherbets and that kind of stuff. You know, he was always the sort of, the bad boy. Whereas William, you can't imagine William, I mean, apart from William getting drunk and just going to sleep. You can't think of anything else, whereas Harry would sort of kick off big time, which I think is quite funny, actually. But Meghan is just, I don't know, it's not worked out the way I thought it was going to work out. You know, and it's a shame, really. It's a shame, but that's what they're all saying, including people who work within the royal family. Dickie Arbiter, of course, is a well-known expert because he worked for Prince Charles for a number of years. He was the royal correspondent of LBC, and then he went to work for the royal family, his ultimate dream job. So that's it. Steve, why don't have anything good to say about Meghan? No, I think what you mean is, why don't you have... You're missing words here. I have to correct you, because it's nothing worse. And good to say about Meghan. Well, I just echo what the newspapers say. Just echo what the newspapers say. And they don't seem to be in favour of her. You know, she's lost more staff than anybody else in the royal family. I think in the space of less than a year, 6 people have quit. The latest one's going to go. She said she'll wait till the baby's been born, and then she's going as well. Something not right. Something not right there. I wonder what. Steve, I'll be very upset if Meghan goes. She's gorgeous. Well, Phil, you see, the trouble is you're in Bournemouth, God's waiting room, and, you know, you probably think she's gorgeous, and she probably is gorgeous, but it's got nothing to do with the way she behaves with servants. And Dickie Arbiter says she doesn't know how to treat people properly. He says she's got a really cute smile, but my mum, who's a crazed royalist, makes me watch all of them. So I've got somebody to stare at. Let's face it, a cute smile is you know, something that wins people over. Yeah, I don't know, I've just got a bad feeling. Just got a bad feeling. I don't want to sort of be a prophet of doom, but frankly, judging by what all the experts are saying about it, we're all on the same hymn sheet. Steve, whilst travelling to Belfast on Tuesday, my wife was told all her toiletries were okay to take on the plane. But last night, when returning back to England, the Belfast security stopped my wife and said she can't take her face with her. Don't understand. It's okay to take it on board in one airport, but they have different rules. They have different rules. Go to America, you can't do anything. I remember I was singled out in America when I flew back a few years back, and it was a case of, okay, if you'd like to go and sit over there, I'd like to take your shoes and socks off. I had to take my shoes and socks off. So, and you think, oh, blimey, honestly, I must look as I'm an absolute terrorist. But no, it's very frustrating. The one thing I always say to people, if you're flying, you know, and you're a man, you're wearing a belt, they're going to make you take it off, they're going to make you put all your change in your pocket, everything. Blooming nightmare. Kevin the Milkman suffered weeks of sciatica in the 1990s after weeks of painkillers and pain. I went to an osteopath for a couple of sessions. Best 60 quid I ever spent. I would recommend an osteopath to anybody with sciatica. I don't even know what it is. I'm assuming it's a muscle pain. But listen, if 60 quid works for you, Kev, as you know, I'm all in favour of things like that. All in favour. Actually, I've got to go out today. And what have I got to get today? I've got to get something. I can't remember what it is. It'll come to me later. So why do you think that the bookie shops will be closing, Ian? Is it because you think the new rules coming in about slot machines or things like that? I don't know. Yes, they just do it on the apps. I went online the other day, because if you remember, I was trying desperately to input a new debit card into my lottery account. And I finally managed to do it yesterday. God dear. First of all, your session has timed out, so I did it again, it went through and all the rest of it. And so I spent £5 on one of they have a machine thing you can play all sorts of different games, and I won 20 quid. So I stopped. I thought, I'm up 15 quid on the deal. There's no point in ruining your run of luck. Daily Mail, it's Theresa May. She must be sort of wishing this whole thing was over, or we never entered it in the first place. And then a list of all the hard Brexiteers and the Remainers. All the names that you know now: Michael Gove, Andrea Leadsom, Esther McVeigh, Boris Johnson, Dominic Raab, Amber Rudd, Jeremy Hunt, Sajid Javid, and Matt Hancock, and more. And more. Also the Speaker, who says he could still block the vote. Getting a bit above himself, isn't he? I've noticed the Speaker is enjoying the publicity. Loads of pictures of Theresa May. I have no doubt in my mind she will go, and I suspect it'll be tomorrow. Don't ask me why. I just thought tomorrow. That I thought it was going to be today, didn't I? But here we go. Plus, there's also the woman who feels no pain. This is Joe Cameron. Childbirth? No problem. Broken arm? Didn't even notice. Now doctors hope they could ease suffering for millions by studying the DNA of this woman. She goes pain-free. It's amazing. She gave birth to her children but felt no pain and barely batted an eyelid after a horrific car accident. Woo! That's good, isn't it? Also, the boy of 9 brandishing his blade in the classroom. I mean, you kind of give up, don't you, really? And 6 stabbings in 6 blood-soaked hours in London. I was trying to find out the other day, sort of searching the very depths of my mind as to why people insist on taking knives out and how you could ever plunge it into somebody. I just don't get it. I really don't get it. It's ridiculous. Another one here says, it's Diana Ross making a dramatic entrance on her 75th birthday. I'm coming out. And somebody says, Mr. Steve. It's Alan, actually. At least learn some manners. Stop echoing what the papers say, re Meghan. None of them know her personally. Oh, they do. They do. That's where you're wrong, you see. That's where ignorance is bliss for you. You say it's all negative press for sales. Listen, this stuff is written inside. You don't go in there and go, oh, there's a bit knocking Meghan. I think we'll buy that newspaper. Her only crime is being American. It's not. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. But never mind. Listen, you enjoy your little world. Everybody else enjoys theirs. Graham in Wales says, I might possibly set up camp outside either North Windsor Hospital or the Lindo wing in Paddington in preparation for the Royal Baby News. But, P.S. I'll need the drinks trolley handy. You can have all those people dressed up with Union Jack outfits, which I don't think I've ever seen the dry cleaners in years and years and years. So they'll all be there. But we don't actually know, do we? We don't actually know whether or not she's going to be giving birth in Windsor, the Lindo wing, or in by the way, the house in Windsor is not ready. It's going to be another 4 weeks. Another 4 weeks yet, because they've asked for, what have they asked for? Soundproofing or something. 50,000 quid. Fantastic. True what the person said about bookies closing down. It's a good thing I popped into Ladbrokes in Twickenham and asked what price Roger Federer was to win Wimbledon. The guy said, what sport is that? Well, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. They don't know. They have to, I mean, I just do the National. Which is good. I enjoy doing the National. But it's pure random. I promise you, I don't know anything about horse racing or form or anything like that. I just sort of go, that one sounds likely, that one sounds likely, that's an outsider, I'll go for that one. And if any of them come in, it's a bonus. 1990s, Steve, I went to San Diego for Christmas and New Year. My aunt asked me to take a big box of Christmas crackers. But I realised now I was carrying explosive. Yes, Christmas crackers have got the snap in it, which is effectively explosive material. You could have gone to the state penitentiary for ages and ages. 6:45, 13 minutes this morning. Can you imagine, there was a couple in the south of France, and they lived next door. Well, they didn't, but they ended up living next door to a palace. A £48 million chateau went up next door, and it's been there for 14 years. Stephen Butt and his wife Caroline are sick to death of it. They moved there, they said, for tranquility. Then the neighbours put 132 speakers in the garden. And it's been used for high society weddings. It's appeared in films and an episode of The X Factor. And why are Stephen Butt and his wife Caroline very happy? Because the French government have now decided they've got to pull this place down. £48 million worth of building going down. Why? They had no planning permission. They had no planning permission for it. So, in fact, it goes. Mr. Butt is a millionaire fund manager. He and his wife have a £10 million townhouse in Kensington. And then they bought their idyllic French home from somebody a short while ago. And they've been trying for ages and ages to get this thing pulled down, or at least stopped. I mean, it is beautiful, but it's got no planning permission. And as you know, even in France, it takes them a long while, but they eventually get round to it. It's going to be pulled down. It will be going completely. So the French tycoon, Patrick Dieter, has got to demolish this lavish mansion. It's got painted ceilings. It's got everything. It's all coming down. Swimming pool, heliport, an approach road, all got to be demolished within 18 months. You know, otherwise big trouble. So there you go. Imagine living next door to something like that, and then somebody goes, "Ooh, that's coming down. That's coming down. I'm not going to hang around with that one anymore." Plus. New bid to outlaw fire lanterns. You know what these are, don't you? They're bits of paper formed into a tube, and they've got a little tea light inside, and provided there's no wind, these things will sort of take off, and it's all very lovely and all the rest of it. And they look very pretty, but of course, if it's any wind, you've got dreadful problems. They move about all over the place, and they could be quite dangerous. So they're thinking of banning them. Steve, couple of points today, says Matt the trucker. Re-shopping, packing. There's a lovely lady in our local Sainsbury's who packs your shopping for you as she scans it through the tills. However, there's an older lady who basically throws your items at you. I think it's down to people taking pride in their work. Well, I've never had anybody not, apart from a couple. They're always young with chips on their shoulders. She's definitely got a chip on the shoulder. Because I said to her, I've never packed a bag in my life. I don't do bag packing. That's why I shop at Marks and Spencer's. I'm shopping there for the experience. If I wanted to just go and buy food, I'd go somewhere else. Wouldn't waste my time, but I go there. And that's why. And in fact, the woman next to her, who always, she knows who I am, you know, because she obviously listens, and she sort of raised her eyebrows. I mean, you know, fancy giving me the bag. No, you pack the bag, darling. You pack it. My 1-year-old daughter is a bit of a hooligan, says Mike. When flying from Gatwick, I carried her through the scanner and it beeped. We both got asked to step to the side in order to search me. My wife had to take the baby. When security asked those who'd passed through who the mother of the baby was, she walked away pretending not to know us. Fantastic. A little bit dangerous, but fantastic. Once when leaving a Pacific island called Maui, says Frank, I passed through security and popped into a store to buy some tape to wrap around a weak case. It had a 2-inch serrated metal blade in it. When I landed, I was onto the security people to let them know. How stupid. Oh, I had a letter envelope opener knife confiscated. Well, obviously, because it looked as though it was fairly dangerous. So that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. I'm afraid you have to adhere to security, because otherwise they'll just stop you flying. It's as simple as that. I was watching on YouTube the other day. It was ever so funny. Which was people turn up late. Used to be a regular thing on, which is EasyJet up in Luton, I think, and they had some people up there, and sometimes they could be quite bolshy, but there again, some of the passengers could be quite bolshy at the same time. And these were people who turned up too late for the flight, and they couldn't put them on the flight, because once they've closed the doors, that's it. And this woman was standing, this bloke, he said, "You just don't want to help, do you?" And she went, "No, the plane it's not left, but it's locked. They've already got the passenger list, all the cases are in, everything is done. Well, we haven't got any luggage. It doesn't matter. The captain has closed the door. Once the captain's closed the door, that's it. Very rarely, you know, unless it's life and death, are they going to be opening that door again until they get to the other end." Jenny from Leicester Square says, I had sciatica for 4 weeks. The sciatic nerve runs from the hip down to the foot. The pain was so excruciating, I needed Tramadol. I know somebody who's got loads of Tramadol. Loads of it. She can get her hands on tons of this stuff. She's very good. She's very good. Sadly, she came back to this country. I was hoping she was going to stay away for a long while. But no, she can get tons of Tramadol. It's very easy to get hold of nowadays. She says, it kept me awake all night. I needed Tramadol. Never had it again, though. I've never taken Tramadol. I have taken painkillers, quite clearly. Everybody's taken painkillers, aren't they? Also, what was the other one that I quite liked, actually? Oh, an Aussie lottery winner. He won $19 million, and then he got another 6, taking him to 25. You know why? He bought 2 tickets. He didn't know he bought the second ticket, and the second ticket won as well. What are the chances? What are the chances? Amazing. So, well done to him. Commiserations to everybody. I don't know if anybody won last night. Probably not. I can always tell when I buy a ticket, you know. It's not going to be happening. I wouldn't mind. Just 100,000 I'd be quite happy with. Excuse me. Front of the Express. What more does she have to do? Theresa May offering to sacrifice her premiership in a valiant attempt to break the Brexit deadlock. It's not working, is it? No, not that. That was good in for her, but there again, you know, people have it in for people. Plus the end of May. 22nd, they reckon. They reckon she'll go 22nd of May. Commons is in chaos. Big surprise. I mean, seriously, other countries will be looking at us going, thank God we don't live there. Will her sacrifice be in vain? Say the Daily Mail. I don't know, you'll hear all the explanations and all the people doing the analysing and everything, and you can have your say, of course, as well on LBC. Daily Star, they've offered you a free Brexit swear box kit. I don't know why we bother. Also, one of the EastEnders boys, sorry, there you go, better. He says that they treat us, the actors, like they own us. And the answer is, but they do own you. They have a contract, and, when you've signed your contract, then they own you. They tell you what to do. I think he's coming back in again. It's Christopher Timothy, who I love to pieces, and he's going back into EastEnders. And people are saying, why? He's got no family in the square. But you've got to have different characters, haven't you? But he says, once they own you, they own you. But listen, hey-ho, it's work, isn't it? Steve, well done you for doing the un-British thing and complaining about bad packing. You're so right, Marks and Spencer's isn't a budget supermarket. Half the benefit of spending the extra cash there is the service that should be provided. Oh, that and the Percy Pigs, says Sabrina. Absolutely. But it's the way she held the bag out to me. I said, I don't pack a bag. And she was so arrogant. I felt like saying, I'm a secret shopper, and you're not working here anymore because you're not the sort of person that we want dealing with our customers. You go to Marks and Spencer, but I'm looking for, people always go, they're always very nice to me, everything else. But, when you get somebody with a little bit of attitude, who obviously think they're a little bit too good to pack a bag, you're in the wrong job. Go work somewhere else. Steve, I had 2 bullet cufflinks confiscated at customs. You'd have thought they'd have found a bomb. Talking about overzealous. Oh, listen, that I'm not at all surprised. I've seen people taking little guns through, but they're really lighters, and then they get upset when somebody says, well, we're confiscating that, and they go, it's a lighter, and they go, I'm sure it is, but if somebody was pointing it at you, would you know? Would you stake your life on it? The Sun today, PM vows to go in last Brexit bid. The Guardian, they've got the same thing, Parliament finally has its say. No. Okay, do you get the message? No. Okay. The Times, May vows to resign. PM will quit if her deal is passed. Vote could be tomorrow. Long leadership fight possible. And the Telegraph. May falls on her sword. Commons rejects all 8 alternative Brexit options. As I say, we're in the biggest pickle we've ever been in our entire lives, and it's not getting any better. But I'm sure today we shall unravel it. They couldn't have saved Love Island Mike. The one who took his own life? They say they couldn't. And they're also, whilst they're offering support, they're saying that there's nothing you can do if somebody is like that. There's loads of these people out there. Loads of these people. They do offer support at the moment, but these sort of people are so desperate to be famous, they'd sell their grandmother down the river. And what's worrying is that, they were talking about Love Island Mike, who hanged himself because he was presumably depressed, but we don't know because he never said anything to anybody. But the interesting thing is, Love Island was not the last reality show he did. He did 2 others after that. Why aren't we blaming them? They make it sound as if it's something to do with Love Island, and it's not. It's not at all. Shops should be banned from selling chocolate eggs more than 3 weeks before Easter. Well, I've been buying them for ages. Not for me, you understand. Not for me, but long time. And also the thirst for gin. We've all gone gin mad. 73 million bottles of gin last year we consumed. I didn't, but when I went to the Global Awards, there was a bottle of Bombay gin on the table, and my boss, he helped himself to a drink out of it, because it had tonics and all the rest of it. When he came back from seeing me off, the gin had all been emptied. It had all gone, which I thought was hilarious. Anyway, what else we got? UK's tiniest prisoner is out. He wants to be famous. He's a thief. He's a tea leaf. I couldn't care less whether he's tall, short, white. It makes no difference. Also, the Death of News Round, the programme that we all grew up with lovely John Craven and all the team there. They think they could move it online. What is the matter with the BBC? What a bunch of buffoons. Scott Windsor, Barbara Windsor's husband, is being trolled by sick people saying he's been selling stories about her. No, get your facts right. I tell you, if I find out who you are, I'll drag you into court personally myself. He's raising money for dementia awareness. That's what he's doing. That's what and also half these interviews don't always pay money. He's raising awareness of it. I didn't pay him 1 penny piece. Not 1 penny piece. But we raised awareness of the fact that he's done a marathon to raise money for this dementia charity. Because they don't get any government funding, which is ridiculous, isn't it? Spencer Matthews, just a prat. Let's leave him to one side. He's an idiot. His wife apparently might be going on to Strictly Come Dancing. God, how bored. She's already done the Australian one, so she might as well do this one as well. They don't do anything, these people now. I think I'll do a reality show. They've got Strictly Come Dancing. They've been guessing at who's going to be in it. They basically said anybody from Doctor Who, anybody from Holby City, anybody from what? What's the matter? Oh, the BBC cameraman will do it. And there must be a BBC cat, must there not? Do you think there must be somewhere in the studio there'll be a BBC cat? They go, this is our cat. Like Downing Street's got a cat, hasn't it? Is he called Larry? Jinky goes, oh, here we go again. There's another one. Revolving door. Also, the clocks... Oh, don't forget, the clocks go forward this weekend, so you get an hour less, which, of course, is dreadful, isn't it? You're going to get an hour less of Matt Stadlen at the weekend. Oh, blimey. Also... thousands of people have been stranded as the budget airline WOW collapses. The trouble is they were selling tickets up to the last minute, which is not very good. And the hotel to avoid, I don't want you to book into this hotel. I don't want you to have anything to do with it. The Beverly Hills Hotel is owned by a man who operates Sharia law back in his own country. And that involves killing adulterous women. When I say killing, they stone them to death, and homosexuality is illegal. And they're willing to execute you as well. In fact, they're not only willing, they'll happily do it. Happily do it. They're not remotely bothered. So the place to avoid, and all the major celebrities have got behind it in America, is the Beverly Hills Hotel. Avoid it. It's run by a perverted man who thinks that by bringing in Sharia law and killing people, that's going to make him a better person. No. I would happily stand outside there myself with a placard, going, shame on the staff who work there. Sophia's in Vietnam. She says, my view whilst having breakfast. And she sent me a picture, which we can't see, so it doesn't really help, actually, but it's nice. Brexit free here. And Shane says, I'm eating a hot cross bun whilst I'm listening to you this afternoon. Yes, we brought in... I'm a week early for Scottish Boy's birthday, but it doesn't matter, because I brought in 2 cakes. I thought that'd be quite a nice thing to do. His birthday's next week, but he's not with us on Friday, is he? Where's he going Friday? Is he going somewhere? Is it... It's another weekend away? Has he won the lottery or something? Where are you going next weekend, Poppet? Oh, that's right, Krakow. Yeah, he did tell me. Sorry, I'm not surprised. He did tell me. There's him, his sister, and his mum and dad are going. Separate flights. And Mrs. Woman's doing washing. She's taking in washing from the aircraft. She could do it at the back, couldn't she? You know, kind of thing. They have Airbnbs, do they, in Krakow? Good Lord. I didn't know. And do you think there's a washing machine there, or it's just sort of a tub and a washboard? You remember? How lovely. Take new pants. It'd be easier, won't it, really? And socks and stuff like that. I don't know what the weather's going to be like. Here it turns next week. And we go back frosty. So, 19 degrees and sunny on your actual birthday. Woo! It's cool, isn't it? It's cool. Have you made a list? Or do you not make lists at your age of things? You know, people say, what do you want for your birthday? If you haven't sort of done a list of... You wanted a drone, really, didn't you? I knew you wanted a drone. And he's checked it twice. There's nothing you need, is there, for your birthday? Looks would be helpful, but, you know. Sorry? More turtlenecks. I don't think you're going to bring those back in again. And Josh Coop wants the cake. No. So, and also, he should look at the size of him. He shouldn't. I did say to him, because he did say to me, he said, we said, I hope he's going to open the cake while I'm here. I said, I shouldn't think so. I said, you're not supposed to be eating cake, are you? After we saw a picture of where he was going running the other day, you know, a field, just a picture of a field, didn't he? Didn't even have a pair of him in little running shorts or things like that. You know, with his shirt off, the wind rushing through his hair as he runs down there looking like a scene from Little House on the Prairie, you know, with the little girl comes down the hill. And it's a bit like Josh. But apart from that, this morning, we take all your texts and emails. As you know, if you don't know, that's what I'm telling you. It's 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We weave them all in to the programme because, why? Because we love you. We L-O-V-E love you at this time of the morning. And also, what was the other thing I was going to... Oh, yes, we've got clips from the guests for this weekend in conversation. I've recorded the ones for next week. I've recorded them already. He gave them to me. I looked at it. So we're so far ahead of ourselves that we're actually recording next week's. So on the ball. Also, a lot of dog owners are saying, can we have fireworks restricted to only 4 times a year. Dog owners. Did I say doggers? Oh, right, that's something completely different. That's something... I don't think they're bothered about fireworks at all. In fact, if anything, they would ban them completely, because they light up the night sky. And the one thing doggers don't want is to be lit up, I shouldn't imagine. Love Island winner Jack Fincham thought he was going mad when anxiety hit. That's the one who's not in a relationship with anybody. Separate place from the other one. You must think we fell out of bloody coconut trees, I think. Kevin Cosner says he likes to play hard, so Mrs. Cosner isn't tempted to stray, which is good. And Matthew says you're right about the beggars in Twickenham. More and more each day. Yeah, there's one with a beard who just sits there. They obviously are incapable of conversation. Like that. And then there's a couple of other ones, druggies, who sit there with their head down for some reason. You know, can you not make an effort? You know, we see there's one sits outside Richmond Station. In fact, actually, to catch the morning trade, there's quite a few of them. You know, you've got to run the gauntlet. You got any spare change? Of course I haven't got any spare change. Don't be so stupid. There is a story of a beggar today. He's just been given an ASBO. Why? Because he's been illegally begging. He has a house. He has a car. And he has a drink problem. I tell you what, I was in somewhere the other day. Where was I? McDonald's. I went in to get one of those. It was ghastly. It was just disgusting. I don't think they did it properly at all. They appear to have a new manager in there. The reason I mention it is because I'd ordered my wrap, or whatever they call it, cheese and bacon. So anyway, the second one, I'm sure, was just... I should have taken it back and said, do it again. This is just rubbish. Not up to the usual standard at all. And there's a girl making the burgers and all the rest of it. They sort of open their drawers and take the things out. But the manager kept putting his arms around her as I'm watching it, and I thought, wait a minute, perhaps I should film this, because I think you're touching her inappropriately. And at one point, they both disappeared around the corner. But every time he tried to touch her, she's sort of shying away from him. Obviously some perverted kind of bloke, not the sort of, sort of kind of thing I expect from McDonald's at all. It's obviously a franchise, but I mean, really, not good. Heard you mention Isabella Cruz at the start of the show. Just a note, like her dad, she's a Scientologist. Not one to judge, but I've always found Scientologists, said Andrew, to be slightly mad. Well, it just depends, doesn't it? It depends what you want to believe in. Everybody's got a belief, you know. You might want to believe in your mobile phone. You might want to believe in crackers or something like that. And some people believe in Scientology. I have to be honest. I have watched the Mormons, the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, because they're Scientologists as well. It's a very white kind of thing. You don't find many people of ethnicity. And I know that because I've watched all of their Christmas things. I like them, but it does stand out as being very white and all the rest of it. The Osmonds are Mormons. Are the Mormons, the Scientologists, the same thing, or is that different? No, wait a minute, I think they're different. The Scientologists are down by the Mermaid Theatre. They've got a huge temple down there. And they're the ones, if you criticise them, they send people round to start filming you. They'll be round very shortly. They don't like being talked about because they're a secret organ. This is founded by L. Ron Hubbard, who believed in spacecraft. Mad as a fruitcake. They're down at East Grinstead. They've got another temple down there. They all arrive by coach. Are they the ones who turn up on your doorstep in a grey suit? You know, would you like to be friends with Jesus kind of thing? Is that there? No, somebody... Oh, blimey, I'm getting the set of them now. But, so Tom Cruise is a Scientologist, and I believe that you give a certain portion of your earnings to the church. But listen, if somebody wants to do that, I couldn't care less. And says, I shall fight Josh for the cake. Yes, you probably will have to fight him for the cake, actually. Did you used to do a daily chat show with Esther McVeigh and Nick Knowles when it started on Channel 5? Yes. The Dorchester Hotel, also owned by the Sultan of Brunei. Is that the same person then? Is that the same person they bring in? It's really very strange. I can never understand it. What are they saying? Are they saying that sort of Muslims can't be gay? Because I reckon there's loads of gay Muslims. Loads of gay Muslims. But I thought we all sort of lived and just get on with it. But the very idea, that was like ISIS, wasn't it? A bunch of perverts. We all know about ISIS, paedophiles. They have sex with underage girls. And they used to throw gay men off the top of buildings to watch them die. And I think, do you know, if I was up there, I'd have bloody pushed them off as well. I'd have smiled as they plummeted to the ground. But there you go, you can't have everything, can you? What else we got on the programme for this morning? Clock's going forward. Yeah, don't forget the clock's going forward. Some of them will go automatically, like the one in the car goes automatically. The television, the video, and what else it goes? Phone generally. But you lose an hour. So you've lost an hour. I mean, that dreadful, honestly, losing an hour. Incidentally, the various Middle Eastern royal families are going around buying up big European brands because they've got so much. Just imagine if the oil was found somewhere else. Would have been different. They love a sports team. Abu Dhabi own Man City, and they use that ownership to make themselves look friendly. Do some research. Do some research. You'll find out. You'll find out what they're... Oh, I tell you what you can do for me. Wilton's Music Hall is celebrating 176 years, I think it is. Can you get me their Wikipedia page off? Because my friend Ian wrote to me the other day and said about them. I think it's 160 years old today, Wilton's Music Hall, because we go there every Christmas, whether we want to or not. We always go to watch the pantomime, the three of us, me, Ian and Rich, my friend who works around the corner here, and it's very old. Have you ever been? No, it's very... That's what it looks like from the outside at the moment. They've had restoration work, and it's one of the very few surviving music halls. And I went and did a documentary on it. We took loads of photographs and everything else. It's an amazing place. So it's a mid-19th century grand music hall attached to an 18th century terrace of 3 houses and a pub. And it's, you know, I think actually one of the most popular songs performed there was from George Ware, who wrote, "The boy I love is up in the gallery. The boy I love is down on me," which is lovely. I should have asked actually better people, much better qualified than myself. But it's such a place to go to. Such a place. 1839, a concert room was built behind the pub, which happened a lot in the East End. You'd go into a pub, and then right at the back of the pub, they'd build these auditoriums, which held a couple of thousand people, and that was the entertainment. If you've never been to Wilton's Music Hall, then check it out online. You know, Arthur Lloyd and George Laybourne wrote Champagne Charlie, and it passed into several ownerships. It was bought by a church as well, actually, and you look inside it and you go, this has been here for a long, long time. The church finished in 1956. Then it became a rag storage warehouse. It was bought by the Greater London Council, who preserved it. Then it was leased to Broomhill Opera Company. And in 1997, it reopened as a theatre and a concert hall. We've been there loads of times. We love it down there. We really do. You take your drink in and everything. It's lovely. Seriously, it's old. It's decrepit. It's got wires all over the place. I mean, it's London. It is London. They needed 2.6 million, and I think they've actually got that. So what they had to do is make sure the building was structurally sound, and so they use it for performances. So it's sort of an unrestored example of a giant pub hall. In the theatre, there's a gallery, 3 sides, barley sugar cast iron, you know, those twisty ones, and it was modelled on lots of other successful places, including the second Canterbury Hall, 1854 in Lambeth, Evans Music and Supper Rooms in Covent Garden, and Weston's, later known as the Royal Holborn. I mean, there's so much going on there, but they do a pantomime every year, and every year it's packed, because you have to support things like that. You have to go and see it, because if you don't go and see it, then it might disappear. It needs your support. It's part of London. It's an amazing place. I promised Ian I would do it this morning, actually. Steve, I often travel around and in Portsmouth, and the beggars in the area always try their luck. I've heard every story under the sun. I get sick of it. One man asked me and my friend for some spare change the other day, and then after my friend gave him a few quid, the beggar then asked me if he could round everything up to a tenner. The trouble is, the problem is, as that man did that documentary on the television, he was in the forces. Remember, he went out there pretending to be a person on the streets. And he said what was quite amazing was that so many of them were fake. They were frauds. They're just bone idle, druggies, junkies, all sorts of things. And so you can't tell the difference, because there's nothing about them that signifies a genuine person from a non-genuine person. But I was watching some the other day in McDonald's in Richmond. There seemed to be a proliferation of them round there, but mainly they look as though they've got serious problems. You know, could be drugs, could be drink, could be all sorts of things, homeless, you know, all sorts of strange manner of things. But the one thing is, I never give money to beggars. Not any, because I can't tell them apart. I can't work out who's genuine, who's not genuine. So, as opposed to that, I decide not to give. And also, it's because because you're sitting on your bum on the pavement, does that affect your voice or something? Got any spare change? No, of course I haven't got any spare change. It's like years ago, people used to say to me, you got a spare cigarette? I went, no. I bought a packet of 20. It's got 20 in it. No spares. Get over yourself. Everly, the boys bought me for my birthday glasses. Wonder why? 2 engraved. And then they put my birthday down and got it wrong. 65th birthday. I mean, I don't know where they got that one from. Yeah, that was the bit that was a little bit more depressing. But I've got 2 now. One from Scottish Boy, and one from Maine Boy. So that's quite good. Very nice indeed. I've never had engraved glasses before. I'm quite impressed. No, don't drop them. Don't drop them. Please don't drop them. Morning, Steve. From Harry, my listener in Ghana. Birthday wishes to me and the president of Ghana. That's Nana Akufo-Addo. Okay, so happy birthday. Will it be a will be a Prosecco breakfast and you're invited? You're in Ghana. How am I going to make it from here to Ghana? I don't even know where you fly to in Ghana. Accra. Right. Who with? Do they have Ghanaian Airways or something? Is there a Ghanaian Airways? Oh, British Airways go there. How lovely. Quite fancy that idea, actually. I could go and they have wild animals in Ghana. Beautiful country. Go Scottish Boy. It's a beautiful country. All of a sudden, he's become very irritated. Oh, yeah, I know how to pronounce the president's name, he said to me. I said, I can read it. I can do it. He's always determined every day. And we had this yesterday. You remember, he gets a bit stronger every day, and every day he just treads on me a little bit more. When I go out of here, and sometimes I'm in tears. I tell people it's conjunctivitis, but, I know what it is really. You might as well not work here anymore. I mean, seriously. He's basically taking over the world single-handedly. Doesn't matter. We know things he doesn't know. Which is great, isn't it? That'll worry him, if nothing else. What do you mean? What do you know? Somebody says, can we get an in conversation with him? We can't. You can't have a conversation with him. He talks at you. You can't have a conversation. There's no conversation at all. Steve, I catch up on the good old days on YouTube from the City Variety Leeds. Good fun working out which one of the audiences are miming. Most of them, Keith. Most of them. And Susanna says, how are your bulbs getting on and you're planted in pots? Very well. There's nothing emerged yet. They've only just started going outside. And if next week we get frost, that is a real pain. I don't want to lose that, but I'm putting in bulbs. I'm not putting in plants that could keel over. These are bulbs. And they look fairly hardy to me. But I'm doing it. I'm a new spiker, says Joe. Looking good today. Love the show. Best thing on the radio. Even though I normally listen on catch-up. I'm up with a lark today. Ta-da! Does it sound any different if you're listening on catch-up to if you're listening live? I don't know. I don't think it does, actually. I think it sounds exactly the same. Exactly the same. Also, the Easter holiday prices slashed by a third. When's that happening? Is that soon, Easter holidays? What is it? Easter's about 3 weeks away. 19th, of course you would know, wouldn't you? It's the 19th of April. Yeah, thank you very much indeed. You didn't know about the clocks going forward, though, did you? I had to tell you that. So you get an hour less. So do you do it before you go to bed? Because I always do. I do it in the afternoon. I put the clocks forward because I've got so many to do. Oh, right. Have you only got the 1 clock? Is that all you've got? Oh, right. I've got 3 in the bedroom. I've got 2 in the bathroom. 3 in the bathroom. The kitchen's got 2. The phone, the television, watch. Everything. It's just never ending. The clock ones in the car is automatic. The phone is automatic. The television's automatic. The DVD player's automatic. What else is automatic? Oh, I've got a big clock in the kitchen, which is automatic. It's one of the, what do they call them? I can't remember. There's a name for them. No, it's not digital. Atomic clocks, isn't it? Radio controlled. Whatever it is, it comes from Greenwich and they set the time for me. So that's quite good. But there's loads. And the one you always forget, isn't it? That'll be the one that sort of gets you up first thing in the morning. Rich says, looks like it's 1160 years old. What was that? Was that Wilton's? Oh, right. Yes, we've been in it many times, as he knows. But Ian says, I like the Wilton's bit. I just checked their website. No listening past September, so I can't see what this year's panto is. We could always go somewhere else. He has got this thing about going to Wilton's Music Hall every year. He comes all the way over from America, and so we have to go to Wilton's Music Hall. And every year we've always had a taxi who's recognised me. Well, not recognised me, recognised my voice. Joe says, used to live in Yorkshire a long time ago. Where was it? Whole of Yorkshire. We lived in all of it. We own it. Thank you for making me laugh. Says this one here. Sunil says, Ghana's beautiful, really lovely people, lots of bats hanging from trees. That's why he goes there. That's why a Scottish boy goes there. He feels a kinship to bats. You like hanging in trees. There's this advert on the television at the moment which has got goats in trees, actually in the tree. And I'm sure I've seen goats reaching up to eat these trees. I don't know, leeks. What about the clock on the microwave? It's part of the oven. So, yes, you have to do it. But it's easy. You just do that and then push one button. It just jumps up 1 hour. But it's trying to remember everything. I need to change them all to atomic clocks. It'll be a lot easier, won't it? A lot easier. Do you know, I was just thinking about Callum Hyder. He just sent me a thing. He says, happy birthday, you beautiful man. See you in Stringers later. I don't think so. And he sent a picture of me. Wait a minute, how bad is... Oh, honestly. It's not my birthday. It was birthday 10 days ago, whatever it was. What's the date? I don't know what the date is. What's the date today? Okay. 29th. So I'm the 17th. Thank you, Callum. And for 2019, says Ian, I want the Blind Beggar open. It's become this... We have to go and hang about with Crims. And so we go... He thinks he's part of the underworld, and so we go there, and he says because it is tradition to go to see the pantomime. Do we ever see George Cornell? No. To be honest with you, I don't know why the Blind Beggar's closed. I mean, I feel a bit disappointed, really. Bit of an East End play. If it's knocked down and turned into flats, I shall be furious. But my friend Callum will be now sort of looking himself in the mirror and doing a restoration job. I'm assuming he must be doing next week as well, because he's producing a breakfast show at the moment, so it must be next week as well, I think. God, I bet he's suffering. I bet he's so delighted today's Friday. Yeah, today's Friday, which is fantastic, because... Oh, look, I'm late for the news. Never mind. Josh wants the cake. We're not cutting into the cake. We've decided. That's just absolutely ridiculous. You'll just have to sort of take a photograph of it and imagine that you've been offered a piece. LBC News Time. Steve, an hour's less sleep on Mother's Day, says Jackie. I know. And then Donald says, you optimistically don't lose the hour, because if you live till November, you'll retrieve it. Whee! Did you know the people of Queensland leave their clocks alone? A friend there tells me that owing to the amount of their sunshine, daylight saving time just fades the curtains. The people of New South Wales will, however, be putting the clocks back. Is this the weekend they do so? Yes, it's the weekend that we do it. I don't know why we bother. Why should we bother? I wish we'd drop doing it. Such a pain it really is. Steve, in Canada, we put our clocks ahead almost 3 weeks ago, so your show's been on an hour later, back to normal after the weekend. Right. I just don't know why we do it. What's the point? Ridiculous. Duncan in Bilbao says, recently I had to catch a train from Doncaster. I was waiting around. I observed a smart casual dress guy being dropped off in a BMW. A few minutes later emerged from the toilets dressed in scruffy clothes and a sleeping bag and a woolly hat. Made his way to the subway and started begging. Full-time job. Yes, he says you're quite right. You never know who is genuine and who isn't. I know. So I'd rather not give. You know, even if you say to somebody, listen, they're a drug addict. Why are you giving them money? You're feeding a drug habit. You know, you shouldn't. Tricia from Bedfordshire, off to Heathrow. Lovely. It's not my birthday today. I was on the 17th. Everybody now thinks it's my birthday for some reason. I don't know why. Yes, happy birthday, me. Ta-da! Belated presents. But Kevin the Milkman says, I'm glad the clock's going forward this weekend. You need a degree in computer science to change the clock in my van. I've tried and tried, but have now accepted that 6 months of the year, my clock's an hour fast, and from this weekend until October, it will be correct. I did that as well. I told you I was trying the other day, because I buy lottery tickets online. I've got an account with them, but the debit card just ran out, so I tried to input a new one. Well, for 2 weeks I couldn't do it. It wouldn't let me do it. The other day I did it, and I thought, yes, it works. So I was quite pleased about that. So I celebrated by buying some tickets and got 2 lucky dips. 2 lucky dips, which is my winning. What bulbs have you planted, says Chris? Begonias. All begonias this year. No. No, I haven't done any. I do buy daffodils, but what I do is I leave them in the pots and I just stick them into the earth, and then the moment they start dying, I give them to our cleaner, Mr. Vazino. He always takes those, and then I sort of start clearing out the pots for everything else and start getting ready. But just begonias this year, because I think begonias are lovely, and I think I could just about cope with something like that. Well, I hope I can anyway. What? Sorry, I'm just getting over Callum Hyder's thing. See you in Stringers later. It's a lap dancing club. I can't go to a place like that. I'm a radio presenter. Good Lord above. So, inside the Daily Star today, Kelly bears all. Kelly Brook, close personal friend. Just thought I'd mention that now. Also, what have we got here? For fork's sake, give the doggies a break. Make fireworks legal just 4 days a year. You can't. You can't, unless you're going to ban the sale of fireworks completely. And also, what happens if you don't want to go to a display? You know, I mean, I always like a few fireworks. I've still got some from years ago. I haven't let them off yet. I've got them in the hallway, yeah. They're really nice. Really nice. Yeah, so let's live life to the max. They're very impressive ones, though. They're sort of the actual rocket head is about that big, so that's about over a foot long, and it's got because I can shake it. Don't shake it. Why not? It's only a firework. I thought I could hold it and then see how far it could lift me off the ground if I set it. No, not going to work, is it? I do like fireworks. Yeah, I've got enough issues with burns. You're right, actually. Yeah, and that you get some really bad burns off that. Really, but no, they're still in the hall, just behind the front door. Gets very panicky about it. I don't know why I keep saying you should get rid of them. No. Well, so somebody else can have the pleasure of them. I'm not sharing. They're my fireworks. Britain's smallest prisoner, for that read, he's a crook. Okay, this is Aidan Henry. He wants to be a celebrity. He's a thief. He thieves from people. Okay? He's hoping to land a lucrative sponsorship deal. He says, prison made me famous. You know, he nicks things. He nicks things. So, I think not. I'm trying to get some standards going here. Jack Fincham says, I struggled like poor Muggy. Nobody seemed to do anything about poor Muggy, though, did they, really? And Jack Fincham, yes, we all know about your little habits, don't we, really? But following his death, Love Island bosses said past stars will be offered more support, but they can't do it for the rest of your life. What they're going to have to do is start getting a much better vetting process. You know, if a child is born, says Jeannie, bang on midnight when clocks change, how do they construct their horoscope? Well, they just sort of pick... I don't know, actually. Who cares, says Scott. Who cares? You see? All of a sudden, you know, who cares? Well, sorry, who cares? Oh, that was the wrong accent as well. I've got no idea, actually. I've got no idea. Steve, the Hairy Bikers did a Pub of Great Britain programme, The Blind Beggar, used by the Cray twins. Yeah, only to kill Mr. Cornell, and because one of the Crays, Ronnie, was called a big fat puff, which of course was absolutely accurate. He was a big fat puff. That's what got him killed. They walked into there, and it's quite a small pub actually. It's not a big one, and obviously Ronnie was a little. Although loads of pictures of Ronnie with his sort of boys. He liked young boys. There was one, I've told you the story before, of a very young boy who was, I think, about 14. Who used to go and visit him, and I thought Ronnie tried to adopt him or something. This boy died. I can't remember what it was all about. Either way, it was all very peculiar, very peculiar. But the days of the craze were long since gone. It's not like that now. It's far more sophisticated. Now it's more cyber and stuff like that. You know, internet fraud and internet thieving off people and convincing people to. You know, all the craze had was intimidation, and people paid the money so they didn't get beaten up and their places burnt down. That's all it came round to. When they eventually got their own place, Esmeralda's Barn, they were so bloody thick. They didn't make any money out of it at all. They didn't understand how it worked. Majid Nawaz has been to a lap dancing club, says Jackie. Has he? It was his stag do, and he went to a lap dance. Oh, that's outrageous, honestly. Women being exploited, dancing around poles, and people giving them money. I'm not in favour of that. Not in favour of that at all, he says. Thousands of furious passengers left stranded after the budget airline WOW Air collapsed. The company was still selling tickets in the hours before announcing it had ceased operations and cancelled all flights. It suggested that anybody affected should fork out for new tickets with other airlines. I mean, I sympathise with people who've been caught out by things like that. Somebody says, my sister is stranded in a country that's not her home with no way of getting home. Oh, don't be so stupid. Of course there's a way of getting home. I love that. They go, oh, so-and-so's gone out to this other country and they can't go home. Why not? They haven't got any money. Well, put it on a credit card. Ask the family to wire you a ticket over. These people are pathetic, honestly, snowflakes. Another says, my girlfriend's going to miss her grandfather's funeral because of this. So? They all look the same, I promise you. I've got nothing but deep hate and disrespect for this company. Deep hate! Have you heard of it? You know, oh, they're stuck over there, they haven't got any money, they can't come home. Well, you should have saved up more then, shouldn't you? I've never understood it. If I got stranded in a country and the airline goes bust, I'd fork out to get home on something else. But these people just go, oh, I can't do it, I haven't got any money. What are you living on then? Oh, dear, honestly, it really is ridiculous. But, it's an Icelandic carrier. Oh, I didn't know that. Is that the one that Darren uses? Does he use... Oh, he only does BA. Oh, right. But they flew from London, Stansted and Gatwick and specialised in ultra-cheap flights. Oh, well, there you go. That's why. Ultra-cheap. When they say ultra, it's not just cheap flights, ultra-cheap. And they go, my so-and-so is stranded over there. You know, somebody said you'd be ashamed. My sister's stranded in a country that's not her home with no way of getting home. What are you doing about it? Nothing. Nothing. Let us stay over there. Perhaps you can go and get a part-time job and save up for another ticket. What a bunch of divvies. Honestly. People are so mean nowadays, aren't they? It's a cheap airline. It's like, you know, all the people, when they used to do that programme about EasyJet, and I think they did it from Luton, it was hilarious. These people standing there shouting at the poor staff behind the counter, who, if I was sitting there, I'd be going, please don't swear at me. Please don't swear at me. Well, listen... You know, I was told that I could get on the flight. Well, you can't. And now you've been rude, you're definitely not getting on the flight. And it was all people who were using a budget airline, but expecting, you know, posh service. It's a budget airline. You were lucky to get a seat. And they stand there shouting at the staff. There was a guy called Leo, who surprised us all when he produced a girlfriend. But anyway, that's another story. And we watched his programme. And I used to wait for the people turning up late. I'm so sorry we're late. We couldn't get a space in the car park. What's your problem? That's your problem. It's not their problem. And they would stand there. Oh, so you really don't want to help us? Basically, no. You know, if you turned up on time... I'm sorry, we've turned up and we've left my wife's passport at home. Well, she's not flying then, is she? God, there was one bloke there, he was with the daughter. Well, he really set off on one. And the worst thing was, we were laughing at him. We were laughing, because I was thinking, listen, she said, I've got loads of other identification. You need your passport. Surely, you know, you can understand that. And he's going, they just don't seem willing to help us. I thought, well, what do you expect them to do? You know, go home, go and pick up your passport, come back, get a later flight. Well, we've got connections the other end. But that's your problem, it's not their problem. So every week we'd sit there watching these people, you know, shouting at the stuff, swearing at them, people sitting on the ground, screaming, everything. It's just really absolutely... Poor old Leo would stand there, listening patiently to these people, and then go, listen, I have tried... Well, can you speak to the pilot? Wait a minute, I'll speak to dispatcher. Thank you. No, they won't take you. Because once they've shut the door on the plane, that's when they work out who's on board and they've got the passenger list. You know, just because some idiot who couldn't turn up because there was an accident on the motorway, you leave plenty of time to get to the airport so that you can get there, then you can go for something to eat. And then you can, you know, go and do whatever you want, go and have a drink, although frankly in some of these people's cases, they look like they were bad enough without drink. On drink, they could have been even worse. For nice Stevie Company, Matthew says, having worked as an insurance broker for 25 years, I can confirm you're correct. Never wrong. Never wrong. Cyber liability is huge right now for companies. It is. I mean, every so often here, we're actually very well protected. And we change our passports regularly. I follow all the things. Although I noticed, actually, one of my regular listeners has obviously had her internet hacked, because they sent me a thing with a bill purporting to come from her, but I know there's no way it would actually. Morning, Steve. Appropriately leaving enough time to get to Gatwick this morning. We're going snowboarding, says Hannah. Oh, I've seen that being done. That looks really dangerous. Really dangerous. But wish us luck. I've seen them do it. Do you know where you have like a vertical mountain and they crisscross and you think, well, nothing on earth. Nothing on earth. I was watching a Bond film the other day and they were doing the same thing, zigzagging down the mountain whilst they were trying to be killed. And I thought, whoa, dangerous. So good luck, but frankly, not for me. Dallas says, wow, air. The clue was in the name. You never know, though, do you? Icelandic Air. I'm sure there was a company called Icelandic Air, but it's a fact that we sort of complain about everything, don't we? You know, we have turned into this drippy nation of people that complain about it. You know, somebody says, oh, by the way, we're actually cancelling EastEnders and Emmerdale tonight because of the football. What? People went into meltdown. They're cancelling it. Well, get over yourself. Goodness sake, honestly. We've got enough drips, you know, in Parliament without actually people on the outside following suit. Sally in Worcestershire said, it's my birthday today. I'm having a day on the river. What, drowning? What are you doing? What do you mean a day on the river? You on a boat? On a boat? That's quite nice, isn't it? Well, actually, you've got perfect weather. It's perfect weather. Today's going to be lovely. Summer is here. It's going to be hotter than Greece today. 19 degrees, beating Athens 13. So 19, double it and add 30. So 19, 38, 68, isn't it? 68, 67, something like that. Either way, it's going to be, I might take my shirt off. Not. You do see people, we get it round our way as well. We have chavs. 66 Fahrenheit. And you think, is it worth taking your shirt off? I think not. But I'm always jealous of people who take it off when they're pasty white. And then, you know, by the end of summer, they're the colour of beech nuts. But not for me. There's no chance, or any time soon, me or Chris, the producer, will be taking our shirts off, walking down the street. It just wouldn't happen. Well, it should be illegal, actually. It should be illegal to wear cut-down jeans, cut down with a pair of scissors, because you never do them properly anyway. And also, it should be illegal. What else should be illegal? Well, just people walking around with their shirts off. This is not Ibiza, okay, or Magaluf, or something. Well, sometimes you do wonder, don't you? But no, you really shouldn't be taking your shirt off. As I say, there's all sorts of people that do it. And they're welcome to it. Shane says, we put the clock back an hour on the 7th of April here in New South Wales. Hooray! I don't know why. Well, so you get the extra hour, don't you? But then, of course, later in the year, you use it. Steve, you know the real reason why fireworks are set off suddenly when it's not fireworks night? To let people know that they have some drugs. Everything goes back to drugs, doesn't it? Everything goes to drugs. I remember the police in, where was it? Must have been in Australia. We get these police, kind of like an interceptor program, but they seem much nicer than our lot. I mean, our lot have to put up with some right drunken so-and-sos. Although in Australia, you've got loads of drunks, and they all look dirty and all their long hair, very unkempt. And the police stopped this sort of bloke who quite clearly, and not only was he driving with drugs in his system, he didn't have a licence. And the police are very nice, and they go, oh, would you like to come down the police station? I'll be going, no, I don't think so. But you always get them, don't you? Oh, I know, I've had a couple of drinks. And they get really a bit angry about the whole thing. Like, you know, bit of a surprise. I've seen people kicking off like there's no tomorrow. How the police put up with it. I tell you, why would you ever in a million years want to be a police officer? You get no thanks for it. You get no thanks. Yeah, the public, you know, you go to certain areas, they seem to hate people. People go there, and immediately they're surrounded by feral children, you know, and you think to yourself, why would you want to do this job? Why would you want to do the job? Steve once saw Jeremy Irons having a go at British Airways in Naples when they cancelled a flight because of stormy weather. Everybody cheered. I watched some people being taken off a flight once, and the whole plane cheered as this old baggage was taken off. She was foul-mouthed. She was dreadful. But you know why? She didn't want a child sitting next to her. And they went, but that's her seat. No, she didn't want that at all. I don't know why. But people get very funny about it, and then they start swearing, and that's it. I used to watch the programme from Luton called Airline about EasyJet. I'd record it and watch loads of episodes, one after the other. Loved it. Not on anymore, says Tricia. No, but at least you've got them all on YouTube. They're all there, which is great. And, Steve, I remember my, excuse me, flight home from Dublin being cancelled due to the snow a few years ago. There was a woman stood there with her face in her hands. I thought, great. An extra day or night of adventure. Why is everything a drama? I don't know. I don't know why it is. It's just because people can't cope. You know what people do? They actually lie. EasyJet, they used to go, I can't afford to miss it, I'm going to a funeral. Well, by the time they'd heard that about 6 times, I think they kind of gave up. But, to go, my sister has been on a cheap flight abroad and she's got no money. Well, that's her problem, isn't it? You have to fly out there and bring her back in your luggage. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'd leave them out there. I wouldn't bother bringing them back. Far too drippy. You see them on shows on the television now. They make programmes about stupid people. They had one the other day, I mentioned the celebs on benefits. And, it's the bloke who plays Les Battersby in Coronation Street, Bruce somebody, and he didn't have anything. Then there was the Lisa Appleton girl who thought she was famous, but actually turned out to be a bit of a drip. And of course, it was just impossible to find a job. She couldn't find a job at all, so she was resorted to dog walking for $5 an hour. Please don't make me say it. And she was moaning about the fact, I should be entitled to benefits. What for? What for? Go back to the job you had before. Oh, sorry, you didn't have a job before, did you? So they ended up putting all these people on this television programme so that they could moan about how difficult it is being famous. And I thought, you're only famous because you're bone idle. Might as well make one about certain members of the royal family. That'd be marginally more entertaining, wouldn't it? What have we got here? Sorry, excuse me. Once it tickles, and nothing you can do about it. The mum of a man killed in the Manchester Arena suicide bombing is to study counter-terrorism at university. Good Lord. She says, I'm just literally a mum who wants to stop other mothers and other families from going through what we've gone through. The trouble is you don't know about these things. You won't ever know about it. The people who do this, are people who are under the radar in a lot of cases. And they love the notoriety. We seem to be obsessed with people being famous nowadays. If I was running ITV and the BBC, I'd be having a field day, let me tell you. Steve, once you get to the departure lounge and your flight suddenly gets delayed or cancelled, it can be so boring. But very rarely does that happen. They normally tell you beforehand, it's just that nobody checks. People leave home, it's until they get to the airport, they go, oh, it's been cancelled. Why didn't you check beforehand? Check beforehand. And, Jim is a copper in Twickenham. Oh, God, honestly, nothing worse. Didn't think we had any in Twickenham anymore. About the only place around there. They've closed down Teddington. Richmond has moved to next to the station. It's all very disappointing. He said, but I do my best to leave you in peace. I think so too. I'm just a private citizen. Just Just wandering around, doing my shopping, picking up things. Little bit of shoplifting, little bit, You watch somebody ride, you go, oh, so you're advocating shoplifting now, are you? I see it on a daily basis. I don't know why. I'm strangely drawn to people. It's like there's a friend of mine in the business, and I think that he's going to do a job, but he hasn't said. He won't tell me, and so I've sort of worked out roughly, with help of my friend Rich, what we think he's going to do. And I said, if I actually talk to him and say, are you going to do this? Yeah, I'll be able to look at his face and I will tell straight away if, if it's actually true. Because I'm very good at reading people. Very good. Where did I go the other day? I went to Squire's Garden Centre. I needed to buy a liner for a basket. And full of police cars. I could only assume they were going in there for the breakfast, which is nice. If you have a police uniform, you travel free by bus or on the tube, says Pablo. Yes. Yeah, that's quite not. Yeah, but traffic wardens do exactly the same. They also travel free. If I was a policeman, why I want to travel on the bus? I very rarely see police officers on the bus. Very rarely. Ailsa from Hampshire, usually, says, listen to you every day. Today listening from the Seychelles. Flew BA, got to the airport on time and made the flight, just watching the German guests putting their towels on the sun loungers around the pool before going off for breakfast. What for? Well, what we used to do, in fact, it used to get so ridiculous that you'd be up at 2 a.m, putting your books they started putting on there, take them off, throw them away. Sorry, there's even signs around all the pools, do not put towels on sun loungers, but you cannot. Do you remember years ago, you probably might not remember, that there was a big thing about the Germans nicking the sun loungers. And you think, the Germans were the only ones who would be down for, if they said breakfast from 6, the Germans would be ready by 5:45, fully made up, absolutely. And it's a case of, we had a big thing, and it became almost racist. that we didn't want the Germans to get the sun loungers because the Brits should have them. The Brits, of course, stagger down to breakfast, sunglasses, baseball cap on, looking like they've just been dragged through a hedge backwards. That was the funny thing. Holly says, do you mean these celebs went on a TV programme to complain about being famous and get paid? Yeah. Yes. This sort of Appleton woman, you know, was about one of the stupidest I've seen on television. I am famous. And people go, oh, I remember you from Big Brother. I'm like, yeah, and I never get the job. Of course, because I know what you're like. It's got nothing to do with you being famous, dear. That's why you have to tell these people. If somebody's not famous, you tell them they're not famous. I'm a police officer in Wandsworth, says Dan. I suspect Jim in Twickenham's sleeping in the nick. Well, I think they've got 6 cells. 6 cells at Twickenham. I think so. 'Cause I've been in there. To have a look round, actually. You know, I don't know. I can't remember why I was being shown round. I was with my friend Michael, and I remember thinking, that's quite nice, actually. I feel sorry for the police the other day. The other day, they were all over the place. They must have been heading up to Teddington. Oh, I know. Can I get any more excited about the weekend? No, I can't. Am I excited about today? Yes. Is the weather going to be nice? Yes. Is it going to last? No. Is it going to turn cold next week? Yes. Is there going to be frost? Yes. If you plant it out, and this weekend you will, I know, you will go to the garden centres and you will buy lots of little plants, which are like sort of itty-bitty-diddy plants, and you'll put them in, and there'll be a big notice up in all the garden centres, protect from frost. Because once the frost has killed it, you might as well just give up. So, because I'm planting bulbs this year, they'll be hidden and snuggly-buggly underneath the earth, which is good, So just remember, if you're buying plants, you know, out there, about the only things that you could put in at the moment, I would have thought that would survive would be geraniums. I've had geraniums that have survived for about the last 5 years. Can't kill them off. You know, fire, flood, pestilence, the old blooming thing. Geraniums keep going through. There's so many different types. You know, don't just buy the one type. Buy variegated leaves, all sorts of things like that. And have a bit of fun with it. And it's always nice. Take a picture at the beginning when you've planted stuff out in pots, and then take a picture when the pots have burst into life, because that'll be the time that people go. And if every year I make sure that the patio looks lovely and try and get all the plants in there, and I've already bought them, but I know what's going to happen. I'm going to go to a garden centre and I'm going to see a couple of plants. I'm going to go, oh, I like those. I'm going to end up buying them. I know, I'm such an idiot, and but you know, listen, gardening's fun, good for you. Well, it's not good for you when your back's breaking. Always a joy working nights when the clocks go forward, but never so much fun when they go back, when the boss comes around and turns the clocks from 0200 to 0100. Yes, as radio presenters, we used to hate that. We liked it when the clocks went forward. That was nice. You go shorter show. But when the clocks went backwards, you get to sort of 1 o'clock in the morning and then you start, or 2 o'clock in the morning, then you start all over again. So I used to write the hour off. It was a lot easier, because otherwise, you're sort of struggling your way through it. It doesn't matter. It's always very entertaining. And so you get an hour less sleeps of this weekend. So here is the diner. I don't know where this is, actually. Oh, Margate. And this particular lady had just put in halloumi, one of her favourite cheeses, into this tortilla, and then saw the face of Christ. Well, no, she didn't. But of course oh, Lord above. We found somebody else from Kent. She's the woman who found the Son of God's face in a tortilla wrap. She's from Kent. One of your own. That's good, isn't it? One of your own people. And Lucy says she's going to keep it in case he rises from the bread. So you just missed my gag. Don't tread on my gags. In case he rises from the bread. Okay, whereabout in Kent? Margate. Oh, no. Oh, why? What's the matter with Margate? You're right down the other end? What's the other end from Margate? The other end of Kent? Oh, right. Are you in the posh bit? No, you're not really, are you? Because, actually, though, he could be, because he has a... No, but he has a road that leads to a wood, and there's all sorts of things going on in this wood. There's underwear hanging in trees. And I've said to him, just outside Maidstone, that's where you are. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Lovely. That's still there, is it, Maidstone? Oh, well. Big surprise. And so, is yours a house? You know, house? Roof? Oh, got a roof. Three bedrooms. What, have you got your own bedroom? You got your own... Got wheels. Oh, the wheels bit's good. Is it static? Or does it actually get towed behind your mother's truck? Nobody gets towed. So it's three, and you have your own bedroom and everything else? Lovely. Oh, a blackout blind. They're absolutely... Do you know, I actually found a cheap blackout blind. You get some bin liners and you sellotape them together and just stick them up with a bit of Velcro. And Darren Adam puts... Yeah, but he thinks he's a turkey. That's why. He's actually basting himself. I used to sleep with a mask on when I used to sleep years and years ago, so I could sleep at night. And then when I woke up one minute, I thought I'd gone blind. Because you forget you put the mask on, but it's you do need to have darkness in the room. And also, the rest of the house has got to be fairly quiet. Don't want any noises. Do you have pictures on the wall held up with a Pritt stick or something, or only one of me? I know. It's just me and Pamela Anderson from Baywatch running up the beach, and me running behind with a stick and a frame. That'll go well. Well, you can go home now. Oh no, you're working tomorrow, aren't you? Working tomorrow. So Josh is working tomorrow and Sunday. So that's good. Somebody says, Steve, your webcam is on. You're looking hot. We don't have a webcam in the studio. Ha 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 ha. Well, I hope not. Take care, Josh. Just remember what I said to you yesterday. Don't talk to strangers on the way home, okay? No matter how much you want to. It's much easier. Otherwise, we'd never get him back. Steve, I saw a policeman in Ealing last week. I took a picture of him. Could be worth money in the future. I don't think you're allowed to take pictures of police officers. I don't think so, anyway. But you're quite right. It's a rare thing. We don't get that many in Twickenham. At the moment, I'm having trouble. Well, I'm not having trouble, but the council appear to have given up on getting rid of graffiti. So we've got quite a number of bits of big graffiti which have appeared, and the council have done nothing. Nothing at all. Tony says it's 5 a.m. and I have a blackbird singing away outside. They do that, don't they, blackbirds? They do that. Alan says, when I was driving on the buses, anyone with a police warrant card was let on whatever force they belonged to. I haven't driven a bit for 20 years, so it might have changed, returning from Portugal, leaving 2 hours 30 for a 20-minute journey. I think you're probably very wise, very wise. I always do that, though. I'm always, if anybody says, you know, you're needed here at this particular time, I'll be there an hour ahead of it. Always. I'm so panicky about a train breaking down or, you know, the bus not getting there or something like that. So I always make sure that I'm there in plenty of time. And if you're celebrating your birthday this weekend, I wish you a very, very happy birthday. Hope you get lots and lots of nice presents. So what's going on with Keith Duffy? Rushed to hospital in Thailand after collapsing before a concert. He was just minutes from taking to the stage when he was taken ill, and his wife, Lisa, is at his bedtime. I mean, people think he's been partying too hard. Now, I don't want to tell Keith how to manage his life, but when you get to your age, matey, 44, you can't do what you did when you were 19 or 20. You know, and you party a bit too hard, it's going to be an absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. So, just be careful. Oh, do you know why the Pope won't let you kiss his ring? Germs. He's worried about germs. I can well imagine. I've seen loads of people down in Vatican City look very dodgy. The Pontiff was accused of being disrespectful. How can you accuse the Pontiff of being disrespectful? I'm sorry, he's the Pontiff. He's the nearest thing to the Almighty for billions of Catholics around the world. His spokesman, Alejandro Gisotti, sorry, can't help doing it, you have to do the accent, said yesterday, the Holy Father told me the motivation was very simple. Hygiene. It's as simple as that. You know, the Queen does the same. She's got gloves on. She's not touching anybody's hands, let me tell you. Nick Abbott does the same. Oh, does he really? Oh, right. Oh, yes. Oh, I've heard of people changing. Actually, somebody else used to work here years ago, and she used to change the mic muffs. But years ago, we used to have somebody, and headphones as well. Yeah, I can understand. I used to have my pair of lightweight headphones, which I used to wear in the studio because people said you can pick up ear infections. I've never picked up an ear infection in my life. But it's Nick Abbott. Yeah, he would be. He's sort of old school. Well, he's just old. And so, excuse me. Quick. Oh, lovely cup of Friday. And I say, what do we do on a Friday? You put your feet up and go. It's the weekend, and I've got nothing to do this weekend. I don't have to go anywhere. Don't have to see anybody. I was going to go and see my friend Paul, but he's gone back to Scotland for this weekend. Yes. He's up there. He sent me a thing. It's really odd. I was thinking about him yesterday, blown me down, psh, up comes a text. And then this morning I was thinking about my friend Callum, ping, up comes a text. No, it's not working. I was just thinking about Scottish boy. Nothing at all happened. Nothing at all. No, he doesn't need to send me any text. He just runs through guess. I've been thinking about the lottery for the past God knows how many years it's been running. And each year, I play every week I play Fantasy Lottery. And I love it. At the moment, I'm looking forward to playing Fantasy Lottery, but I'm also quite looking forward to winning. But I think it's very unlikely. Andrew is been up since 4:30. Actually, do you know, there is such a regular amount of people that get up, 4 o'clock, 4:30 in the morning, 4:45, stuff like that. It's just normal, isn't it? He says, I'm getting ready to film at the Ideal Home Show at the gorgeous Olympia. So waking up with coffee and the Steve Allen Show. Well, how perfect, Andrew, could it be? How perfect. You see, as far as I'm concerned, when we went home yesterday, we went home early. Sorry. We went home early because Nick Ferrari had an extra hour. So we were out of here by about 6:10, I think. And completely different set of people. Completely different set of people. Apart from the fact it was a bit chilly. And then he said, I've driven in. So we sort of cram ourselves in the car and we pootle off down the road. But it was all, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Jim says, no cells at Twickenham. Well, there were the other year. What do you mean they can't do away with them? You've got to have them. Well, Teddington Police Station has closed. Teddington Police Station has closed. Twickenham has got the only cells around there. I'm not even sure Richmond has got cells, but Twickenham would definitely have cells. You sure I don't even think you're a police officer. Send me a photograph in. Otherwise, I'm going to be disbelieving you, because the cells at Twickenham have been there for years. Why would you turn them into what? Bed and breakfast, Airbnb. He says, since May last year, all of Richmond and Kingston Borough emergency response teams are based out of Twickenham. Of course they are, but that's why they've got the cells. They're the only ones there. Teddington Police Station closed years ago. There hasn't been a police station at Teddington for ages. The Richmond Police Station, including the cells, has been turned into a restaurant that sells pizza, and the Richmond Police have moved round to the station. Can't tell me anything about the police force. My mother used to work for it. So I'm well ahead of that. So here are a pair of blokes. Oh, I must tell you this one in a minute, actually. I'll tell you, it's such a sad story. Well, it's sort of a sad story if you're not there. If you're on the outside, it's a sad story. A social worker who stole nearly £30,000 meant for vulnerable families blew it on a £100 a day cocaine habit. I mean, I'm quite lucky. I'm quite lucky that I never did drugs. I was never remotely... I did have a puff of a marijuana thing once. And to be honest with you, I couldn't stand the smell of it. So that was that. But this woman, Lisa Finn, started taking the drug to cope with the stress at work. That's why she stole nearly 30,000 quid. She forged signatures on 60 claim forms. No, she was an addict. It's got nothing to do with stress at work. She was an addict. An addict. A social worker, was, for 20 years, was caught following an audit and was sacked. She admitted fraud, and she gets a 16-month suspended jail sentence after her lawyer said she had mental health issues. Seems to be standard nowadays, doesn't it? Anyway, she's repaid the cash from her pension. So there you go. Only goes to prove, once a tea leaf, always a tea leaf. Steve, hope you're well. We're heading off up to Glasgow today to see the Solid Silver Show. Peter Noon. Oh, love Peter Noon. One of my favourite singles, No Milk Today. Herman's Hermits. Brian Poole and the Trems, Dave Berry and Vanity Fair, who lived for the sun. Going by train, says Noreen, meeting several friends there. We saw it a couple of weeks ago. It's fantastic. She loves this. She knows everything about all these solid 60s shows. She is the lady of the 60s shows. In fact, single-handedly, I think she's keeping them going. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. I want to get you to work quickly. I know you don't want to go to work. Come on, it's Friday. Quick you go to work, quick you come home. Nice to have your company. 19 minutes past 5 is the time. Steve, my girlfriend and I are having a debate. Well, you mustn't at your age. It's very bad for you. Another one here from Holly says, we are sticklers for being on time. She comes round to mine usually on a Friday morning for chocolate cake and homemade ice cream 11s. Well, every Friday? I couldn't think of another reply. That's the best one, isn't it, I think. 10 o'clock yesterday, yes, you're going to go blind over it. My girlfriend and I are having a debate. Well, you mustn't. Steve, I may have spotted you in traffic yesterday. I think unlikely. We didn't hit any traffic yesterday. And I was chauffeured to the station. I got on a train, and then I got a bus the other end. Still home, good time. But Holly says at 10 yesterday, I suddenly remembered she was coming over on Thursday for a change. I was still in my PJs. With a bra or without a bra? Now, the reason I asked that's for no other reason apart from Lorraine Kelly thinks that women should wear bras at night, in bed. So they've done a debate. There's a lot of it going on this morning, where they've sort of worked out whether or not women should wear bras in bed. Well, it depends what you're doing, doesn't it, really? I mean, there's no point in trying to... Oh, I can't undo the back of it. Oh, God, that's ridiculous. So, there you go. My least favourite Hermit song, says Kevin, is No Milk Today. I don't get a set wage, I'm paid on commission only. I just thought it was No Milk Today, my love has gone away. The company was turned night into day. When music... Oh, I loved it. It's such a... In fact, it features on one of my favourite songs, together with the Kinks singing, Thank you for the days, those endless days, those sacred days you gave me. Years may come, years may go, Steve. Oh, here we go. I've just realised we're going down the wrong route here. Going down the wrong route. I like years may come, years may go. In fact, actually, I'm a bit of a 60s boy. Might have been born in the 50s, but the music, I was good with that. Ozzy says, on my way to sea fishing. When you say to sea fishing, seeing fishing or actually fishing in the sea? I don't know. I don't know whether you're sort of part of a group. My friend Christopher says, morning, he always calls me Captain. I think it's this Captain, my Captain. Did you ever see that scene from Dead Poets Society? Have you ever seen it? Where they stand on the desk. Sit down! Captain, my Captain. They made us do it, sir. And then you go, thank you, boys. It was such a good scene. It was such a... I can watch it now, and at the end it says, no, don't stand on the desk. No, because you'll fall over, and then we'll have we haven't done risk. We'll have to fill in something in the book, and we'll have to tell lies and say that we think you'd had a drink, and that would be awful. So you mustn't stand on the desk. But they did it in Dead Poets Society. God, it was good. And at the end, you know, he said, "Thank you, boys," and then somebody's put a caption on going, "Thank you, Robin." Thank you, Robin. There was a man who suffered from deep, deep depression. Deep, deep depression. But then a lot of comedians go that way. Anyway, my friend Christopher says, stunning morning breaking over Windsor. And a quick note to let you know we have a mutual listener who doesn't believe I've done away with my phone because I text you once a week. Please assure her there is no... I was reading a thing about his wife the other day. She gets asked for ID when she wants to buy alcohol. You heard of such a thing? Anyway, I text you once a week. Please assure her there is no duplicity at foot, as every Friday morning I car share with my PA, who of late has insisted I refer to him as my EA. He's just done it again. Now. I hope you have a lovely day, actually. What else? How's your knee? I was going to ask about your knee. He's got a problem with his knee, which might prevent him from doing Strictly, which is not good. Actually, anything like that I hate. Howard says I always wear a bra in bed. Don't think we're not surprised. Because we're not. Steve Allen and team, hi, what was the first ever magic trick you bought? The first one I bought a feather bouquet. I bought acrobatic matchboxes. I bought a dye box and a dove pan. And if you can get anything out of that, well done. Steve, I put my clock on at 4 a.m. every morning just to listen to you, and I don't need to get up till 8, says Veronica. Oh, crikey. Tricia says, do the clocks go forward Saturday or Sunday? Sunday morning, early hours of Sunday morning. So Saturday night, Sunday morning. So before you go to bed, Saturday night, put them forward. Steve, my name is Warren. I'm up already playing on my Amiga. What's that? We have no idea what that is. Is it a computer game? Because if so, you're asking the wrong person. I don't know anything about computer games. Absolutely nothing. At all. Steve, speed awareness course completed yesterday, now off to Heathrow, picking up the other half and leaving plenty of time for my journey. But I will have you for company. Good. Listen, I don't mind being people's company on the radio at this time of the morning. Steve, everybody knows that the Queen wears gloves, says Patrick, to avoid contact with those little bags she has to bring back, as there aren't any corky poo bins on her way back from the corner shop. Do you know, you wouldn't believe, if you did see her in the corner shop, you wouldn't believe it was the Queen, do you? She'd probably have a pair of elasticated jeans, something like that, and sort of, you know... Now that we like the fact that Scottish Boy likes turtlenecks, it's like being a reject for the... Because he reminds me, not obviously, you know, looks-wise, of the milk tray man. You know, the milk tray man who leaves the box of chocolates on the side of the table. He does look a bit like that with his top on. Talking about the 60s music, only recently discovered how good Dave D, Dozy, Beacon, Mick and Titch were. Zabadak, Karakakora, Zabadak, Zabadak. Zabadak. Ask Scottish Boy if he knows Banchory on Royal D side. Sadly, yes. So, Banchory. The next village from yours. He said, pardon, what? He's from Peter Cooter. It's like two-way family favourites, this programme, isn't it? We sort of wander off. But can you reschedule the start of the show from 4 a.m. to, say, 5? Then I can wake an hour later and stop annoying my my going lady by sneaking the iPad under the pillow to listen to, says Tom. Oh, God, another Scottish one, honestly. We've got loads of people. We've got people all over the place. So he's in the next village. The next village shouldn't be too difficult to find. He's never there. Fishing from a boat at the sea. Take off from Portsmouth. See, that would appeal to my brother. That would not appeal to me in the slightest, as Neil will tell you. Really. Peter says, great weekend ahead. Fine weather. Rod Gilbert at Harrogate tonight. And longer evening from Sunday. Longer evening? No, shorter. Shorter evening, isn't it? Must be shorter. Rod Gilbert's very good. And fine weather. Only, I think, couple of days. Only, I think, couple of days. Scientologist celeb of South London suburbia. And here she is. This is Isabella Cruz. She was adopted by Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. And she works for the Church of Scientology as an auditor. I have no idea what that is. I have no idea. But actor Tom is the church's most famous member. And but she's living in this little place in Croydon. Not for much longer. She's going to be besieged by people now. Besieged by them. So whether or not she's sort of over here permanently, I've got no idea. But apparently Connor, brother, has been living at the Flag land base, Scientology's Florida headquarters in Clearwater, where Tom is said to be building a double penthouse. Do you know, there's something about Tom Cruise. I've seen him doing a couple of things. He did something with James Corden, where they skydived out of an aircraft. You know, I think everybody thought it was going to be dummied up, but it absolutely wasn't. They did jump out of the aircraft, and it looked absolutely amazing and fantastic, so I was very pleased. My right knee, says Christopher, is tip-top. The left knee is the issue. It's perfectly happy going backwards and forwards, marathons, not a problem, but asking it to go in any other direction is currently a no-no. Ooh, that would be a problem, wouldn't it, Christopher? That would be a problem. But, so are you going in to have it done? I don't know when they start filming Strictly. He's already said he wanted to do it. I don't know. Is it August? Well, not that far away, is it? April, May, June, July, 5 months. Could be doable, but I don't know whether they would pass you fit for that. My brother had the same thing. His started disintegrating, which is really depressing. But yours was well documented, so I hope you are looking after yourself. We have to do it at our age. At our age. What am I talking about? We were at the Plantation Resort in Barbados on Tuesday, and I heard a lady laughing next to us. We found out she was listening to your Tuesday show podcast, where you were doing the imitation of the Made in Chelsea guy who was in court for drink driving. We all had a big laugh when you put on the posh tongue and said, I called your 101 people. Please don't ever leave radio. That's Shell in Slough, but holidaying in Barbados. How lovely. How lovely. From Southend, Tom says, thank you for cheering me up. I've been feeling under the weather. However, listening to you has made me feel worse. No, he doesn't say that at all. Some people say that. They write in and go, do you know, I was in a really good mood until I started listening to your programme, and I've gone rapidly downhill. And I go, there you go. My brother keeps writing to me saying, the more I listen to you, you know, I've only been doing this for 40 plus years, the more I listen to you, the more I realise how similar we are. I would have freaked my parents out. Why are you being similar to your brother? He said, because we've got the same DNA. What does that mean? What does that mean? I mean, I'm assuming we've got the same DNA. We must have, haven't we? Unless he knows something I don't. Steve, does Scottish Boy talk through your headphones? You can just hear him sometimes, says Shane. Can you? Shouldn't do, really. I mean, because it's, I don't have my headphones. Unlike some people that have them very loud, I don't think I have them very loud. I did get accused of it a short while ago of having the speakers in the studio on really loud. Only because I thought to myself, I wonder if I'm losing my hearing. And we think probably a little bit. We think it deteriorates a little bit as you get a bit older. Well, let's face it, the eyes have gone, the legs, you know, it's all falling apart. Who cares? Helen says, I can't get over the report Lorraine Kelly sleeps in her bra. So the poor woman never experiences the joy of taking it off at the end of the day. I feel sorry for her. Did you know, Helen, that 80% of women are wearing the wrong size bra? The wrong size bra. And the reason is that you've always had the same bra size, so until you actually get measured, you won't know whether you're wearing the wrong size bra. But you're right. My mother, when she took hers off, not that I was there, but she used to have marks over her shoulders where the bra straps were. I know that it's all moved on a little bit now. Holly says, is it a turtleneck or is it Scottish Boy's thermal vest from McTavish's Thermal Underwear Emporium in Aberdeen? He doesn't know. He's not sure. It is a proper... Did you see a picture of somebody in the 60s and decide that's what you wanted to look like? You wanted to go for that turtleneck look. Somebody says, do you want to take my place? As Christopher says, do you want to take my place in Strictly? You were joking. Although I think I'd be quite good at it, but absolutely not. No, I'm a radio presenter. I don't do things like that. You should know that. Working on the railways, we always let the police through the barriers when they flash their badge. Well, does it not help when they're wearing a uniform? Would that not be the giveaway? And they always reciprocate by helping out when they walk past whilst we're dealing with undesirables or drunks. Oh, I'd have a field day being a police officer. Can you imagine? Steve Allen becomes a police officer for a day. Woo! You're nicked. But I'm the producer. You're nicked. That's it. But I work on the show. You're definitely nicked. You have so much fun. Okay, LBC News Time. 5 is the job of the Scottish boy. Who knows? Who knows the secret of the black magic box? We have no idea. He turns up. He smiles. He just said a minute ago, he said, if you don't want to do Strictly, I can do Strictly. Well, you can't. Because we've seen your dancing. And you can't dance. Although, actually, you might be better at doing ballroom. That might be a little bit sort of better for you. I mean, it's, to be honest, but it wasn't offered to you anyway. Not all about you. I like the chef who has a Michelin-starred venue. He saw off a vegan demonstration by showing them 2 dead ducks. Activists were protesting at imported foie gras on the menu, made from livers of force-fed ducks in a process that Britain bans as cruel. One said of the chef, who's called Clément Leroy, he seemed proud of the cruelty involved. He was waving them far from the food preparation area. Food safety officers will be interested. The Direct Action Everywhere group chanted, "It's not food, it's violence," as it left, which is the square in central London's Mayfair. Nearby, Fortnum and Mason's and other restaurants also saw the demos. The square said, "We're proud to serve international delicacies." Chef Clément showed activists the product we serve. I don't think he was doing it for that reason. I think he was doing it to scare them away. He said, foie gras in beeswax is one of my signature dishes. I have to be honest, I've never had foie gras. I have seen the way it's produced. Haven't eaten veal either. I might have had it years and years ago, but haven't had veal. There's certain things that I sort of will eat and certain things that I won't eat. I like pate. I do like pate, but pate doesn't like me. And to be healthy the other day, I bought some Ryvitas. Don't think that's going to make any difference to anything, do you? No, I didn't think so either. There's a man in Rockwood, Michigan, who stole a 5-foot pet shop python by shoving it down his trousers. That's a good place not to put it. Python down the trousers. I was watching something on YouTube earlier on this morning, and it was a bloke who was sort of transferring dangerous snakes. My God, they're horrible. Why would anybody ever want to do that? But my favourite picture is from Pakistan, Karachi. And it's 2 brothers, and they have a lion who goes out driving with them. Hamza and Hassan Hussein insist he's a pussycat and treat him like a brother. And so they're pictured there, cuddling him and all the rest of it. He said, and he's very good with strangers, provided you don't move. And so you have to wait till lions, don't let them walk round the back of you. I mean, I've always wanted a lion. And this one is absolutely gorgeous. But again, you have to remember, it's a wild animal. It doesn't matter whether they go, he's our friend, he likes to be cuddled, he likes tickled and all this kind of thing. It's a lion. And so when they said, when he meets people for the first time, you have to stand very still and let him sort of sniff round you. The moment you run, he's going to see you as prey. And he's going to kill you. For them, it might be it's okay. They said he just loves cuddles. Yeah, of course he does. He loves cuddles because he's got the upper hand. He's got paws the size of 2 dinner plates. I mean, good grief, you wouldn't want to risk that, would you? Apparently all back in the bedroom for Declan Donnelly. Apparently it's all going on in the bedroom at the moment after his wife had a baby. This was according to Stephen Mulhern. Can't trust Stephen Mulhern with anything now. Just tell you any old stories. So now we've got that dreadful image of Declan Donnelly in the bedroom doing acrobatics with the wife, which we don't need to know about. As far as I'm concerned, he doesn't do the sex bit. He's just Dec. He's always going to be young, even though he's in his 40s now, isn't he? He must be in his 40s, actually. So there was an interview with Stephen Mulhern. Love Stephen Mulhern. Such a nice boy, seriously. But He says, how long before you go back to a bit of nookie? Well, apparently he's gone back to a bit of nookie. As I say, too much information, even for this time. ITV top boss. This was a story that, because over the last few weeks we've been hearing about people who suffer from such terrible depression that we can't spot, and if in the case of Mike Thalasitis, his agent couldn't even see any depression, thought he was a happy-go-lucky boy, so when he committed suicide, comes as a big surprise to everybody. I'm never sure whether it's a cry for help, or if it's, or if they really do want to actually go ahead with it, because it can't be very pleasant. The balance of your mind must be really quite disturbed. But Carolyn McCall, who is the chief executive from ITV, said that the link between Love Island and Mike is extremely tenuous. I mean, exactly. They're not to know. They're not to know that somebody might have gone in there with mental health issues. They don't know that, because it didn't manifest itself. So what they're going to do, they're going to do therapy, social media training and financial management for all the contestants. Of course, for some of them, none of that will apply. But I bet you anything, most of them won't want anything to do with it, because they think they know best. You imagine somebody says, listen, you're not going to go to that nightclub opening tonight. We're doing financial management thing. Well, I'm not. I'm going to the nightclub opening. And that's the problem. There is no direct link between what happened to Mike and Love Island, which is very important. And they're also saying that they don't really know how long they can actually, look after somebody. They should have to pass some sort of test. But in fact, since Love Island, he's been on Celebs Go Dating and X on the Beach. So, why was it not them? Why did they single out Love Island? Nobody else from Love Island, the one that he was on, committed suicide. Because you remember there was another one, Sophie Graydon, 32, died in a suspected suicide. And so, they're offering advice, but he did other reality shows. Why was it not them that were responsible? You can't tell them that, that Love Island is the show responsible for his death, because nothing that he did on the show would have meant anything at all. It really wouldn't. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Cat owners, cat owner story, cat owner alert. You could soon be required by law to microchip your pet. So says Michael Gove. The plan to give moggies the same treatment as dogs whose owners have had to chip them since 2015 was warmly welcomed by the cat-owning Environment Secretary. MP Riemann Chisti said he met Mr Gove after tabling a bill seeking to ensure certain cats are microchipped. Because if you run over a cat, you don't have to report it. You don't have to report it. If you run over a dog, you have to report it. Why is there a difference? Why is there a difference? And another one here says, tell Scottish boy to get a good lawyer. He'd be a millionaire by now if he had mine. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. No. I've already threatened him with certain things. I used to look forward to my ex, says Anthony, taking off her bra at bedtime, especially as he got rid of her double chin. Oh, please, honestly, it gets worse, doesn't it? But no, there's a big debate in the paper on women who keep their bra on at night. Lorraine Kelly says yes. I should imagine, keeping the bra on at night would be advisable for certain people. But it's very interesting how many people say, no, absolutely not. You take the bra off, and that's the feeling. It's like taking your shoes off, isn't it? You go, oh, taking my shoes off, what a relief. What a relief. But taking your bra off, but I've never even thought about it. It wouldn't sort of come into my life at all. 1,000 stranded as debt-ridden budget airline WOW collapses. And there's one here called Barret, who's facing a £5,000 bill for new flights after WOW's sudden demise left him in the lurch. He was due to fly from Detroit to Ireland with his wife Kate, son Chase and daughter Maeve. He said it was delayed, then it was delayed every hour, and finally at 11 p.m. I said, what happens if the company goes bust? The woman said it wouldn't happen and gave us a pizza. Next thing, the PA said the flight was cancelled. He's a Dubliner who lives in America, told to visit family in Ireland, was due to visit them, and told the BBC they spent the night in a hotel and woke to find out that WOW had folded. But, a one-way flight from Stansted to Reykjavik was advertised at £756, compared with £57 for an EasyJet flight flying there. So that's what it is. It was budget, cheap. And so it's folded, and you just have to get yourself back. So the other big debate dividing the nation, should women wear a bra at night? Lorraine Kelly says yes, but then the experts give their verdicts while two male columnists get straight to the to the point. And they've got Susanna Constantine. Why they bother asking her anything, I've got no idea. Sarah Vine, she says, like my purse, I like to know where my breasts are at night. I didn't work that one out either. And Helen Carroll is talking about it. It's very interesting, isn't it, really? Lorraine Kelly's confession seemed to cause consternation. Some disapproved on feminist principles, others thought it rather odd, others still objected on health grounds. I've never actually looked at Lorraine Kelly's breasts. I don't really know whether they're sort of absolutely enormous or anything like that. Very odd, isn't it? Very strange. But there are 3 nighttime bras to try. Comfort Sleep bra, 15 quid, figleaves.com. Seam-free crop top, 2 for 14 quid, Marks and Spencer's. And Racerback sleep bra from bravissimo.com, 30 quid. I'm talking, of course, utter rubbish. I've got no idea what I'm talking about here. I don't know whether it makes a difference whether you wear a bra at night or whether you don't. Lots of police here. And the chef taunting the vegan protesters with dead birds. There seem to be more police officers than anything else. And by the time we got to Fortnum's, you'd never seen so many police officers. You know, obviously people are sort of little bit. And she has to an extra 2 months to learn her lines as a broken wrist delayed her West End debut. Why Louise Redknapp didn't capitalise on, you know, having that time off and learning a script is totally beyond me. So she hadn't got enough time, so she's holding a clipboard with her words on it. I mean, seriously, I get your money back. You know, I'm sorry, I thought we were paying for an actress. Well, you know, she's been off. Well, couldn't she learn while she was off? It's the whole idea. What else did she have to do? Oh, sorry, she had to pose for pictures and do different bits and pieces. Absolutely disgraceful. Disgraceful. What have we got here? The whole world filled with bands. A 300-foot-high globe will be the UK biggest music venue. It's called the MSG Sphere. Where it's going to go, I've got no idea. But it's going to have a capacity of 21,000. 21,000, that's quite a lot. No, so, yeah, 21,500. And we just don't know where it's going to be. But it looks quite nice. I quite like things like that. I've never been to the O2. I've never been out to the O2. Grace says, wanting to be on Love Island is a sure sign of having mental health issues. Well, it does seem that after, 38 people have taken their own lives, there's something not quite right going on. Now, whether or not, because I've been in the business long enough to know what reality shows do to people, it gives them a false sense. They start doing interviews with these non-entities, and they start, sort of saying, oh, you're a big celebrity now, you're doing this. You only had to watch the creepy Fahir's sisters sitting there talking to Pip and Holly the other day, which was hilarious, because they were so far removed from anything, and yet could barely string two words together. So that's why, you have to come into the real world, because eventually it's going to implode. And I don't think 38 is the end of the line. I think there's more people who will do away with themselves, because I just think it's absolutely tragic. But we don't know what it is. There's nothing that goes on the programme that makes them sort of think they want to take their own life, because all it is you're just exhibiting yourself in front of the camera and trying to pick somebody up. I don't see how that could actually be a problem. Steve, Michael Gove should be microchipped. Well, a little bit dramatic. Mind you, I think we should all be microchipped. Sarah Vine, of course, will want to know where he is at night, along with her breasts. La, 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 la. Thank you. Steve, to the bra question, says Monica, yes, it does make a difference, and no, because of the difference, I don't wear one to bed. La, 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 la. Too much information. And David says, if you want the bra matter investigated, I volunteer. Totally scientific. La, 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 la. Steve, I'm just getting into bed after a night shift, and I can confirm that my wife isn't wearing a bra. How is Brian? Okay? Lorraine Kelly, just found out she's an actress, so does she wear a pantomime dame bra? She's not an actress. She's a presenter. Not actress. Is it according to what? For tax reasons. Oh, that's right, for tax reasons she's playing a character. Oh, how clever. How clever. And Steve, says David in Bangkok, taking off the bra is like taking your shoes off. Really? What have you got in your shoes? Good Lord. You're doing something wrong there, Steve. Strange way of wearing your shoes. Thank you. Steve, I read that men shouldn't wear underwear at night. Oh, no, you absolutely should wear underwear at night. I can't think anything worse than not wearing underwear at night. Sel says, I see Katie Price is selling her usual bras on eBay. Starting price $2.99. Shall I put in a cheeky bid? She didn't make any money, did she? 66 quid. Although, she's launching 2 new kids' ranges of clothes, and she's using her children with Peter Andrex. You know, after he said she's not allowed to do it, well, she's basically stuck 2 fingers up and she's gone ahead with it. She's doing it. She's a complete idiot. That's the trouble, you know. Not intelligent, not bright, not anything, really. Steve, if you've no worn a bra, how do you know taking it off is like taking your shoes off? It must be relief. It's because what people have written to me, Donald. I don't know these sort of things, as you can imagine. I should imagine if you're going around with some bazonkas in front of you, the like of which you need the bra on, taking it off at night, it must drag you face down onto the bed. I'm surprised people could stand up. There used to be that woman, wasn't it, Chesty Morgan? What was she, 66 inches? Her trick was attempting to stand up and walk on a stage. That was the problem. So that's what I know. He said, incidentally, was it Lorraine Kelly who made the statement, or the spokesman of Lorraine Kelly, the company? This was the tax situation. She's an actress, apparently. She's playing a part. She's not really real. She's not really Lorraine Kelly. She's Lorraine Kelly, the actress. So that's a good one, isn't it? That was a bit lucky. Saved a bit of money on that one. John says, my wife takes her bra off at night. Keeps my feet warm. What? The fact she's taken the bra off, or the bra itself? That's what I don't want to think about. And, Steve, just a couple of stories. Well, first of all, some birthdays to celebrate at, coming up 7 minutes to 6. John Suchet. 75? He can't be 75. Isn't that wrong? 75, it says here. He's written 6 books about his hero, Beethoven. He's on our sister station, Classic FM. Also, Elle Macpherson, the Australian supermodel, nicknamed The Body. They always give them these things, don't they? Oh, they're a supermodel. Supposed to just, they're a model. Or as I prefer to call it, they're a clothes horse. Much easier. She's 55. Also born on this day. 2 people, got to be a certain age to remember them. First of all, Arthur Negus from the Antiques programme. He did Antiques Roadshow, Going for a Song. And when he appeared on Desert Island Discs in 1967, he chose a Chippendale cabinet as his luxury item. He was a nice gentleman, and he would say, look at the old cabriole legs here. And you used to get all of that, and you just trusted him immediately. You trusted him immediately. I mean, the ones they've got on there at the moment, bit spivvy, aren't they, some of them? But he died in 1985, long time ago. And also Ruby Murray. Ruby Murray was the Belfast-born singer with hits like Softly, Softly and Heartbeat. She was so popular, her name became the Cockney rhyming slang for a curry. I'm going for a Ruby Murray. Apparently, the famous husky voice was a result of an operation for swollen glands that she had when she was 6 weeks old. And that I interviewed her. Because a friend of mine was listening to the programme and said, I know Ruby Murray, I'll get Ruby Murray in. And she came in, she had, I think she had a problem with alcohol. I think so, but I thought she was gorgeous. I thought she was really lovely. And she came in and she was all very humble. And I'm thinking, what a nice person. What a nice person. Ring your mention, says Mark of Louise Redknapp, using a clipboard. Wasn't it Stacey Solomon also used a clipboard? Yeah, Bone Idol Stacey goes to do I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Doesn't bother taking a script with her to learn. And so comes back and has to read her lines in pantomime off a board. Outrageous. Outrageous. Sandy says, my sister Val takes hers off every day, at least by 4. Can't stand him, she says. Do you know, some people don't. Was it not Charlie Dimmock who was famous for not wearing a bra at all? And that was always sort of, you know, she's got a bra on, like that. There were lots of sort of, that's the only reason people watch the programme. To watch Charlie Dimmock bending up. They're moving, the bending over kind of thing. It was all too much as far as I was concerned. Steve, I feel the production companies have to take some responsibility for these celebrities' mental health. I work as a paramedic in TV and film work, and I've seen how they build up these people as gods, and some, not all, start believing it. Oh, but that's always been like that everywhere. It doesn't matter. Even pop stars. Pop stars exactly the same. They start believing the publicity. You're a big star. Look at Bros. Look at the way that, you know, Matt Goss behaves, like he was some sort of demigod or something, as opposed to just some naff little boy from Chertsey with a twin brother he keeps falling out of affection with, which is a bit disappointing. People start believing the publicity. They start dressing, you know, like celebrities. And, you know, really, it's very misguided. I said to somebody the other day, there'll soon be a court case involving celebs. Companies will be sued for taking advantage of... Well, they won't be able to do that, Holly. They've all signed disclaimers. They're not going to put anybody on the television unless you've signed the disclaimer. They're not going to risk anything like that, because you're right, there will be somebody a bit silly who'll go, oh, no, the company told me this. And we've had it already. It's nothing new. We've had it, you know, loads of times. I'm particularly bothered about a man called Eddie Brinsmead Stockham. Eddie turned up at Gatwick, he claims, and had his passport taken away for wearing a Brexit lapel badge, but with the B word in front of it. You know, the one that Pimlico plumbers have got as you drive out of the station? There it is, it's B to Brexit. Testicles to Brexit, kind of thing, only the B word. Anyway, Eddie says an official told him to take off the badge. When he refused, took him to a holding area and confiscated his passport. I've never heard of such a thing. I'm sorry, so since when do they decide what badges you can wear? He's a management consultant. He felt intimidated and frightened. Don't be silly, you're a management consultant. And says his treatment was an abuse of power. So he's complained to the Home Office. He was stopped at passport control on Monday after returning from a golfing holiday. After 10 minutes, he was given his passport back by another official who also warned him to remove his badge. What? What's it got to do with officials? Mind your own business. Mr. Brinsmead Stockham says, I wear the badge because I'm a proud Remainer. I believe the referendum was corrupt. The Home Office said we're taking this matter seriously and are investigating. I blooming well think so too. Can't have people there to say, I'm sorry, take that badge off. What are you going to do with you? Mind your own business. Why don't you go take your head off and go and sit in the corner? Try and do something interesting. The death of Newsround. Now, I don't know if you're old enough to remember. 50 years it gave children. It set a precedent in television news. It was news for children. John Craven launched it in the 70s, and they would link to him now. Here's John Craven with Newsround. And now they think that they could shift it online, which actually is a big mistake. I don't know why they want to do things like that. The BBC make the oddest decisions. What they want to do is refresh youth programming. But the trouble is the majority of people who watch Newsround aren't youths. They're just normal people who happen to be watching the television. They do come up with a right load of old garbage, don't they? Sometimes you worry about the sanity of them. You know, why are you worrying about this? Also, why did I keep that one there? Sometimes I turn a page over and I can't remember why I've saved it. Oh, that's right. Furious residents claim the council is moving their vintage lampposts to posher streets nearby. They're giving the other people. This is a council here in Knowle, in Bristol. They claim the posts are in fact being restored and moved to more upmarket areas. Because what they do is they have to sort of put in LED lighting and all that kind of stuff now. But they are having consultation now. They're lovely, the new lampposts in Clifton in Bristol. Traditional lampposts look lovely, don't they? Really, really nice. But you know what people are like nowadays? It's a case of, oh, look, here's Pippa Middleton's brother-in-law, dreary old thicko Spencer Matthews. Little problems there, Spencer, isn't it? Because this time he's wearing a purple wig. He was with his model wife called Vogue, really the dimmest person in the book. And then he says, does it suit me? Sadly, you're neither funny nor interesting or working. But there you go. I'm sure there'll be something around the corner, preferably right around the corner. Thank you to my friend Christopher, sent me a lovely picture of the embankment with the sun just coming up. It looks lovely, doesn't it? He said, look at that, Steve. Gorgeous. It is. Absolutely beautiful. There's something about London. I don't care what time of the day it is in London. You can always find a really good picture. Sometimes I think, I wish you could take pictures with your eyes, as opposed to just remembering things. And Bob says, I have to take my bra off at night because my wife wants it back. Don't think that quite works as a gag, actually. It's better. It's like the old, Parker, take off my bra, take off my thing. And so it goes on, and don't let me catch you wearing them ever again. Yes, my lady. Steve, the trick is to take the bra off while fully clothed still. Nothing better before getting the cosy clothes on for bedtime, says Sue. Cosy clothes. Good Lord. Steve, I wear a bra at night, as I'd never liked that feeling of them moving about. It's quite a serious discussion, actually, this. It's in the Daily Mail today. Lorraine Kelly always insists on wearing a bra at night, but loads of you seem not to. And says the only time I didn't feel that was when I was breastfeeding, as they was doing their job beautifully. Thank you. Surely only wear loose bra at night or restrict breathing, says Mari. Well, the special bras, you can get sleeping bras. Marks and Spencer's do 2 for sort of £14. So different. So daytime bra, nighttime bra. I suppose I have daytime pants, nighttime pants. And my other half regularly sleeps with nothing on. Her top half, she rolled over the other night, was like taking 2 punches from Anthony Joshua. Says Phil. Thank you. Oh dear. Sorry. I asked my wife why she irons her bra. You got nothing to put in it. She said, I iron your pants, don't I? It's an old one that's the best one. That's the best you're going to get at this time of the morning. So, what have we got in the papers? Well, 11 p.m. tonight was meant to be the moment Britain became a proud sovereign nation once more. Instead, Parliament's in paralysis. I mean, seriously, to every MP, the Daily Mail say, put your country first, uphold democracy, back the Brexit deal today. You've got one last chance. I mean, it's a complete and utter cock-up from start to finish. Mind you, the good news is you can always vote these MPs out. If your MP doesn't do what he's supposed to do, or her, out. Out. Get rid of them. Why is it when I'm driving, Steve, through motorway roadworks at 50 miles an hour, I see lorry drivers in lane 2 doing about 60 and driving up the backside of car driving and forcing them into the lane? They're supposed to be professional drivers. Well, they've got tachographs and everything else on them, so they can always sort of catch them out. Not too difficult. Yes, somebody sent me a picture of, oh look, oh how camp. That is so, sorry, not camp at all actually, Christopher. He's got a little, look, he dressed up as Parker. How funny is that? How funny is that? Yes, my lady. I used to love, he came in to be interviewed actually on LBC years and years ago. But, oh, that is lovely, isn't it? That is lovely. Oh, goodness me. And Fab One. Although, to be honest with you, actually sort of spraying a car pink, not really my kind of thing. The Katie Price tactic, and look what happened to her. It just runs into bushes, doesn't it, all by itself. So obviously it's the way of pink cars. I was the project manager who oversaw, says Faz, the installation of the streetlights in Clifton and the other surrounding areas. The special light output is proven to help with calm and relaxation, prevents crime, and the LED filament saves costs. We've actually had all our lights at home changed to LEDs because they last better. Oh, the car wasn't sprayed pink. It was wrapped. Have you ever seen these? There's a company, they do a program on the television where you get these cars, people take them in there and they wrap them with this film which goes over the car and they become, what's it, really bizarre. Really bizarre. God, so it was wrapped, was it? So clever. Do you know, people who do stuff like that on cars are amazing. Look, I love the way he's dressed up as Parker. And, oh, it's Mary Berry. Mary Berry, I recognise Mary. I love the interior of the car, actually. There's something nice, isn't there, about Phantoms. But somebody's done a very good job of wrapping, but I love you wearing those. If only you could have found a jacket that fitted. If only. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, give that bloke a round of applause for the Anthony Joshua quip. Just reduced me to tears of laughter. Thank you. We like to get 1 or 2 laughs on the... It doesn't happen every day. Sometimes we're just gifted and lucky. We are professional drivers, so we professionally bully others, says Monica. Legal limit for lorries on the UK road, 60 miles an hour. Well, we know what the legal limit is. Unfortunately, they don't always stick to it, do they? Look, I remember my mother once. It was like a scene out of National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, where they're in the car and then they managed to get themselves under the wheel of a lorry. They're driving at them and they couldn't get out of it. My mother was like that. We had lorries coming up behind us on my mother was never the fastest driver. She was a very slow driver. Safe, but slow. To the point of, Mum, indicate. Oh, God. Of course, I was the worst backseat driver. And we used to get that all the time. It was so funny. I mean, sometimes you could actually laugh. And other times you couldn't. Oh, we got the gang there. Oh, the gang is good. The gang is good. We've got young Christopher, Mary Berry, that bloke who writes a lot of songs and then goes to sing at people's weddings, you know, in the group Take That, little Gary. And the other one is the bloke who sang about things can only get better. Brian Cox. Oh, was he not on that song? Was he not? Who was? He was in the band. Oh, I was a bit disappointed, actually. Nice picture of my friend Christopher. That's a nice picture, actually, isn't it? I think that's a really nice picture. Love the car, though. Get Brian Cox and stop leaning on it. Get off the car. Get off the car. You get that all the time, don't you? I remember I had a car once, and it was... What colour was it? Like a powder blue. There's a name, Nordic Blue, or something like that. Anyway, I came back to find a couple posing by it. This was years ago. In a car park in Kingston. So, of course, you don't like to go up to them and sort of... So I sort of hung back. Much easier. Have you seen the Hulk paint job? It's normal, but when water pours on it, the Hulk appears. I'm not sure if that's serious or not, or... Oh, it's serious. Oh, you've seen a picture of it? Oh, right. Oh, so the Hulk paint job. Normal, but wait. So does that mean when it rains, you get the Hulk appearing? Is that the kind of thing you get? Oh, he's very excited by this one. He's just trying to... Oh, you're impressed as well, are you? Go on, blimey, the Scottish boy's into it as well. So here we go. So that's... Oh, right. So it's... Oh, my goodness me. That's clever, isn't it? You're not seeing this, Chris. You'll like this one. It's a BMW, and it's blue, and then when you pour water all over it, a picture of the Hulk appears. It's like... So it's a Hulk paint job. Look, and even down the side of the car and everything. Look at that. Isn't that clever? Oh, we like that. Oh, we want to see more of that, please. Thank you very much indeed. And then... Yeah, type in Hulk paint job on YouTube. That'll impress you. That'll impress you. Isn't that lovely? I quite like that idea, actually. I don't think I want it on my car. It's from Rene Terex Exclusive Cars. Is that British? Probably not. It can't be, can it, really? Where is it? I wonder where it is. Looks very nice, wherever it is. It could be Slovenia. Slovenia. An awesome... So the BMW... Wow, goodness me. Well, there you go. There's something new. So thank you very much indeed for that one. Lorries are restricted to 56 miles an hour. I can't go any faster, says Trevor. Well, they seem to pass me. Is it just lorries? Is it lorries of a certain size, or is it? Does it apply to vans? I'm not sure how it works. The one thing we can be sure of in this day and age, there's not many things we can be sure of. Firstly, we're going nowhere with Brexit. But the former Met detective who led the Jill Dando murder probe thinks the killer will now never be caught. We have no idea. We have no idea. 1999, this was. We're looking at, 20 years after the murder, and a top detective believes the killer will get away with it. Well, they've got away with it. They've got away with it. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Also, soaring funeral costs, not something we worry about on this programme very often, are being examined by a competition watchdog amid fears that grieving families are being ripped off. Nobody ever complains about funerals. And the reason is that you don't have to pay for it immediately. I told you my mother put the money aside before she died so that the money was there to pay, because mostly funeral directors have to wait until probate and then they can get their money. But the Competition and Markets Authority said it's concerned about the effectiveness of competition in the sector. Well, I thought it was operating like a cartel. Nobody's going to undercut everybody else because they're all trying to get the same money. So here we go. Insurer Sun Life reveals the average cost of a funeral package is £9,204. Now, I suspect, and I might be wrong, but I'll do this with a sort of an addendum, that Sun Life probably own quite a number of funeral directors, because many of them were owned by the big insurance companies. So 9,000, that includes the costs of funerals, wake fees and professional fees. The figure's risen from 6,698 in 2008. Also, cremation fees have risen. I mean, it does seem an awful lot, doesn't it? Louise Eaton-Terry of the insurers, excuse me, Royal London, says high funeral costs have forced thousands of grieving families into debt. So an investigation is long overdue. Seems a lot, doesn't it, really? Sorry about that. And so I'm sort of thinking to myself, you could do it cheaper. I remember somebody, though, did I tell you, ages ago, somebody on a television programme tried to buy a coffin, and they found it practically impossible. Practically impossible. Because the people who make the coffins, and bearing in mind, you're buying just the coffin. I know this because they used to deliver next door to one of our buildings, and on a Wednesday and on a Friday, the lorry would come round with all these coffins, all different sizes, so you've got them in stock, but they were basic coffins. You don't buy a ready, finished coffin. You have a basic coffin, and then you dress it with sawdust on the bottom, silk pillows, and all the trims and everything else that go into it. So, and they did try to buy one. God, they had a hell of a job. Hell of a job. Terrible. Listen, after the news and travel, I'll let you know who I'm in conversation with this weekend. One, an up-and-coming actress, whilst the other, one of the musical stars. The story that I threw in at the beginning of the programme about the disgusting state of Brunei and their human rights and their latest Sharia law, which is coming in, whereby they're going to kill anybody who is convicted of homosexual crimes, although probably over there they'll just make them up, won't they? Any adulterous women will be stoned to death. This is what they're advocating, and George Clooney has started a campaign to get everybody to boycott any hotel owned by Brunei. And anybody who works in these hotels should not be working for a regime that wants to kill. I wonder how many gay people are working in the Dorchester. I wonder how many gay people are working in the Beverly Hills Hotel and all their other ones. I wonder. I reckon loads. Loads and loads. And you're prepared to work for a company that advocates killing gay people. Shame on you. Shame on you. So they've had big demonstrations over in America. You know, these people, they shouldn't be allowed to operate anything at all. It's disgusting. It really is. Steve, car speedometers aren't calibrated and often reach several miles an hour than actual speed. Trucks are calibrated, allow us to travel at the actual indicated speed. What we as truck drivers often find is morons driving at 40 miles an hour in the middle lane. Well, they're idiots. They're idiots. 70 in the middle lane. And then I was listening to somebody earlier on talking to Swarbrick about the speed he had regularly driven at 180 miles an hour. Who was he? Was he just a complete buffoon, or was he some... Yeah, it was. Oh, thank you. Steve, unlike cars, the speed on a lorry is calibrated, says Livio. It's not unusual for a car speedo to overread by 10%. So when it indicates 50, it's more likely travelling at 46, whereas the truck will be doing 50, which is why they appear to be travelling faster. Ha-ha. Sonia Delaunay designed an art car, says Carol in Bristol, a Citroen B12 in 1925. Her Cubist-style designs will be current even now. And I was reminded by Michael in Woolwich, who said you used to get tea mugs that when you put hot water in, the clothes came away. Do you remember? There'd be somebody ironing, and then when you put hot water in it, all of a sudden the clothes melted away. I've got one at home. It's an egg. It's a breakfast that comes to life on the side of the thing, which is good. Steve, I've got to listen to your show before I start doing my uni assignment. I need to pick me up, which you deliver daily. Thank you, Rich. And Kevin says, just delivering to my last customers around Primrose Hill. The sunrise is gorgeous. Lovely way to finish the round, isn't it? Isn't it? Jackie says, what about adulterous men in Brunei? I'm not sure how that works. I don't think they actually get anything at all. The woman is stoned to death. And before you ask, they dig a hole, put somebody in it, so they're buried up to their shoulders, only their head is visible, and they throw rocks until they're dead. That's how filthy and disgusting they are. That's how base they are. And they do the same to gay people before they've I think just after they've amputated limbs. And you want to stay in the Dorchester, and you want to stay in these sort of places, you know, owned by government that does that. Small wonder George Clooney has started a campaign. It's big in America. Perhaps it'll be big over here. Perhaps we'll see people with banners out, you know, because it's just wrong. You know, how about if you asked somebody as they were going into these hotels, excuse me, do you think it's right to murder homosexuals? If they say no, say, what are you booking in here for? Ridiculous. Years ago, says Joy, I had a brand new Mercedes CLK. I think I know what that is. I think it's like its sporty version, isn't it? I came out of a club one evening with a friend, and the guy we'd been talking to patted my car on the roof and says, I'll have to pick this up in the morning as I've had a drink. I felt so bad pressing the button on the keys and the lights flashed like a dream. Oh, I love that. That sound my idea, actually. Yeah, I'll leave the car here. I don't think I'll bother. I'll come and collect it in the morning. That's good. Sorry, it's not actually yours, is it? And poor Charlie Girling. Oh, where's she been? Has she been out on the Raz? Her head hurts. She said, I can't move. I shouldn't laugh. I've been there. Have you ever been really drunk, Scottish boy? Have you been... Am I facing the right way or something? You have been really drunk. Have you been really drunk, Chris? No, I didn't think you would be. You're a disgrace to the Aberdeen people. Getting drunk, honestly. I didn't do it even at the Global Awards. I was very good. I just had a glass of Prosecco and I think I had some water. So, Charlie, you should have taken some Aladdin's when you got in, or some milk. Makes it look... Where on earth have you been to get... You're not drunk at this time of the morning, surely. It's not good. Oh, yes, I've got to do that, haven't I? Completely forgot about it. Because always, every week, every Saturday morning and Sunday evening, there's an opportunity to hear my celebrity guest for In Conversation. So, tomorrow morning, from 6 until 7, it's the best of Steve Allen. It's good. It's good. 5 till... What did I say? 6 till 7. 6 till 7 is In Conversation, which I was coming round to. No, I get there. My first guest on In Conversation this weekend, an actress, best known for her performance as the villainous Helene Korigina in the TV series. That sounded so good, didn't it? War and Peace. She's had starring roles in movies including The Imitation Game, Jupiter Ascending, and the upcoming Downton Abbey movie, as well as the hit Netflix series Sense8. It's Tuppence Middleton. She came in to talk about the recently released Fisherman's Friends movie.
I wasn't aware of the band, but certainly reading the script, I mean, 10 pages in, as soon as they'd written about one of the songs, one of the sea shanties that they sing, I went and looked it up on YouTube and was really blown away, actually, by the band.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe I hadn't heard of them, and they were just so brilliant, and I'd never seen a band singing sea shanties before.
Really?
No, I don't think I mean, not as a sort of
crossed your life or
their own...
something?
Yeah, well, not as their kind of... That's the thing that they predominantly do, but I just thought they were so brilliant. And then as I read on, it just really resonated with me, that kind of community growing up in a seaside village, not quite a Cornish village. I think that being from the West Country myself, I felt, well, this is me, this is my life. But then you go down to Cornwall and you're reminded that Somerset and the West Country is not the same as Cornwall.
Poles apart.
It's a different country.
Yeah, it's
you know,
completely
I said, oh, it's very similar, actually. The accent's very similar. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's definitely not.
Wasn't in the South.
Because James Purefoy and James plays my dad in the
Yeah.
film, and we're both West Country locals, and so we kind of bonded over that. But yeah, it was quite a shock to the system that we weren't considered one of them.
She's lovely, seriously. The producer fell in love with her and all that kind of stuff. The actress Tuppence Middleton, there's a name you won't forget, who's in conversation with me this weekend. Now, as well as Tuppence, I'll be talking to the singer from the synth pop duo Erasure. As part of the duo, he released 25 albums, including double platinum records, The Innocents and Wild. Solo works include the albums Electric Blue and Non-Stop, and the Torsten stage and audio series. It's Andy Bell in to chat about the recently released third album in the Torsten in Queerateria series. He spoke to me about the central character, Torsten.
I suppose he's kind of like a Doctor Who type character, but he doesn't regenerate. He just doesn't get older. He's got this kind of disease or something that where he only gets old in little tiny segments, and kind of has spurt growths and things. So he was born in 1905, so he's seen a lot go on.
So you know a lot about him.
Yeah, and he's had quite a few lovers, but he's pretty much devoted to those people.
Right.
Although he's worked in some very salubrious places, including Club Queerateria.
There you go, the singer-songwriter Andy Bell, who's in conversation with me this weekend, along with Tuppence Middleton. You can hear me talking to Tuppence and Andy tomorrow morning from 6, after the best of Steve Allen, and on Sunday evening from 9. Or if you can't join me this weekend, you can listen to the whole thing by downloading the LBC app or the Global Player app. You just go to lbc.co.uk, okay, and you could do it because they did it on my phone the other day. People did it on my phone, which I was quite impressed by. And then you won't miss anything. John in Tooting says, please keep that Brunei issue high profile. People pay attention to you. I don't think they necessarily pay attention to me, but I mean, I personally, I wouldn't go anywhere near Brunei if you paid me. It makes me sick every time I think about it. And there are hotels that they operate that, as I say, they must have a high percentage of gay people working there. Unless, of course, they've got some new system operating. Steve, says Angela, in Stafford, lots of coffins for sale on eBay. Cheaper one, £24.29. A wicker coffin, £160. They're very expensive, the wicker ones. It's a basket, isn't it? Brunei, such hypocrisy, says Guido. Took my mother for tea at a hotel full of working girls touting for business with Arab clients. Of course! Not a case of do what I do, it's do what I say. Oh, yeah, wander down the Edgware Road. Try a phone box down there. You find more hookers operating in that area than anywhere else. It's disgusting, it really is. It really is disgusting. Steve, I don't see the problem with driving over 180 miles an hour. I do it regularly. And then we had a name of a company, which I can't use. And my car was damaged, Steve, by a Spanish HGV driver when he was changing lanes and didn't see my little VW going past him on the motorway. Got to watch these drivers, haven't you? You've really got to watch them. Actually, Nick Ferrari's going to be talking this morning about 3 people arrested in the police probe into anti-Semitism, which was highlighted by LBC. So that'll be looked at this morning. I'll tell you what else Nick is doing very, very shortly. Plus, Kevin Costner says he likes to play hard so his wife is not tempted to stray. I mean, yes, I don't know what he means by that, but I'll just sort of take it literally and go, well, and the top Tories in the battle to be the next PM haven't gone yet, for goodness sake. Blimey. At least wait a little bit. Also, what was this one here? Oh, this is Idris Elba backing the Daily Mirror's anti-knife crime campaign. I would think everybody would have to... I would like to see the Mirror getting behind the Brunei situation as well, big time. I'd like to see all the papers doing that, calling for a general boycott of this country's hotels or anything else. If that's what they advocate, well then, I tell you what, stick it. Simple as that. The warmer weather which you're going to get today will turn to frost. So my advice again, if you're going to a nursery or a garden centre, which you will over this weekend, we'll all go today because it's nice weather and it'll be fantastic. But don't buy little plants because the frost could kill them off and you'll have wasted your money. And they cover themselves by going, told you not to plant them out. Be careful. A lot of frost around. This morning and today, MPs will vote on Summer Theresa May's Brexit deal for the third time later. Cabinet Minister Liam Fox will tell Nick why he still supports the plan, whilst former Conservative leader Michael Howard will give his take on Theresa May's approach to Brexit. You'll also find out why a Chinese tech giant is still considered to be a security risk by Britain's cyberspace agency. And LBC's political editor Theo Usherwood will bring you up to date with the arrests linked to Labour's anti-Semitism, which followed Britain's top cop being handed an exclusive dossier by LBC, should the Labour Party itself now face a full police investigation. That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7, right here on LBC. The amount of support we're getting for the boycotting of anything from Brunei, when their Sharia law comes in, which will involve adulterous women being basically stoned to death, and gay men, because it's illegal over there. Why you'd ever want to go to that dump of a place, I can't imagine, being murdered. They will happily kill people. Part of Sharia law. How fantastic. Isn't it marvellous? There you go. There's places to avoid. Anything that's got the name, Brunei on it, don't go anywhere near them. Nothing. Tanker driver Phil says, working my last day with this company, I can't believe all the nice things people have said to me. I didn't realise I was so liked. I can understand how you felt when you got your award. I know. It's quite humbling, isn't it? He said, I start the new job on Monday, very excited. Mrs. Tanker driver keeps her bra on at night. She says it keeps her ornaments the right shape. La 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 la. Nice weather we're having. We've got 10 degrees with rain, says Chris in Oban. And bright and early sun, says Paul. The sun's shining, the birds are singing. Anybody would think that Prime Minister May had resigned. Have yourself and listeners a good day. Pablo says, just switched on, thank God, no extended Brexit programme. God knows what today's going to bring. Seriously, God knows. I mean, you just look at them and I go, you're voted out and getting rid of you, you're out. I won't be voting for you ever again. Seriously, I'm not surprised. She probably wants to, goodbye. She just walked out the front door, actually. Is this now? It could be. No, that was yesterday, wasn't it? I love it. It's all timed to perfection. They must sit there watching somebody's coming in, and we open the door now. And then they go out there. But it's a complete and utter cock-up from start to finish. It really is. Well done to another pensioner. At the age of 91, he suspected that his carer was nicking from him. And, of course, she was the thieving little toe rag. Olwyn Dyson was employed to help the man and his wife, who suffers from dementia at the age of 87. And so what they did, they planted money around the house. And they put cameras in. His grandson helped set up a camera which filmed her, this woman, Olwyn Dyson, otherwise herein afterwards known as that thieving little toe rag, taking cash from a jewellery box. She was caught in the act and fired. And at the magistrate's court, she admitted theft, and all she got was 140 hours of unpaid work. Why not prison? Why not prison? I tell you, it's times like that you kind of lose the will to live, don't you? The magistrate says we regard it as a serious breach of trust. No, just common garden thieving, dear. That's all it is, nothing more, nothing less. So we've got her. What else we got? Kate Beckinsale, keeping her father Richard's memory alive. You remember Richard Beckinsale, who played Lenny Godber in Porridge. He was only 31 when he died. He was incredibly young. He had a congenital heart defect. He was lovely. Kate lives in LA, set to star in a new ITV thriller, The Widow. Said of her mum, Judy, she has my father, Richard Beckinsale's This Is Your Life book from his appearance in 1977. I must watch that. It'll be on YouTube, won't it? I shall watch it. Definitely have to do it. Also got to watch out for from Keith from Boyzone. I'm worried about him, a little bit worried about him, because he's gone into hospital. They say partying too hard, and as you all know, including my lovely Charlie, that you can't party too hard at a certain age. You can do it when you get to a certain age, then all of a sudden it just goes a bit haywire. So you don't do it. Front pages of the papers we'll look at as well, including more pictures. Do you know, there's something nice about Kate, and she seems to have blossomed more now that Meghan Markle's come on the scene. Not that I think Meghan Markle's made her up her ante, but I think she suddenly realised that she's very, very popular, and Meghan Markle appears not to be very popular. In a recent survey, she was proven to be the least popular of the royals. So Kate goes out there knowing that everybody likes her. She's always smiling. People like William, whereas Harry is seen as... People like him. I think he's the most popular royal. They like him because he's a bit of a rebel, drops his kit, gets his bits out, and does that in Las Vegas, and used to get drunk on a fairly regular basis. He was just party boy. He was, I suppose, the modern-day equivalent to Princess Margaret. She was party girl. Once she realised there was no chance of getting anywhere near the throne, she just went off on one. She had dinner parties, she had all sorts of things were going on in Princess Margaret's life. All sorts of things. Also, it's Brexit everywhere, isn't it? Brexit. Also, Ed Sheeran's wildlife pond is not being used as a swimming pool for parties. Planning enforcers visited the estate after complaints from locals. He got permission for this pond for nature last year, but a jetty and 2 sets of steps were later added. Suffolk Coastal District Council said there was no evidence planning conditions were broken. Well, I mean, if you have a pool, a lot of people like swimming in open pools. It's quite common. They did a feature in Country Life some while ago, which is where people have pools dug and people want to swim in them with all the weeds and the fish and all the rest of it. That's what they do. It could be that. Fancy locals complaining. Bunch of snowflakes, honestly. So, flowers everywhere. Tesco are doing a little bouquet for £5, box of chocolates £3, box of Lindor £5.50, cotton candy bouquet £10. There's always something for your mum, but I think the thing that they appreciate the most, if you're a little person, I think what you have to do is you have to get them to do a card, you know, to mummy, lots of love, and then you put your name on it, which is great. And I forgot to tell you the story earlier on. This is the story of an animal lover. He says his exotic pets have disappeared amid a bitter split with his fiancée. This is Richard Wiper, who claims, wait for this one, oh, by the way, 113 pets, 113 exotic pets. He claims that foxes, meerkats, raccoons, lizards, a skunk, a giant tortoise and 45 snakes have been taken. He and Nick Powell, the other half, fell out over the number of animals crabbed into their 3-bed semi. Richard was given a month to remove them, but Nick later agreed to more time. However, last Saturday, he heard from a neighbour that the animals were being put in a van. But fashion events organiser Richard, who says he's their registered owner, raced to the house to find it empty. Oh, dear. Richard met head of giraffes Nick whilst working at Colchester Zoo, moved in together, and now he's lost everything. Where it goes from here, I've got no idea. Nothing worse, is it, when sort of people fall out? So he's lost... I mean, this is in a 3-bedroom semi. I don't know how big these things are nowadays. 6 silver foxes, 1 skunk, 2 raccoons, 10 reticulated pythons, 5 Burmese pythons, 1 Vietnamese blue beauty rat snake, Colombian rainbow boa snake, Brazilian rainbow boa snake, baby boas, 14 boa constrictors, oh God, yellow rat snake, 11 monitor lizards, blimey, 3 sun gazer lizards, 15 zebra finches, 2 golden mantled rosellas, cockatiels 4, silky chickens 3, lovebirds 5. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, that just seems absolutely blooming ridiculous. So it's a menagerie à trois, at least. Steve, you're so wrong about Meghan. She's very much liked outside of the racist British press. You don't know that. You don't know. You're just making that up to make yourself sound interesting. You've got to read the surveys. It's got nothing to do with the racist British press at all. They just go for a survey. They ask people to comment on their surveys, who is the most popular, and they just assemble it. You're obviously biased. That's the trouble. Little Julie says, I'm on the naughty step, was awake very early, chatting to fellow spikers who were also awake waiting for you. But I fell back to sleep and I've just woken up. Thankfully, I can listen later. Now the podcast issue has been resolved. Not for everybody, but for most people. Most people. Anne in Blackburn says we shouldn't support her of anything to do with Brunei. Absolutely sickening. It's so worrying because I've heard support for it in our country. Oh, you'll find a few Looney Tunes. But frankly, you know, they stone adulterers, but the man gets away with it. But as I say, go down the Edgware Road. See how many hookers are working down there. Thank you very much indeed. Sarah and Sally, very happy joint birthday for today. So they are Facebook spikers. So many happy returns. And if you're celebrating your birthday today, I hope you have a fantastic... At least you're going to get good weather. It looks quite... I might put my sunglasses on, actually. I might sort of push the boat out a little bit. I've got to get back, starting cleaning the patio yesterday. And whatever I'm doing it right. So I'll finish that off today, and then I shall put my feet up. And I've ordered some old films. Hope they arrive today, but that's a sneaking feeling it might be tomorrow. But it doesn't matter, because I love an old British film. I'm sort of steeped in history, which is great. You want to know the time? Of course you do. It's called... I've just heard from somebody I worked with more than 40 years ago at UBN with Dale, a guy called Tony Gillam. I'd like to find out what people do actually now. I'm always intrigued. There was going to be a reunion. Well, he just put down question mark reunion. That's how long we live, actually. Talking about cauliflower rice the other day, says David, I ate it whilst I was doing keto. It's amazing. Fry it in olive oil, add garlic, few spices, couple of eggs, make your own egg fried rice. You can buy a bag of cauliflower rice. Although, to be honest with you, why don't you just buy a thing for blitzing it up yourself? But they actually sell it ready-made for people like me, I'm afraid. Kevin the Milkman says, I want to know how the heck you keep a skunk hidden. I mean, isn't that bizarre? I mean, I think that is really bizarre. That they would have 113 animals, pets, whatever you want to call them. Not too sure, actually. Ollie from Purley says, but the press did name Kate Duchess Doolittle because she was considered work shy. She upped her work rate once Meghan started royal duties. Meghan hasn't hardly done anything. Hardly done anything at all. Seriously, I mean, she's pregnant. She's only been in the royal family a short while, so she's pregnant. So then she'll be taking time off. Angela says, people despise Meghan simply because of the colour of her skin. Well, that would just be stupid, wouldn't it? That would just be stupid. Who cares? I couldn't care whether she's pink, green, or, red spotted. It doesn't make any difference. Richard Beckinsale says, Mike, very sad because he'd only passed his medical 2 days prior to starting the next series of Porridge. 31, when you think back to it, 31 was so young to die. But I'm sure he's on YouTube. Steve, Gary's having beans with a glug of Tabasco on brown toast for breakfast. God, it sounds disgusting. That sounds like the most boring meal. He said perhaps an egg on top. Oh, dear me. Won't be any early breakfast in your place, I should imagine. But beans with a glug of Tabasco on brown... You see, brown toast for me goes click. I'm trying to avoid bread. But to be honest with you, I mean, I had to succumb the other day, and I had to have a cooked breakfast with fried bread. Seriously, I mean, I felt guilty, and it's not good for me. But you just occasionally, if you deprive yourself of everything, that you sort of, that you really, really want to eat, and people say, you shouldn't eat that, and then you think, well, of course, the moment they actually say it's a case of, you shouldn't eat that, you want to eat it. How many so-called journalists, Steve, feel they have to say racist and outlandish things about... I've never heard them say anything racist about her. Where would you see that? That would be a court case. Never seen that. So they get the click on social media sites. It's about time the British press left her alone to get on with her life. No problem for the press, I should imagine. They'd be more than happy to leave them alone. Unfortunately, they want it. Who cares about boring Kate? You see, there you go. You don't like her. So you've actually fallen into that trap of sort of saying, oh, there's nothing the matter with Meghan, she's marvellous, but let's get rid of boring Kate. You're as guilty as everybody else is. But obviously too stupid to realise. The Sun, to say it's Brexit. Brexit. And also Boyzone Keith in hospital drama might be just a drying out process. I can't think of anything else. But at 44, he should know better. Daily Star, Love Island Jack, my dark fear. God in heaven. I thought his career had finished. I had no idea he's still going around. And also Brexit Day. For 1,009 days, the people of Britain are bored on about you-know-what. But today, that all changes, and we urge every single one of you, do your duty and shut it. Daily Star being very practical. Daily Mail, talking about one last chance. MPs being challenged by Theresa May. As I say, you can vote them out. That'd be the good thing, wouldn't it? Start again from scratch. Find some people who actually care about the bloody country. Daily Mirror, Brexit Day and May still can't get the dire deal done. But of course, they're going to be the moaning little snowflakes. Kate outdoors, gorgeous Kate. Here she is, another picture opportunity. Something to do with scouting, I think, or something, dib and all that. Also, Jill Dando, 20 years on after her murder. Nothing. Nobody charged. Somebody out there, even listening at the moment, would know exactly who committed the crime. And Dallas says, pity anybody who moved into that house that had all those exotic pets crammed into it. 113. I wouldn't want to go anywhere. It sounds disgusting, doesn't it? But and then obviously they went, listen, it's gone out of hand, and it's all got a bit pear-shaped. But he wants to know where his pets have gone. He claims they were all his. Nothing worse than a spat over pets. Also, the two women from the Wirral, and their book is Cooking. I bought a book the other day, actually. My doctor recommended it. It's good for diabetics, and it's got different recipes in for people like me. But I did explain to him that I can't cook. Never can, never want to. Prison inmates given keys to their own cells. It's a bit of a sort of a trialling a new rehabilitation sort of thing. Usual sort of rubbish, isn't it, really? And Judith Wood says, I'd rather swap my husband than my side of the bed. We've all got off side. I'm left-hand side of the bed. Teddy, of course, is right-hand side, so we don't argue too much about that one. Times this morning. Here's a picture of Killing Eve, and the rules were relaxed to allow the spy thriller, which was first broadcast in America, to compete in BAFTA. It's all very flexible, all these sort of things, actually. The peer demands the licence plates for cyclists after I said that years ago. I said that years and years and years ago. That, you know, if a cyclist knocks you, how do you know who they are? And the answer is, you don't. But if they had a licence plate, that'd be better. Lord Winston has called for them to be forced to wear licence plates after he was attacked by a woman whom he challenged for riding on the... Oh, I tell him off all the time. Get off the pavement! You know, we get it round our way, you know, and you think, no. So I'm with him. He says, I told her very politely it was against the law to cycle on the pavement and dangerous. He said, I thought she'd apologise and walk off. Oh, you are joking, of course, Lord Winston. She snatched the telephone out of my hand, threw it into the road, and then kicked me repeatedly. Well, get her arrested straight away. She must be caught on CCTV. What a horrible old baggage. He said 2 bystanders came to his assistance. God dear. He said minutes later a second cyclist passed him at great speed, going the wrong way down a one-way street before being blocked by pedestrians. They're getting out of hand. The lunatics have taken over the asylum. Finally, the Guardian. May tries to buy time as ministers say go now. That's all they care about, isn't it? That's all they just go. They don't really care. Michael Gove and his dog at home in London. Bookies have made him a front runner to replace Theresa May. I love the way they sort of, already she might as well start packing her bags now, mustn't she? And the police are struggling with routine crime. Not so good, I don't think. Of course, Meghan will be seen as the least popular royal. She's mixed race. Got nothing to do with that. Why'd you bring up that, Abby? Why'd you bring up that? She's mixed race and therefore regarded as not belonging there. How ridiculous. She's just somebody who's married to Harry. Just married to Harry. I've never read anything racist in the papers. This report... It's a long line of others to discredit her, and they're not discredited, they're just pointing out what the facts are. She's not the most popular member of the royal family. I hope she continues to ignore all the rubbish and not continue to take on too much. She hasn't taken on anything. So let's not get too excited. Anyway, as long as you're happy paying the 3 million quid for their house to be done up, that's fine. They've got loads of other places, but 3 million is best. And apparently she's seen as the pushy one. I merely tell you what the insiders say and royal correspondents who know about these things. Probably better than you, Abby, or even me as well. That's it for this morning and for the week. But I'm back with you tomorrow morning. Best of Steve Allen in Conversation. So from 5, the best bits from the week shows. At 6, in Conversation with Tuppence Middleton and the Erasure singer Andy Bell. It's a great conversation with both of them. And before I go this morning, just time to let you know what's coming up on the free podcast. On the Little Bit Extra, I'll let you know about Mel B's latest efforts to seek attention and cash. I mean, she's now having a go at poor Victoria Beckham. Old Vicky is currently over in the Middle East, trying to change her facial expression to show she's upset. You'll also hear why I refuse to believe that one of Britain's best-loved tele-entertainers ever had the FCX stuff. Deck is just too nice for those sort of... We don't need to know about it. Plus, I'll tell you about the shocking place Harry Styles went to the other day. At least according to one news website writer, he'll be seen at a bus stop next.